A Traitor's Command. Book 2 in the Outcast series. Written by R.J. Simmons.
Prologue. Reagan stood frozen, heart pounding as he watched Cale sprint across the sun-baked plain, the desert wind whipping dust into the air around him. Each stride carried desperation, each heartbeat a thunderous echo in Reagan's chest. In the distance, the unmistakable thunder of hooves rose, Fire Kingdom riders armored and merciless, galloping hard across the open sand, gaining fast. His grip tightened on the handle of the supply cart, the wood creaking under the strain as his knuckles turned white. His muscles screamed from days of travel, and the heat baked every breath from his lungs. But he couldn't move, couldn't breathe, as he watched the chase unfold. Beside him, Lattice lay sprawled across the sand, flat on his back and barely conscious. His breaths came in short, ragged gasps, each one a battle. The bandages around his shoulder were soaked through, the fabric stained with dried blood. The amputation had taken its toll. His normally steady hand now twitched involuntarily, and his gaze was glassy with fever. Cale was nearly there. Just beyond the final rise, Earth Kingdom archers stood in a loose formation near the southeastern gate. The gate loomed in the distance like salvation carved from stone. Just a few more strides, Reagan thought. Just a few more and he'd be behind their line. Safe. Protected. "Come on, Cale," Reagan shouted, his voice raw and desperate. "You're almost there. Keep going." Cale pushed harder, his arms pumping like pistons, boots kicking up dust in his wake. He could see the Stone Kingdom archers, see their drawn bows and stoic faces waiting for the Fire Kingdom soldiers to come in range. One even looked like he was about to lower his weapon and wave Cale through. Then the lead Fire Kingdom rider raised his arm, a masked man clad in blood-red armor. He leveled a crossbow with chilling calm. The twang of the string cut through the air like a scream. The bolt struck true. Cale's leg gave out beneath him, the arrowhead burying deep into his thigh. His momentum carried him forward for a breath, then gravity claimed him. He collapsed into the sand, limbs flailing, a raw scream tearing from his throat. "No!" Reagan cried. The horseman slowed. The lead rider coiled a thick rope around his saddle and turned his horse. A jerk of the reins, a tug of the rope, and Cale was dragged backward across the dirt, away from the gate, away from help, away from him. Reagan surged forward instinctively, eyes blazing, but a wall of Stone Kingdom soldiers blocked his path. They grabbed his arms, pulling him back with practiced restraint. "Let me go! He's still alive! I can reach him!" he roared, twisting in their grip like a cornered beast. A guard stepped forward, older, grizzled, face shadowed by years of duty. He held Reagan's gaze, firm but not unkind. "If you go out there, they'll kill you too." "I saw what he did for you," the guard added softly. "You're lucky to have had a friend like that." The words hit harder than any sword. Reagan's shoulders slumped. The strength left him as if the world had stolen it. He sank to his knees, his eyes never leaving the distant form of Cale being dragged away. Blood streaked the sand behind him like a crimson ribbon unraveling into the horizon. Reagan's voice cracked, barely a whisper now. "Cale." Chapter 1. Ashes in the Sand. Reagan sat slumped on the edge of the cart, elbows resting on his knees, hands locked behind his head. The sun dipped low over the southeastern gate's ramparts, casting long shadows over cobbled stones. It was the kind of twilight that carried weight, the kind that pressed down on a man's chest and asked what he had left. All around him, the city was winding down. Merchants called their last prices. Children chased each other through alleys, unaware of the burden some men carried. The scent of charred wood still lingered faintly on the wind, a reminder of the fires that had blazed earlier in the day. But Reagan didn't see the town, didn't hear the people. All he heard was the harsh, rattling breath of the man behind him. Lattice lay curled in the back of the cart, his skin pallid and stretched thin over high cheekbones. Sweat clung to him like a second skin, soaking into the canvas beneath him. The wound on his shoulder had been cleaned and wrapped with cloth stripped from Reagan's own tunic, but the infection had set in. The fever came in waves, each one higher than the last. His lips moved without sound, speaking to ghosts or memories or perhaps just the ache in his bones. Reagan had promised him help, had promised Cale that they would both make it. And now, one friend was dying, and the other was gone. He closed his eyes, pressing his palms against them until stars danced in the darkness. It didn't stop the memories. Cale screaming, Cale clawing at the dirt, Cale dragged away behind enemy horses while Reagan stood frozen. "You said you'd protect him," a voice whispered inside. "You said you would." "You're still breathing, you stubborn idiot," he muttered under his breath, though he wasn't sure anymore whether he meant Cale or Lytus or himself. Footsteps approached, soft, deliberate. Reagan didn't move. Then a hand, gentle but firm, rested on his shoulder. "Excuse me," a voice said. Calm, measured. "You're Reagan, aren't you?" Reagan looked up slowly. A man stood before him wearing the muted trim of a Stone Kingdom senator's cloak. Older, mid-50s perhaps, with gray threading through dark hair and the quiet patience of a man used to listening more than speaking. His face bore the weathered lines of both age and travel, but his gaze was alert. "I am," Reagan said cautiously. "Do I know you?" The man offered a polite nod. "No, but I saw what happened today. My name is Balin Vaughn. I serve as a lower senator for the Eastern Districts. I'm in town for the election season." Behind him, a girl stepped forward, perhaps 17 or 18. She had curly copper-brown hair tied back with a ribbon that had once been blue, and her green eyes were sharp with intelligence and something more, compassion. Her cheeks were smudged with the road, and she wore a short traveling tunic under a heavier overshirt, clearly dressed for comfort and movement. "This is my daughter, Zoe," Vaughn said. Zoe didn't wait for introductions. Her gaze found Lytus immediately, and her expression changed. Without a pause, she hurried past Reagan to kneel beside the cart. "Oh," she breathed, her voice soft, "he's hurt." Reagan turned just enough to watch her, though his posture remained tense, wary of strangers even now. But there was something in the way Zoe moved, calm, efficient, focused. She examined the wound without recoil, peeling back the corner of a soaked bandage with careful fingers. Lytus stirred, mumbling incoherently. "Am I dreaming?" he rasped. You're glowing." Zoe blushed slightly, brushing hair from her face. "He's burning up, delirious but stable." "He thinks you're an angel," Reagan said dryly. Lytus cracked a smile, weak but genuine. "If this is heaven, it smells like sweat and burned leather." Zoe let out a quiet laugh. "No, just a town without proper healers. I studied with apothecaries in the capital. I can keep him stable until he's seen by someone better." Senator Vaughn stepped forward, voice low and solemn. "I saw what your friend did, the boy in the dunes, distracting those Fire Kingdom soldiers to save you too, then running like a gale was pushing him. I've never seen someone run that fast." Reagan nodded. "No one is as fast as Cale. He saved us." "He did more than that," Vaughn said. "He gave the town something to believe in. You may not see it yet, but by morning every corner of this district will be repeating that story." Reagan looked toward the horizon, jaw clenched. "And now he's out there, alone, or worse." "I came to offer help," Vaughn said. "I have quarters at the governor's hold. If you're going after your friend, let us care for this one." He motioned to Lytus. Zoe looked up, eyes bright. "I'll stay with him. He shouldn't be alone. And besides," she paused, smiling softly at Lytus, "he could use someone to talk to, even if he can't answer." Reagan's brow lifted. "You sure about that? I'm not dead, am I?" Lytus croaked. "Not yet," Zoe replied, smoothing back a curl from his sweat-matted forehead. A dry chuckle escaped Reagan's lips, the first sound of levity since Cale disappeared. He rose to his full height and faced the senator. "If you're willing to keep him safe, I'll do what I have to." "You have my word," Vaughn said, "and I'll see to it that you're given passage. My seal will buy silence at the gate." Reagan turned to the cart. He picked up Cale's old satchel, slinging it across his shoulder. The weight of it was both familiar and crushing. Inside were spare rations, a cracked map, a shovel, and a tiny wood carving Cale had made of a bird. Reagan's fingers lingered on it for a moment before he tucked it back into the bag. "Bring him back," Vaughn said, his hand briefly on Reagan's arm. "He deserves more than to be just a story." "I don't plan on coming back without him." The sun was gone. Night rolled in, cool and uncertain. Somewhere beyond the walls, the Deadlands waited. Reagan had taken no more than 10 steps from the cart before he heard an unfamiliar, irritating voice. "You heading out to the Deadlands?" came the voice from his right. Reagan glanced sideways. A boy, 15, maybe, strode confidently across the dusty courtyard with the swagger of a soldier and the ill-fitting gear of a scavenger. His tunic was patched in 6 places, his belt was looped twice to stay up, and a dull kitchen knife was tucked into one boot like it was some precious relic. The kid's hair was a tangled mop, and he wore a proud expression that didn't match his ragged boots or the chipped tooth that flashed when he smiled. "I'm Dale," he announced, standing with his hands on his hips. "I'm fast, I'm scrappy, and I'm smarter than anyone gives me credit for." Reagan stared at him. "Congratulations." "I'm saying I can help," Dale pressed. "Out there, I mean. The Deadlands. I've seen Fire Kingdom patrols. Slippery cowards in red armor. Bet I could take half of them just by myself." Reagan turned fully to face him now, one brow raised. "You think you're a soldier?" Dale folded his arms. "Don't need to be. I'm a survivor. I can scout, sneak, cook, climb, and predict the weather. For example," he pointed upward dramatically, "rain's coming soon. Could be by morning." Reagan glanced at the sky, which was clear but for a few high clouds. "Sure it is," he muttered. Behind them, a low chuckle rolled across the courtyard like the rumble of stone grinding on stone. Heavy footsteps approached, and Reagan instinctively straightened. The boy did not. "Bold claims for someone who looks like they lost a fight with their own laundry," said the voice, deep and edged with mirth. Torrin Elderston stepped into view. Shorter than Reagan but built like a siege ram, Torrin wore the dark gray armor of a stone Gehazi lieutenant. A thin strip of black cloth with silver threading around his waist, pauldrons etched with marks of rank and honor, though one of them was scuffed and bore a faint imprint of dice. His beard was thick and cut close, his bald head gleaming in the low light, and his eyes, sharp and unyielding, rested on Dale with no shortage of skepticism. "Lieutenant Elderstone," he introduced himself, turning to Reagan with a small nod. "Recruitment officer and sometime babysitter." "You know this kid?" Reagan asked. "Unfortunately," Torrin replied, folding his arms. "This one's been loitering outside the barracks for 3 weeks, claiming he can wrestle tornadoes and make stew from gravel. He's persistent, I'll give him that, but he wouldn't last a night out beyond the wall." "I would too," Dale shot back. "I've got grit." "You've got fleas." "I bathed yesterday." "Was it in a puddle or someone's chamber pot?" Dale turned red but stood his ground, shoulders squaring. "You think I'm a joke, but I've seen things. I watched a fire patrol burn an orphanage in the Outer Ring. I've lived through food riots, plague sweeps, and worse. I may be small, but I don't break." Torrin looked at Reagan again, less amused now. "He's got guts, I'll admit, but guts won't stop a crossbow bolt." Reagan considered them both in silence for a moment. The truth was, he didn't want the boy's help, and he sure as the pits didn't want to be responsible for him. But something about Dale, the fire in his voice, the defiance in his eyes, reminded Reagan too much of Cale. The same determination, the same refusal to back down. "We're heading out tonight," Reagan said slowly. "I'm going to find someone who didn't come back." Torrin nodded. "That much I guessed, and you'll be crossing into territory where the law says no military is allowed to interfere. Unless, of course," he tapped the insignia on his chest, "you're a recruiter, merely following potential candidates. You want to come? I'm offering to accompany you. The insignia might buy you an extra minute if patrols catch your scent. But understand this," Torrin's voice lowered to a hard edge, "I can't fight your battles, not unless they draw steel on me first. I'm not risking my rank or my neck for someone I just met." Reagan met his gaze. Understood. Torrin's eyes lingered on him a beat longer, then flicked to Dale. "And the boy? He comes too," Dale whooped. "Yes!" "You speak again before we're through the gate," Torrin growled, "and I'm tying your mouth shut with your own bootlaces." Dale promptly zipped his lips with a pantomimed key and grinned at Reagan. "We leave in an hour," Reagan said, already turning back toward the cart. "Pack light. We move fast." Behind him, Dale took off running, muttering excitedly to himself about packing twine, knives, and, oddly, pickled onions. Torrin just shook his head, watching the boy vanish around a corner. "He's either going to get us both killed," the lieutenant muttered, "or save our lives in the most absurd way imaginable." Reagan chuckled low. "Maybe both." The two men stood in silence for a moment, the weight of what lay ahead already settling across their shoulders. Then Reagan turned, heading toward the makeshift camp they'd formed beside the wall. There were supplies to check, weapons to ready, and 100 unknowns waiting on the other side of the city gate. But in that moment, as the stars began to prick the sky and the wind carried the smell of earth and iron, Reagan felt something new. Not peace, not yet, but maybe, just maybe, hope. By the time night fell fully over the southeastern gate, the trio was ready. Dale returned with a knapsack that jingled suspiciously and 2 mismatched gloves. One glove was clearly stitched from an old saddlebag, the other appeared to be a child's gardening mitten. He wore them like gauntlets, brandishing them to Torin and Reagan with a grin that did little to conceal the anxiety behind his eyes. "Supplies secured," he announced, puffing out his chest. "Rope, rations, emergency sausages. Oh, and these!" He held up a tiny pouch that rattled with what sounded like marbles. "What is that?" Reagan asked. "Ball bearings," Dale said proudly. "Great for traps or just for throwing at people you don't like." Torin gave him a flat stare. "You carry more nonsense than a carnival wagon." "Yeah, but it's all useful nonsense." Torin had traded his formal cloak for a short travel mantle lined with reinforced leather. A war pick hung diagonally across his back, secured with worn straps. "For emergencies only," he had said with a wink, though the way his hand rested near the grip made it clear he anticipated such emergencies. Reagan had packed sparingly but deliberately. A ration pouch, water skin, Cale's satchel slung across his back, and a wrapped cloth that held a blade. Battered but reliable. Before they left, he climbed into the cart one final time, resting his hand on Ladis's chest. The rise and fall of shallow breathing met his palm. "You stay alive," Reagan whispered. "You've got someone here who'd rather you didn't die on her." Ladis murmured something unintelligible, but his fingers twitched faintly toward Zoe's sleeping form, still curled in a chair beside him. Reagan allowed himself a small smile, worn and weary, as he stepped away. With papers in hand, courtesy of Senator Vaughn's seal, the unlikely trio slipped through the city gates under torchlight. The guards, seeing the emblem, didn't question them. One nodded once, the other looked away. No fanfare, no goodbyes, just boots on dirt and silence stretching into the wild. They didn't know what they'd find. Only that they were going, and they weren't coming back without Cale. The moon hung low over the deadlands, casting a pale silver wash over the dunes and cracked ridgelines that stretched endlessly to the horizon. The desert at night whispered in tones of silence and shadow, save for the crunch of their footsteps. Reagan led the way, eyes scanning the shifting terrain. Every step was deliberate, every breath measured. He followed the trail as best he could. Deep drag marks grooved into the sand, spaced irregularly, lined sporadically with dark, rust-colored stains. Blood. Cale's blood. Behind him, Torin walked with a methodical gait, his bulk silent save for the occasional grind of armor against leather. And Dale, who despite the gravity of their journey, kept glancing at the stars as though trying to memorize constellations. Every so often he whispered names to himself. Ox's Eye, the Dagger Arc, Hunter's Tilt, as if saying them aloud gave him some control over their direction. "You think he could survive this long?" Dale asked after hours of silence, his voice low, almost reverent. Reagan didn't stop. "He's strong, stronger than anyone I know." "They dragged him for miles," Torin said grimly. That kind of wound. He let the words hang unfinished, his meaning clear. Reagan didn't reply. His jaw was clenched too tight for speech. Every time he looked down and saw the stains, the clumps of disturbed sand, his stomach twisted. Cale wasn't just a friend, he was family. A brother not by blood, but by bond, the kind forged through fire, hardship, and a shared childhood. After several miles, they stopped to rest beneath an outcropping of jagged stone. Dale flopped onto a sun-warmed boulder, panting lightly. Torin stood, watchful as ever, arms crossed. Reagan crouched beside the trail, brushing his fingers over a deeper drag mark. "They were trying to force him into the Fire Kingdom army," Reagan murmured. "Came to his home with banners and scrolls. He was one of the fastest boys in the town. Sharp, fearless." Torin grunted. "Sounds like them. Take the best, break them into tools." "His parents stood up for him," Reagan continued. "Said no son of theirs would wear red. They fought, soldiers drew blades, his parents were killed." Dale sat up, eyes wide. "Cale lost it," Reagan said. "He wasn't trained, wasn't ready, but something in him snapped. He killed the soldiers. I don't know how he pulled that off. One moment they were standing, and the next they weren't." You ran? Torin asked quietly. We ran. Reagan looked down. The Fire Kingdom doesn't forgive things like that. They chased us to the Stone Kingdom gate. The silence that followed was thick, wind curling through the rocks like a ghost. You speak like a man who carries too much, Torin said. Reagan stood. Maybe, but I'm not letting him die out here. They pressed on. By early morning, the air had cooled further. A thin film of clouds dulled the sunrise. Smoke curled in the distance, faint, crooked, and rising behind a jagged line of sandstone. Reagan saw it first. He broke into a jog. They crested a low ridge and descended into a hollow scorched to cinders. Blackened earth stretched in a circle, and at its center lay a body. The stench of burned flesh made Dale gag. Torin's face tightened. Reagan froze. His breath caught. The body was burned nearly beyond recognition. Limbs stiffened, bones charred. But traces of cloth clung to it, sand runner gear. The same color, the same trim. One boot still intact, its worn tread a sign of the many miles it had traversed. A belt buckle lay in the sand to one side, one he'd seen Cale polish obsessively over the years, a silver clasp on the face. No, Reagan breathed. No, no, no. He dropped to his knees beside the corpse. Dale hovered back, torn between fear and confusion. Torin moved closer, solemn. Same height, Torin said quietly. Same build as you described. Reagan reached out with trembling fingers, gently touching what remained of the tunic. It flaked beneath his touch. He stared, hoping for a sign, anything to tell him he was wrong. I should have gone after him sooner, he said. I froze. I watched them take him, didn't move. He drew the short-handled shovel from his pack, the one he always carried. He began to dig. Dale joined him without a word, using his hands when needed. Sand and dirt shifted under their efforts. Torin stood as sentry. When the grave was dug, they laid the body inside. Reagan filled it slowly until only a mound of dirt remained. He planted the shovel at the head. A shadow swept overhead. Mako, the hawk, circled once, then descended silently, landing atop the shovel's handle. Reagan stared. Mako tilted his head, let out a low, rasping cry. What's with the bird? Dale whispered, stunned. Reagan exhaled, not with relief, with grief. He's Cale's hawk, Reagan said quietly. Guess he's an orphan again. Dale swallowed. Like me then. Mako stared into the distance, wings twitching. Reagan said nothing. Torin stepped beside him. You ever consider joining the Stone Kingdom army? You've got the heart for it. We could use men like you. Reagan nodded faintly, still watching the grave. Maybe I will. Dale perked up. Can anyone join? Torin smirked. We don't usually allow chicken-legged pets in the barracks. Dale puffed up. Mako's not a pet. He's a tracker, a hunter. I meant you, Torin said. Reagan chuckled faintly, a dry, bitter sound, but real. He stepped forward and placed a hand on the shovel. No more running, he whispered. Never again. The wind stirred, whispering through the stones. Mako let out a single cry and launched skyward, wings slicing the air. The gate guards saw them coming long before their boots hit the stone. Reagan, Torin, and Dale approached in silence, their shadows stretched long by the rising sun behind them. From a distance, they looked like returning heroes, or at least survivors. But up close, the illusion dissolved. Dust caked their clothes, their movements sagged with exhaustion. And Reagan's face told the rest. Hollow-eyed, grim-lipped, and silent, he walked like a man who'd left something in the sand. The guards stood straighter as they approached, eyes flicking over the trio. No one spoke at first. There was no need. The air around them carried its own weight. Reagan stopped at the threshold, not looking at either soldier. He simply gave a slow shake of his head. Your friend? One of the guards asked quietly. Reagan didn't answer with words, just stepped past them, dragging with him the sorrow of his failure, of his cowardice. Dale trailed behind, face pale and solemn. Even the ever-defiant gleam in his eye had dulled. Torin paused beside the guards, giving them a pointed glance. Back inside the walls, the city stirred with morning routine. Vendors rolling carts into the streets, blacksmiths stoking forges, bells chiming softly from the tower in the market square. It all felt like a different world from the one Reagan had just returned from. A cleaner world, a colder one. As they moved through the city streets, Torin cleared his throat. We'll head straight to the barracks, but before either of you sign anything, there are things you need to know. Reagan turned slightly, his face still unreadable. Joining the Stone Kingdom military isn't a halfway thing, Torin said. Once you're in, you're in. There's no quitting, No turning back. You get assigned. If you pass training, you fight. If you don't. He let the words linger. Dale looked up at him. What happens if we don't? You get reclassified, Torrin said. Servant ranks, barrack maintenance, sewage routing, latrine detail. The army makes use of everyone. Doesn't mean you'll be carrying a sword. Dale shrugged. Better than starving. You'll wish you were starving by week 2, Torrin replied. Training isn't a game, and no one is going to hold your hand. Reagan gave a slow nod. And Lattice? That's the other thing, Torrin said, glancing at him. Once you're in, you're property of the military. No visiting the sick, no checking in on old friends. Your priorities become what we say they are. If you join, Lattice isn't your responsibility anymore. Dale raised a hand like a student in class. What about pets? Torrin grunted. Pets aren't allowed, especially ones with talons. Mako, perched on Reagan's shoulder, let out a low screech. Thought that might be the case, Reagan said quietly. They arrived at the governor's hold by mid-morning. Senator Vaughn was already waiting outside, a light cloak thrown over his shoulders and a mug of steaming tea in one hand. You came back, he said, voice even. Reagan met his eyes. I buried him. Vaughn nodded slowly. I figured as much. Zoe stepped out from the doorway behind her father, rubbing sleep from her eyes. The moment she saw Reagan, her gaze darted past him. What is that? She asked. Mako, as if summoned, lifted off from Reagan's shoulder and landed near her feet. Zoe smiled gently and bent to offer him a scrap of dried meat. He won't be staying with me, Reagan said. He's better off here. Vaughn tilted his head. You've decided then? I have. You're joining the army. Reagan nodded. If there's still a place, Torrin snorted. Always room for fools and fighters. And I'll keep Lattice, Vaughn said. He's stable, but still weak. And well, he glanced toward his daughter. Zoe's cheeks turned pink. He keeps calling me an angel. Sounds like young love, Vaughn said dryly, or a strong fever. Either way, I suppose he'll be safe under this roof. Reagan looked at the senator for a long moment. Thank you. No thanks needed. You gave my people a story they needed, and you gave my daughter someone to fuss over who isn't me. They shook hands. It was brief but solid. Torrin motioned. Time to report. You two are about to become property of the Stone Kingdom. Dale squared his shoulders. Bring it on. Torrin gave him a sidelong look. You still think you're invincible? I don't think I'm invincible, Dale said. I know I am. Reagan couldn't help it. He laughed. It was rough, ragged, and unexpected, but it felt good. The sun crept higher as they walked. Despite Reagan's multiple attempts, Mako wouldn't stay with the senator. He wiggled his way out the window and circled once overhead before disappearing toward the rooftops. Reagan didn't look back. He had made peace with what he had lost. Now it was time to see what he might still become. And in the back of his mind a promise echoed. No more running. Never again. Chapter 2. Trial of Stone and Blood. The barracks stank of sweat, wet leather, and crushed dreams. Reagan dropped his satchel on the floor beside a thin, straw-stuffed mattress that barely passed for a bed. The stone walls, damp from years of breath and mold, closed in like a tomb. Torchlight flickered from iron sconces mounted unevenly along the walls, casting dancing shadows that made everything seem in motion, restless, waiting. Above him, crude wooden bunks stacked too high lined the room. Half of them were already filled. Dale plopped onto the bunk beside Reagan's with a theatrical groan, his mismatched gloves still on like he didn't quite trust anyone enough to take them off. He bounced once, the bunk creaking dangerously. Oh yeah, he said. That's the good stuff. Royal accommodations. Reagan didn't respond. He sat down and began to unlace his boots. His mind still heavy with images of Kale's shallow grave and the way Mako had landed atop the shovel like a sentinel. A part of him still felt like he should be out there, still tracking, still searching, but the trail had ended in ash and certainty. There was nothing more to find, only paths forward now. Across the barracks, a group of men huddled near a small crate turned sideways to make a table. Dice clattered over the surface, punctuated by curses and jeers. "Snake eyes," one grunted. Another laughed. "You're cursed, Teddin. Should have kissed your luck stone this morning." Teddin shoved him. "You know I lost that to you last night. I think your dice are loaded." The largest of them, a bald man with a bent nose and an eye patch, grunted. "Better not let Lieutenant Torrin catch you rolling bones. Last guy he caught gambling had to clean the latrines for a month. I'm not worried about old Torin, one of them scoffed, a wiry fellow with tattoos curling down his neck. Guy's more bark than bite. You think? Said another, smirking. I heard he broke a kid's collarbone last month for getting mouthy during drills. Still too old to be a lieutenant, Tattoo Neck muttered. He's what, 50? Gehege age difference, sure, but that's ancient for a field rank. Should be a captain by now. Would be if he could keep his coin. Reagan glanced toward the voices, quietly listening. Yeah, the bald man said, grinning. But Torin's got a weakness, dice, same game he punishes others for. He gets close to the buy-in every few years, Tattoo Neck said, dropping his voice theatrically. Saves up, pins all his hopes on a clean run, and then, bam, he's suckered into one more throw of the dice. Loses the whole pot. Man's got no self-control, said Tedden. I actually kind of respect it, like watching a slow-motion boulder roll into the sea. Reagan lay back against the wall, one leg stretched out across the mattress. He didn't much care for gossip, but the story tracked. Torin hadn't seemed the type to linger at rank for no reason. A man who didn't climb often had chains no one could see. Dale, still grinning like the world hadn't quite broken him yet, stretched his arms behind his head and spoke up loud enough to carry. Guess I'll have to watch myself then. Don't want to beat the lieutenant at his own game. That drew a few laughs. Tedden looked over at him with raised brows. You gamble, kid? I don't need to, Dale said smugly. I'm gonna be a general someday. Silence, then laughter, loud, full-bodied and cruel. A general, one of the gamblers howled. Sweet sand and stars, the boy thinks he's command material. You ain't even lost your voice cracks yet, said the bald man. Tattoo Neck leaned forward on his crate. Kid, you're not gonna make it out of basic without crying for your mama, let alone leading battalions. Dale sat up straighter, puffing out his chest. You all laugh now, but I'll be the youngest officer this army's ever seen. I'm fast, I'm clever, and I don't give up. Another man coughed into his hand. Only thing you're leading is a band of blind, one-legged chickens into a ditch. More laughter. Reagan allowed himself the ghost of a smile, but he didn't join in. You even know how ranks work in the Stone Kingdom Army? Asked Tattoo Neck. They don't just hand them out to scrappy kids who talk fast. I can earn it, Dale said, stubborn now, if I prove myself. You ain't Gehege, Tedden said, pointing a finger like that sealed the argument. Don't matter how fast or clever you are. No Gehege blood, no command. End of story. There've been exceptions, Dale muttered, but his voice had dipped now, and the confidence in it wavered. Exceptions, echoed the bald man with a grin. Sure, a handful. What, maybe 4 in the last 200 years? And every one of them either saved a king's life or bled in a dozen wars first. You got the scars for that? Dale looked down, his jaw tight. They'll test you, Tattoo Neck said, voice lower now, more serious. And not just with drills. They'll break you down, tear away everything that makes you think you're special. And when you're standing in the mud, hungry, half dead, and still not Gahaga, that's when they decide what to do with you. You don't pass basic, you don't get a sword. You get a mop, or a shovel, or a sewer hook. The dice clicked across the overturned crate again, followed by a round of muttered curses. Laughter barked from the far end of the barracks where the veterans lounged, half-dressed and half-drunk on tired egos. In the sour torchlight, their faces looked older than they were, lined by hardship, streaked with dust, eyes sharp with cruelty born of too many years surviving the army's grinder. Dale, seated alone on the lower bunk, sat stiffly with his shoulders squared and jaw tight. He hadn't said a word in minutes. The fire in him still flickered, but tonight it flickered small. Tattoo Neck's words had done what fists never could. They had made Dale feel small, like he didn't belong here, like his dreams were a joke the world was in on. You ain't even Gehege, Tedden had said, sneering like it was a sentence. That alone seals your fate. Now, they were talking like he was already lost, like the latrines had already claimed him. Reagan, seated nearby with his elbows resting heavily on his knees, had watched the exchange in silence. The dim torchlight outlined the broad slope of his shoulders, the heavy arms resting like dormant iron across his thighs. His boots were planted firm, legs spread slightly, giving him the bearing of a man carved from the very stone beneath the barracks itself. Even when sitting still, Reagan commanded space. He didn't just occupy the bunk, he dominated the corner like a mountain rooted in the floorboards. His presence carried a quiet gravity, and the others, whether they admitted it or not, gave him space like water yields to boulders. Tedden had laughed again. Or if you're lucky, he sneered, they'll let you scrub latrines beside the other failed recruits. The other veterans chuckled. Dale said nothing. That silence, raw and too long, gnawed at Reagan. The kid didn't break easily, not even when he should have. But silence like this, it was the kind of quiet that left bruises on the soul. Reagan's voice, low and steady, cut across the barracks like the scrape of steel from a sheath. He'll make it. The laughter faltered. Heads turned. The dice stopped mid-roll. Tattoo Neck narrowed his eyes, smirking. You his father now? No, Reagan said, lifting his head just enough for his gaze to lock across the firelight. His eyes were shadowed but steady. But I've seen what he's willing to do, and sometimes that's more than what blood gives you. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was thick, heavy, the kind of silence that made men reevaluate themselves. Tattoo Neck looked away first. Reagan didn't gloat. He didn't smirk or savor the moment. He simply shifted, lacing his thick fingers behind his head and leaning back against the cold stone wall. Dale looked over then, just for a heartbeat. The gratitude in his eyes was as loud as a shout, but he said nothing. Reagan had given him a lifeline without asking for one. Most men here were brash, braggarts, loud with their fists and louder with their mouths. Reagan was something else entirely. He was the kind of man who didn't posture because he didn't need to. Reagan was a brute by build, towering, thick-necked, with a chest like a smithy door. But there was something more to him than raw strength, something older. He didn't throw his weight around. He carried it, like it was his burden to bear so others didn't have to. The kind of man who, given the choice between watching someone fall or catching them, even if it crushed him, would catch them every time. Dale turned back toward the firelight, his shoulders a little straighter now. His grip tightened on the edge of his bunk, like maybe the world hadn't finished laughing at him, but maybe it didn't matter as much. Reagan leaned forward again, resting his arms on his knees, gaze flicking briefly toward the group at the dice crate. They weren't worth his attention anymore. Not tonight. But Dale was. Later, as the barracks quieted and the lights dimmed to faint orange halos, Dale whispered up from his bunk. You didn't have to say that. I know, Reagan murmured from the shadows. But thanks. There was a long pause. Then Dale's voice, small but stubborn. I'm still gonna be a general. Reagan allowed himself a rare smile, not amused. You'll just have to survive long enough to prove it. The torch sputtered once, casting their shadows tall on the wall, and for the first time since arriving, Dale felt like maybe, just maybe, he wasn't in this alone, and maybe that was enough. Dale looked up, startled, then quickly looked away again, hiding the grin he couldn't suppress. After a while, the murmurs faded into tired conversation and the shuffle of recruits bedding down for the night. The barracks grew dimmer, torches flickering low, and the air thickened with sleep and snoring. Reagan lay back on his bunk, hands folded behind his head. Dale still sat upright, legs crossed, watching the embers of the nearest torch. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the occasional grunt or shuffle of restless sleep. Then, faintly, Dale whispered, "Even if I have to fight off 100 blind one-legged chickens." Reagan chuckled quietly into the darkness. "Especially then." The crash of the barracks door ricocheted through the stone hall like a cannon blast. Reagan was already upright before Torin's voice followed. Others were not so quick. One recruit fell off his bunk with a yelp. Another cursed as his head smacked a ceiling beam on the top tier. Blankets flew, boots thudded to the ground, and all across the cramped chamber, chaos gave way to rapid obedience. Torin Elderstone stomped inside, arms crossed over his broad chest, his voice rumbling like a storm rolling in from the cliffs. "Everyone up. Now. No laces, no belts, no excuses. If you're not standing by the time I count 3, I'll use you as a training dummy." Reagan stood near the center of the line, forming at the foot of the bunks. Dale scrambled next to him, dragging his tunic halfway over his head, the sleeves flailing like the wings of a wounded bird. Eventually, he made it into place, panting, mismatched gloves still on. "All right, you hopeless pile of dust-bitten baggage," Torin growled, sweeping his gaze across the line of bleary-eyed recruits. "Listen close, because I'm only saying this once." His voice dropped into something cold and clipped, measured like a blade being drawn slowly from its sheath. "From the moment you woke up in this barracks, you stopped being men of the world. You are now mine. Your thoughts belong to me, your bruises belong to me, and your future, such as it may be, is entirely at my mercy." A few men exchanged glances. One swallowed hard. Dale, for once, said nothing. Torrin began to pace, boots echoing on the flagstone. "This is screening. It's not training yet. Training is for soldiers. This is for sorting. You don't get to hold a sword until we've decided you're not better suited to scrubbing muck off the latrines." He paused as the side door opened and another man entered. "This is Drill Sergeant Argent Pharos," Torrin continued, nodding toward the newcomer. "He will be overseeing your physical and combat evaluations." Pharos said nothing. His silence was scarier than most shouts. He wore the black vest and crimson armband of a Stone Kingdom combat instructor, the insignia of his rank stitched into the collar with silver thread. His face was unremarkable, save for the long scar that split his jawline and the dead-eyed calm that made you feel like you'd already failed in front of him. "Today," Torrin said, "you will be tested in 3 ways. Each test is designed to answer a single question. Do you hold a weapon, or do you hold a shovel?" No one spoke. Even the gamblers from last night kept their mouths shut. Torrin held up 3 fingers. "First, the stone lift. We'll pair you off. You and your partner will be assigned a stone. You move it 10 paces, that's it. Nothing complicated, no clever tricks, no excuses. It's a test of strength and teamwork. Fail to move it and you're done." He lowered 1 finger. "Second, swordcraft. Wooden blades, 1-on-1. Doesn't matter who wins. Doesn't matter if you get your nose broken. What matters is how you move, how you think, and how you respond to pressure. And most importantly, that you are capable of holding onto your weapon. Pharos will be watching." Pharos shifted his weight slightly. The room didn't breathe. Torrin's voice lowered. "The third test," he let the pause linger like the drop of a guillotine, "is special. You'll go through it alone. No weapons, no help. What it involves I won't say, not until you're standing at the threshold. But every recruit must face it. Pass, and you earn a place in the army. Fail." He looked each of them in the eye. "You'll serve the army, just not with a blade. We'll find a nice quiet corner for you to rot in." From the back, a voice whispered, "Chamber pot duty." Torrin's eyes snapped to the sound. "Who said that?" he asked calmly. No one moved. "Fine," Torrin said. "When I find out, and I will, you'll be assigned to feed the goats for the rest of the season, with a spoon, held in your mouth." A few chuckles slipped out before Pharos cleared his throat, and the silence returned like a dropped hammer. Torrin clapped his hands once, loud and sharp. "Now, before any of you start dreaming of glory, let me make one thing painfully clear. There will be spectators, including some senators, watching today." That got a reaction. A few heads turned. Dale straightened like someone had just said his name. "Yes," Torrin continued, with evident disdain, "our fine and noble electeds have decided to grace us with their presence. Most of them wouldn't know the sharp end of blade from a soup ladle, but they'll be watching, judging, betting." He said that last word with a sneer. "Wait, betting?" Dale said aloud before he could stop himself. Torrin gave him a long look. "Yes, betting. You lot are entertainment to them. They pick favorites, they place wagers, and once in a while, if someone catches their eye, they'll offer sponsorship. That can mean coin, armor, a better assignment, or other perks. Depends on the senator." Dale blinked. "So they're like fight promoters?" Torrin frowned. "More like bored wolves wearing silk. And if you embarrass me in front of them," his voice dropped to a whisper, "I'll make sure you spend the next 3 months polishing Sergeant Pharos' boots with your tongues." Dale quickly looked forward again. The man beside Reagan, one of the dice players, muttered, "Betcha Thorne's here. He sponsored a kid 2 years back, got him to sergeant in 10 months. Another scoffed, "He's not the only one. They all bet on who makes it, who breaks. Some of them even bet on who vomits first." Reagan's eyes drifted toward the door, where a breeze carried the scent of sand and smoke. Somewhere out there, Zoe and Senator Vaughn might already be seated, sipping spiced tea while looking down on the field. He couldn't tell if the thought made him angry or anxious. Torrin returned to the front of the line. The field will be ready in 1 hour. You'll assemble at the training yard in full gear. Boots, tunic, belt. No weapons, just bodies. He paused, then added, and one last thing. His voice was steady now, quiet, like a slow-building earthquake. There are no second chances, no sympathy, no favoritism. If you fail, no one's coming to save you. So if you think you're not ready, speak now and we'll assign you to servant detail. No shame in that. The army doesn't need corpses, we need warriors, and we always need workers. No one moved. Torin nodded once. Good. He turned and left without another word, Pharaoh's trailing behind him like a shadow. As the door slammed shut again, the silence held for another few seconds, until a nearby bunk creaked and Tedden, the large man with the bent nose, sat down heavily. Well, he muttered, looks like we get to spend our morning bleeding in front of rich people. One of the younger recruits groaned. I should have taken the prison sentence. Dale stood staring at the door, chewing his lip. What do you think the third test is? Reagan didn't answer right away. His gaze stayed locked on the far wall where a draft stirred the edges of a faded banner, Stone Kingdom crest stitched into the worn canvas. If Torin won't say what it is, he said quietly, then it's probably the thing that breaks most. Dale's grin faded. Super encouraging. Reagan turned to him. You'll be fine. Just don't try to impress anyone. Survive. Dale blinked. That's your advice? Reagan nodded. Impressing people gets you noticed. Getting noticed gets you enemies. Keep your head down. Do the work. Pass the tests. The other recruits were already moving, gathering gear, tightening belts, psyching each other up in low, wary voices. And none of them knew who would still be standing by the end of it. The light broke across the training field in jagged bands and shadow. The skies had cleared overnight, but the early frost from the cold winds sweeping down from the mountains still clung to the dew-soaked ground. Lined in ranks, the hopefuls stood beneath the shadow of the outer barracks wall, shivering from cold or nerves. Reagan, Dale, and a dozen others stood shoulder to shoulder with recruits from across the southeastern district. Most were older than Dale. Many looked meaner. Torin Elderstone paced before them, arms crossed behind his back, jaw set like chiseled granite. The test begins now, he said, his voice cut across the field with the weight of command. You'll be judged in 3 phases, strength, skill, and survival. Fail one and you're done. There were murmurs, a shuffling of boots. Reagan stood still. Dale shifted from foot to foot, trying to look twice as tall as he was. Torin raised a hand, silencing them. You choose your partners. First test is simple. Lift the boulder, move it 10 strides, together. Choose wrong, you fail. He gestured to a row of enormous stones, each as wide as a cartwheel, some misshapen and jagged, others deceptively round. They sat like sleeping giants waiting to be stirred. The recruits moved to pair off. Bigger men paired with bigger men. Friends found friends. Dale looked around, arms open. No one met his gaze. Finally, Reagan sighed and stepped forward. We'll go, Dale grinned. Knew you'd see the light. Torin arched an eyebrow, watching them. As they stepped to their stone, Reagan bent low, eyeing the leverage points. You ready? He asked. Born ready, Dale said, adjusting his grip. On 3? Reagan didn't count. He just lifted. The boulder rose smoothly. Dale's arms flailed slightly before finding purchase. From a distance, it looked like Reagan was lifting the whole weight, and possibly Dale himself. Are his feet even touching the ground? Someone called from the sidelines. He's carrying both the rock and the runt, another voice joked. Dale scowled. I am helping. They moved 10 paces. Reagan set the stone down with a grunt, barely winded. Dale stumbled off to the side, panting. Torin marked a pass on his slate, but the faint twitch in his jaw betrayed annoyance. Not at Reagan, but at what he'd just heard. From across the field, a tall, clean-shaven man in ornate red and black captain's garb approached. His armor gleamed, his eyes gleamed sharper. Captain Malkin. New batch looks weak, Malkin said casually. Torin turned. You're here. I like to watch, Malkin said. See who fails. Torin's jaw tightened. You're here to poach the rejects? Malkin gave a humorless smile. There's a need. Big offensive against the Fire Kingdom. Could use warm bodies. Some we don't care if they come back. Torin spat in the dirt. You're not taking my recruits. Only the ones who fail. They turned as the next test began. Swordcraft. Wooden practice blades were handed out, some scarred from years of use, others freshly carved. Same rules, Torin said. Pick your partner, and remember, drop your weapon. You fail. Hold back. You fail. Again, no one stepped toward Dale. Reagan did. Dale bounced on his toes, spinning the wooden sword. I've watched every duel in the Broken Bowl Tavern. This'll be easy. Try not to hurt yourself, Reagan muttered. Across the field, Malkin leaned toward Senator Rurik Thorne, who had just arrived in a regal litter borne by 4 servants. Thorne stepped down with exaggerated grace, flanked by aides. That the one? Thorne asked, gesturing to Reagan. Malkin nodded. Big one. Dark water. Might be trouble. Good, Thorne said with a smirk. A soldier worth polishing. Back in the circle, the air shifted with anticipation. Dozens of recruits ringed the edges of the sand-packed arena, some leaning forward, others whispering bets and commentary. The scent of dust and sweat mingled in the cool morning air, and overhead the clouds began to thin as sunlight burned away the mist. At the center stood Reagan and Dale, wooden practice swords in hand, facing each other like mismatched gladiators. Reagan took a measured breath, his broad shoulders rolling back. The wooden sword felt light in his grip, too light for his liking. Still, he knew how to make it work. He'd trained with blades of all kinds back in the southern holds, and more importantly, he knew restraint. He had to. Dale, by contrast, seemed incapable of stillness. The boy bounced on the balls of his feet, eyes wide and grin wider, spinning his sword in circles like a showman warming up for a tavern performance. Behold, Dale announced to no one in particular, witness the might of the Crimson Windmill. He spun once, then launched into a forward strike so exaggerated it looked like he was trying to swat a fly 10 feet above Reagan's head. Reagan took a step back, dodging easily. The recruits watching burst into laughter. Unfazed, Dale twirled again, now with both hands gripping the hilt. Or perhaps you'd prefer the blade of 1,000 pecks. He shouted as he jabbed toward Reagan's midsection in a flurry of rapid, uncoordinated thrusts. Reagan parried them with a single motion of his sword, deflecting the strikes like swatting away reeds in the wind. Come on, Dale, Reagan said under his breath. You're not helping yourself. I'm distracting you, Dale whispered back, eyes wide and gleaming. It's all part of the act. He leapt forward with a clumsy overhead strike. Reagan caught the blade mid-air with his own, the wood-on-wood contact sharp and sudden. Dale stumbled back, readjusting his grip. He lunged again, this time toward Reagan's shoulder. Reagan spun slightly, allowing the attack to pass harmlessly by, then tapped Dale's side with the flat of his blade. You're dead, Reagan said. No, I'm not, Dale said. You grazed me. Grazes don't count. Reagan shook his head. He could feel the eyes on him, Captain Malkin's among them, no doubt, watching for a mistake. And Reagan couldn't afford one. Dale came at him again, screaming something about the rooster's reversal, swinging wildly from low to high. Reagan blocked the first strike, ducked the second, then finally caught the third with enough force to knock Dale's sword slightly askew. That was a good one, Dale crowed. You felt the pressure, didn't you? I felt a breeze, Reagan said. Another laugh rippled through the watching crowd. Malkin, standing near the edge of the field beside Senator Thorne, folded his arms, a sneer curling across his lips. This is farce, he muttered. The tall one's carrying him. The boy's a jester. Thorne watched with mild interest, though his eyes rarely left Reagan. And yet he hasn't dropped his weapon. Even fools can be useful when guided properly. Back in the arena, Dale reared up again. Now prepare for the finale, the Phoenix Spiral. Reagan rolled his eyes, prepared to parry, but the moment Dale launched into the move, a spinning, awkward diagonal slash, the wooden blade met Reagan's with a sharp crack. The sword shattered. Dale stood stunned, staring at the handle in his hands. The blade had split cleanly just above the hilt, splinters raining down around his boots. Silence fell across the training yard. All eyes turned to them. Dale held up the broken hilt like it was a cursed artifact. That was not part of the move. Reagan lowered his sword, breathing steady. He hadn't struck that hard, just enough to redirect. The wood must have been flawed. Captain Malkin stepped forward, his boots crunching against the grit of the arena floor. Disarmed, he said. He fails. He's still holding it, Reagan countered, his voice level but firm. Malkin sneered. He has no blade. A stick in hand is not a sword. He didn't drop it, Reagan repeated, louder this time, and anyone who keeps a grip on their weapon after it breaks shows more fight than most. You want soldiers, don't you? A murmur ran through the crowd. Torrin stepped in before Malkin could answer. His presence was like a boulder dropped between them. That sword was poorly made, Torrin said. I saw it myself. Crack was in the grain, would have split no matter who held it. He was swinging like a lunatic, Malkin said. Torrin's brow rose. He was swinging. That's what we asked for. He embarrassed himself, Malkin snapped. He tried, and he didn't quit. We're not training dancers. Torrin turned to Dale, who was still holding the broken sword awkwardly. You fail when you give up or drop your blade, Torrin said. Did you give up? Did you drop your blade? No, sir, Dale said. Then you haven't failed yet. He turned back to the crowd. Next pair. Malkin glared at Reagan as he turned to leave. You're protecting him. Reagan looked him dead in the eyes. Maybe, but I won't apologize for it. Malkin's lips curled. You will. Torrin caught Reagan's arm as he passed. You're painting a target on your back. Keep that mouth shut and stop protecting the kid. Reagan gave a small nod. Dale jogged up beside him, waving the broken hilt like a trophy. Did you see that? That was epic. Reagan gave him a look. It was something? Think they'll give me a new one? You're lucky they don't throw you at the Fire Kingdom's gates as is. The final test loomed. Malkin's was furious. His face was already crimson before the recruits even understood why. Cheeks puffed, veins crawling his temple, and eyes like smoldering coals. Captain Malkin was a portrait of barely contained wrath. The veins in his neck pulsed with such intensity it seemed even his own heart tried to flee his chest. Torrin Elderstone stood with arms crossed near the edge of the training circle, unfazed by the storm of indignation brewing beside him. The younger recruits formed a wide arc, weary from sword drills and partner lifts, their bodies sagging from exertion, only half listening now. You'd best remember what I'm about to say, Torrin growled, stepping forward. This next test, final test, is not one of skill. It's not strength, nor even courage. It's perspective, respect. He turned to face the gathered recruits, most of them bloodied and dust-coated, their practice tunics soaked in sweat. You fight each other. You learn who's faster, who's stronger, and there are those among you who will rise in rank, but you can only go so far. You stand no chance against a Gehege, because we are something more. A ripple moved through the line. Even the cocky ones, like Dale, looked less sure now. Torrin's tone dropped lower, more like an oath. Stone Gehege are not your peers. They are not equals. When they fight beside you, they command not just because of their title, but because they are forged from the earth itself. Stronger, harder, more enduring than any one of you. Several heads dipped, others bristled. Reagan didn't flinch. He met Torrin's gaze. The last test is simple, Torrin continued. You step into the ring with a Gehage. You last 3 minutes. That's it. Dale's voice broke the silence. Wait, 3 minutes? That's nothing. I could dance circles around Captain Redface over there for longer than that. Chuckles broke out. Reagan almost smiled. Almost. Torrin raised a brow. Good, then you'll enjoy yourself. One last thing. We have a tradition in the Stone Kingdom Army. If you by some miracle win the fight against your far superior Gehege officer, you are instantly promoted to the rank of lieutenant. But that hasn't happened in over 200 years, so don't get your hopes up. He glanced at the side. I will be your opponent. The tension shifted. Recruits exchanged wary glances, sizing up Torrin's thick-set form. And Torrin's gaze narrowed. Heavy boots crunched over sand. Malkin. I will be the one testing them, he said, stepping into the circle. These boys need more than understanding. They need a real lesson. His voice was razor-sharp, cutting even in its calmness. Torrin opened his mouth to protest, but Malkin raised a hand. I outrank you, Lieutenant. I believe that still means something. Torrin's jaw clenched. He stepped back, fists at his sides. He said nothing, but he shot a look toward Reagan, one filled with warning. Later, while the first recruit stepped forward, Torrin moved close to Reagan, voice low. This wasn't meant to be a weeding out, it's symbolic. We don't fail people at this stage, but Malkin will. Reagan didn't speak. He understood. One look at the recruits, nervous, exhausted, and then at Malkin, confirmed everything. The man wasn't here to test them. He was here to break them. He needed bodies for his assault, and he had so far been cheated. One by one, they stepped into the ring, and one by one, they broke. Malkin didn't just fight them, he crushed them. Elbows into ribs, kicks to knees, slaps that split bone. He moved without anger, only purpose, like a machine built to inflict pain. The first recruit lasted 20 seconds, the second, 12. By the time the fifth boy limped off the field, vomiting from a hit to the gut, the laughter had vanished. All that remained was dread. Each who failed was stripped of their sash, branded by the stain of unfit, and marked for Malkin's company. His expendables, the ones sent to the front lines as fodder. "Next," Malkin bellowed. No one stepped forward. Then Dale grinned. "Guess it's my turn." Torin's eyes widened. "Dale?" But the boy was already bouncing into the ring. 3 minutes? I'll make it a dance. You bring the music." He twirled, posed, and launched into a mock battle stance. "I call this move Crimson Windmill." Reagan buried his face in one hand. Even Malkin looked confused. Then, enraged. Dale's first strike was a flamboyant spin, swinging wide with his arm. Malkin didn't even flinch. The arm met stone-like flesh and bounced off uselessly. "Blade of 1,000 pecks!" Dale shouted. He jabbed at Malkin's chest. Malkin didn't even react to the hit. It was like a fly beating on an elephant. A moment of silence. Even Dale froze. Then Malkin struck. Fast, cruel, controlled. A leg swept Dale off his feet. He hit the dirt hard. Before he could rise, Malkin stomped down on his ankle. Crack! The scream ripped from Dale's mouth. Still, he pushed up on his elbows. 2 tickles. Malkin frowned. Another kick, another crack. Dale howled. His forearm crumpled beneath him. Reagan started forward, but Torin caught him. "Don't," Torin said, his voice quiet, firm. "He'll die," Reagan snapped. "You can't help him," Torin said, not taking his eyes off Malkin. "Time's not up." And still Dale didn't yield. Malkin leaned in. "Yield. Spare yourself." Dale spat blood. "I'd rather bite your ankles till you scream like a baby goat." With a roar, Malkin hoisted him off the ground, massive arms locking into a bone-breaking bear hug. Dale shrieked. "You failed," Malkin growled. "End this. Say the word." Dale gasped, choking. "I can't breathe." "Then yield. Go, pound sand." Bones strained. His ribs audibly popped. Reagan took a step forward, eyes glaring, something flickering behind them. Torin put a hand near his arm but didn't touch. "Don't," Torin said quietly. Reagan froze, breathing heavy, fists trembling. "Time," a voice called. The bell rang. Malkin froze, caught between defiance and obedience. Then, with disdain, he dropped Dale. The boy hit the ground with a sickening crunch, limbs folding at angles no body was meant to bend. A low, broken moan slipped from his lips, followed by silence, except for the soft patter of blood dripping into the sand. His eyes were still open, wide with disbelief and pain, but vacant, like he hadn't caught up to the damage yet. He didn't move again. Gasps rippled through the recruits lining the perimeter, some flinching, others stepping back. No one spoke. Captain Malkin didn't flinch. His expression was ice. He turned from the twitching body to face the crowd, his voice cutting across the ring like a blade. "That," he said coldly, gesturing to the crumpled form on the ground, "is what happens when you forget your place." He let the silence hang, let it sink in. The message was clear. This wasn't just about dominance. It was about fear, about obedience, about humiliation as a tool for control. Then he turned and saw him, Reagan, the mountain in the crowd. For a heartbeat, Malkin's smirk faltered. Just a flicker, a sliver of caution before he remembered Reagan was no Gehegi. Reagan wasn't just tall. He was big, towering, broad, a frame carved for war and a face unreadable as stone. He wasn't dressed any differently than the others. Plain tunic, scuffed boots, but there was nothing plain about him. Malkin's eyes narrowed. Reagan didn't say a word. He simply handed his wooden training sword to the man beside him, cracked his neck once, and stepped into the ring. The moment he did, the air shifted. It was subtle at first, a hush, a breath held by everyone watching. Even the sky seemed to darken, as though the clouds themselves leaned in to watch. A dry wind swept across the practice yard, stirring the dust around Reagan's feet like a halo of ash. Torin, standing near the edge of the circle, exhaled sharply. His face, hardened by decades of command, went pale. "Get back," Torin said under his breath, voice barely above a whisper. "Gods help us now." Reagan walked with slow, deliberate steps, like the ring wasn't a proving ground but a place of execution. Each footfall landed with the weight of someone who had nothing to prove but everything to protect. When he reached the center, he stopped and stared at Malkin. Unblinking, unshaken, unimpressed. The circle went still, not quiet, still. Even the gamblers, the spectators, the jeering voices from the earlier matches, silent now. No one cheered. No one taunted. Even the wind had stopped. The only sound was the low wheeze of the broken boy being carried from the sand. And still Reagan said nothing. He just stood there, waiting for Malkin to make his move. "You dare to challenge me?" Malkin's voice cut through the air like the crack of a whip. "After what you just saw?" Reagan didn't flinch. He couldn't even stand, couldn't lift a hand, and you broke him like dry bark. That wasn't strength. That was cowardice. Malkin's nostrils flared. "You want to preach to me, boy? You think size makes you a man? You think muscles make you a warrior?" Reagan stepped forward slowly. "I think mercy does." Gasps rippled through the crowd. Torin's hand shot out and tapped the man with the minute glass to tip it over to start the time. "You're no commander," Reagan continued. "You're a butcher. You don't lead, you terrorize." Malkin chuckled, low and dangerous. "Then I'll terrorize you next. Lay you next to your little crippled friend, maybe not even in the hospital, maybe in the ground." The moment cracked like a storm. They charged like bulls. Reagan and Malkin collided with the force of 2 siege engines. The impact echoed across the stone yard, drawing shouts from recruits and officers alike. Malkin slammed a fist into Reagan's stomach, but the man didn't stagger. Reagan's arms caught Malkin's side and hurled him backward. The captain hit the ground hard, skidding in a cloud of dust, then popped back to his feet, snarling. Reagan waited. Malkin was faster. He rushed in, feet thudding like drums, hammering punches into Reagan's ribs and shoulders. Each strike was a crack of thunder, each one enough to break a lesser man. Reagan grunted, absorbing them like stone absorbs wind, but they hurt bad. "Not so tough, are you?" Malkin growled, teeth bared. "All that height for nothing." Reagan stepped into the next strike, catching Malkin's fist midair. The captain's eyes widened, their skin touched, only for a moment, and the world changed. Reagan didn't notice it at first, not consciously, but something shifted, a pulse, a tremor, like lightning trapped in his bones. The moment his palm wrapped around Malkin's wrist, he felt a flood, warm, electric, then cold. Malkin's face contorted, not in rage but in confusion, then pain. He yanked back, staggering. What did you?" Reagan stood still, blinking. He didn't know either, but Malkin reeled. He grabbed at his chest, his veins darkened beneath the skin. Sweat poured down his face. His body, once filled with unnatural Gehage strength, now sagged like a puppet with cut strings. The crowd murmured. Torin stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Something was wrong. "Captain," one of the recruits called out. Malkin fell to his knees, hands clenched over his heart. His breath came in ragged gasps. His eyes rolled white. Then, collapse, flat on his back, mouth open, chest barely rising. The crowd surged forward, officers, recruits all shouting, "Get help! Is he breathing? What happened?" Reagan took a step back, stunned. His hands still open. He didn't touch him that long, couldn't have. But the moment they made contact, something had drained out of Malkin. Not blood, not breath, power. Torin pushed through the crowd and knelt beside Malkin. He pressed 2 fingers to the captain's neck. Waited longer. "Still alive," Torin muttered. "Barely." Reagan knelt beside him. I didn't do anything." Torin looked at him sharply, then softer. "Didn't you?" Reagan frowned. "I didn't even throw a punch after that. He just dropped." The older man stood slowly, nodding toward the stunned circle of soldiers and officers. "Well, you're the one still standing." A silence took hold of the grounds again. A deeper one, charged, respectful, awed. Torin raised a hand, his voice thunderous. "Captain Malkin has fallen. By test or fate, the gods have spoken. Reagan Darkwater remains." The cheers didn't come immediately. What came first was breath, collective, cautious. Then it started. 1 clap, then 2, then the recruits roared. Cheers erupted from every side of the ring, recruits pounding fists against shields, boots stomping. Even the officers joined in, unable to deny what they'd witnessed. Malkin had walked in a god. Reagan walked out the legend. Across the ring, hidden beneath a cowl at the betting tents, a man leaned against the post with an unreadable smirk. His velvet gloves tightened around the satchel of coins. Senator Rurik Thorne never bet on chance. He bet on potential. And Reagan's odds had been delicious. Later, the barracks buzzed with voices. Tales already twisted the story. Malkin wept before collapsing. Malkin begged Reagan to spare him. Some even claimed Reagan whispered something ancient, a curse, before the captain dropped. Reagan ignored them all. He sat beside Dale, whose body was still wrapped in bandages, arm in splints and both legs braced. But the boy's face beamed through the bruises. You dropped him," Dale whispered. "He looked like a sack of potatoes." "You weren't supposed to stay in the ring," Reagan said softly. Dale shrugged. "Didn't give up, though, did I?" "No," Reagan said. "You didn't." Torrin stood at the door watching. He hadn't spoken since the fight, not in public, but he approached now, carrying something in his hand, a thin strip of black cloth with silver threading, a sash. "You fought, you stood, and whatever you did or didn't do, it was enough." He handed Reagan the sash. "As of this hour, by combat recognition and field authority, you're no longer a recruit." Reagan stared. "What does this mean?" "It means," Torrin said slowly, "you wear the colors of a lieutenant, whether you earned them or not." He turned and left. Reagan remained still. In the shadows beyond the barracks, a figure leaned on a cane carved from polished basalt. Senator Thorne watched through the open doorway, humming faintly. A finger tapped against his jeweled ring, rhythmic, thoughtful. My, he murmured. "What secrets do you hold, young Darkwater?" He turned and vanished into the night. That evening, when all was quiet and the moon bled silver over the rooftops, Torrin sat alone at a small stone table near the edge of the training field. A mug of mead sat untouched beside him, and a pile of parchment scraps lay scattered on the surface. Numbers, names, odds. He pulled one slip from his coat, a heavy gold sigil stamped into wax. The signature was unmistakable, R. Thorne. Torrin smiled faintly, then tucked the paper away. His eyes drifted to the distant barracks, to the window where Reagan now slept. "There's more to you," he whispered, "and Thorne sees it too." His fingers drummed the tabletop once, twice, then closed into a fist. "I just hope this thorn doesn't prick you too badly, Darkwater." Chapter 3. Misfits of Fortune. Many weeks after the fight with Milken, the barracks doors creaked open under the weight of Torrin's voice. "On your feet, boys! Time for orders!" Reagan rolled out of bed, his knee aching, sides bruised, body battered, but still standing. He followed Torrin out into the early morning chill, where mist clung to the earth like the last breath of a dying storm. They walked in silence past the training yard, dew glistening on the stone pavers. Torrin finally stopped near the stables and turned. "I've been promoted," he said, voice flat. "Captain Elderstone now, and you," he pointed a thick finger toward Reagan's chest, "you've been assigned as one of my lieutenants." Reagan stiffened. "That's a surprise?" "It shouldn't be." Torrin handed him a scroll marked with an ornate seal. "We're headed to Farish, the eastern gate town at Theros Pass, oldest gate in the wall, dead quiet most of the year." Reagan raised an eyebrow. "And what's the catch?" Torrin smirked. "The catch is you'll owe your thanks to the wrong man." Reagan frowned. "What do you mean?" "Your orders, your rank, your private housing, your hero of the people reputation, they didn't come from the army," Torrin said. "They came from Senator Rurik Thorne, the velvet-robed fox himself." Reagan's grip on the scroll tightened. "Why? Because the people love you," Torrin said, "and Thorne loves power. He's tying your name to his like a war banner. He's the one who had your home in Farish pre-stocked, had the bedding laid out, left food on the table, told the townspeople to expect you. He's not just buying goodwill, he's investing." Reagan looked eastward, the early light catching the distant curve of the Great Wall beyond the hills. "And what about Latus?" Torrin's expression softened. "Latus stays in Therion. Senator Vaughn said he still can't travel. He's housing Latus in his private estate, told the quartermaster himself. Said, a man like that doesn't belong in a pauper's shelter, but in a home with honor." And he meant it. Reagan exhaled, a mixture of gratitude and regret settling in his chest. "He deserves it. Still, it'll feel strange not having him near." "He'll be safe here," Torrin said, "and more than that, he'll be watched over. That Zoe girl is not letting him out of her sight." They departed by midday. Torrin rode at the head, Reagan behind him. For the first time in months, Reagan rode without the weight of worry or the sound of pursuit behind him. The roads were firm underhoof, and with Latus waving them off from the stone steps of Senator Vaughn's estate, it felt, for just a breath, like the world might be starting again. The land changed as they moved east. The red cracks of the deadlands softened into brown earth and scattered wild grass. Shrubs thickened, trees rose tall, and soon the dusty winds gave way to crisp air that smelled of pine and distant rain. Villages passed in orderly clusters, smoke curling from rooftops. People nodded respectfully as they rode by, some even whispered his name. By the fourth day, the road curved through a narrow valley, and the town of Farish came into view. It wasn't large, but it was formidable. Stone walls braced the hill's edge, and beyond them loomed the Gate of Theros, tall and ancient, wide enough for 10 ox carts to pass side by side. The gate itself was carved into the wall like a wound healed in stone, its twin towers watching like sentinels with blind eyes. As they rode into the town, Reagan saw a posted banner bearing the Senate's crest. Beneath it, in fine calligraphy, was his name, Lieutenant Reagan Darkwater, defender of the wall, shield of the people. He nearly reined in his horse right there. Torrin rode up beside him and muttered, "Thorn's doing," told the council he wanted the face of the people's army properly recognized. A steward in a gray vest met them at the barracks. "Captain Elderston, Lieutenant Darkwater, your quarters are ready. The senator also left a message. If you find anything lacking, a courier is on standby to correct it." Torrin didn't smile. Of course he did. Reagan followed the steward to his quarters. The stone home was modest but well appointed. A fresh mattress, sturdy furniture, a fireplace already lit. On the table sat a sealed note, pressed with the same red wax that adorned Thorn's Senate papers. "Lieutenant Darkwater, may this home serve you well as you serve the people. A warm hearth for a hero's heart." R.T. Reagan stared at it a long while before setting it aside. That night, as the wind whispered through the trees outside and the torches flickered from the gate towers, Reagan sat alone by the fire. Lattice was gone. Dale was recovering. The war simmered, but politics had not. He'd been given everything he needed, and every gift came with strings. The soft chatter of the various market stalls filled the courtyard as Reagan stepped out of his quarters, rolling his shoulder and testing the tension still lingering in his healing joints. The air in Farish was clean, crisper than he remembered from the southern training yards. Mist clung to the stone walls, the scent of pine and river drifted up from the valley below. He took it all in with a deep breath, grateful for the quiet. But the quiet didn't last long. Torrin strode into the courtyard, boots loud against the stone. Despite the early hour, the captain was already fully armored, the gray pauldrons of his rank gleaming in the pale light. "You sleep, or did you just pass out from exhaustion?" Torrin called. Reagan turned. "What's the difference?" Torrin snorted, then gestured to the empty bench beneath the old ash tree. "Sit, we need to talk." Reagan joined him. The bench creaked under their combined weight. "Word travels fast," Torrin began, "and you've become the kind of name that echoes off castle walls." Reagan raised an eyebrow. "Meaning?" "Meaning you're not just a soldier anymore," Torrin said. "You're a symbol. Even the stories you told your bunkmates in training have become legend. The slave-freeing, sand-cat-slaying, Fire Kingdom-defying lieutenant from the common people. They're telling stories about you from the mountain roads to the river gate." Reagan leaned back. "Let me guess, I breathe fire and can wrestle dragons?" Torrin smirked. "Almost. In one version, you shattered Malkin's jaw with a flaming punch that burned your name into the training field's wall. Sounds ridiculous. Maybe, but the kingdom eats that kind of story like starving dogs." Reagan crossed his arms. "So this is politics now?" "Oh, very much so," Torrin said, his voice lower now. "You're not just a hero, you're a ticket, and someone already cashed it." Reagan tilted his head. "Who?" Torrin tapped his chest. "Me." Reagan blinked. "You?" Torrin grinned. "I bet on you. Months ago when you were being tested against Malkin, I told Thorn you'd survive. He laughed. Said he'd give me 50-to-1 odds that you'd be dead in those 3 minutes. Reagan stared. 50-to-1? I put in everything I had, every scrap of credit, coin, and favor I was owed. And when you walked out of that arena with Malkin in the mud, I owned a piece of the senator's future." Reagan whistled. "So that's why you got the captain's band, and the Farish post." "It wasn't a promotion," Torrin said, smile fading. "It was a payment. Thorn had no choice. I took his bet, and now he owes me so much, he had to make sure I was happy." Reagan rubbed his jaw. "And he doesn't hold a grudge?" "The opposite," Torrin said. "He adores you. You made him a prophet. He spun it so that he backed the underdog, and now he gets to say he sponsored the rise of Reagan Darkwater. That story alone will win him the High Council election in time." Reagan stilled. The third seat? Only the king and the high general sit above it, Torin said. Thorn has been chasing that position for a decade. Your name's gonna seal it. Sure, he'll have to first be a senior senator for some years, but he already had that locked down. That man plays the long con. Reagan leaned forward. So what now? I parade around and smile while he shakes hands behind me? For now, Torin said. You smile, you wave, you let him play the game, but you watch him, Reagan, because men like Thorn always have an angle. They never stop trying to climb higher. Reagan looked toward the towering gate of Theros, its surface etched with forgotten runes. And if I don't play along? Torin clapped a hand on his shoulder. Then make sure your next miracle is bigger than the last one, because soon enough you won't be fighting in the dirt. You'll be fighting from a stage, and they cheer the loudest before they sharpen the knives. Reagan exhaled slowly. Great politics. Torin grinned. Welcome to the real battlefield. Now grab your kit and come with me. Reagan adjusted the strap on his shoulder as he followed Torin across the stone-paved yard toward the command building. It sat at the highest tier of the northeastern gate, a modest fortress flanked by signal towers and capped with black banners etched in silver. Around them, drills echoed from the lower yards, the clash of wooden swords and the barked corrections of instructors forming a familiar cadence. Before we meet your men, Torin said, jerking his head toward the upper hall, I'll need to take command officially. We have a ceremony for this, but it's more of a formality. A passing of keys, a signed ledger, and a few heated glares from the man getting replaced. Reagan grunted. Looking forward to that? Don't take it personally, Torin added. He'll be upset at me. I'm replacing a man who thought he'd retire here. Best vantage point in the kingdom. Prime resources. No battles. Just enough prestige to keep the senators in favor. He's not thrilled. You see, he is the bastard son of the youngest prince of the king. I'm sure he thought he was untouchable. The moment they entered the hall, that sentiment took shape in the form of Captain Harwick, a tall, hawk-nosed officer with graying temples and a jaw locked tighter than a vault. He stood behind the desk like he was guarding a throne. Torin offered a lazy salute. Captain, you've probably heard about Reagan Darkwater. I'm here to finalize the transfer. Unbelievable, Harwick muttered, his eyes narrowing at Reagan. So this is how it ends? A gambler gets bumped up on the backs of luck and politics? Some recruit survives a duel, and now the people's darling has a senator in his pocket? Torin didn't flinch. Senator Thorn backed the transfer. It went to vote. You lost. And why are you upset? You're being promoted to major at your next post. Harwick's lip curled. Promotion or exile, depending on how you spin it. He gave a dismissive wave of his hand and tapped a map on the table. The mountain clans have been restless. We lost men at a camp last week. I'll be taking the long road through their territory on my way out. Clean up the mess before anyone says I left it for you. Torin met his gaze without blinking. Your call. You'll outrank me soon enough. Harwick held the stare, then shoved a ring of iron keys across the desk. You won't last 6 months. Torin took the keys without hesitation. We'll see. Outside, Torin let out a long breath. Well, that was warmer than I expected. Come on, time to meet the soldiers. They crossed the compound and entered a long corridor that led to a secondary yard ringed with fencing and stacked crates. This area, partially secluded, was quieter, until the sound of crashing pots and goat bleats cut through the air. A grizzled man in a faded steward's uniform emerged from a shed, dragging a bundle of bedding while cursing under his breath. A one-horned goat trotted behind him, biting the corner of his tunic. Eldrin Noss, Torin muttered. I've heard stories about him even back in Therion. Brace yourself. Eldrin spotted them and immediately threw down the blankets. By Thunder's black beard, I said no chewing the bedding, you useless cloud chaser. The goat promptly peed on a nearby post and trotted away, entirely unrepentant. You're late, Eldrin barked at Reagan, who hadn't said a word. And you look pale. Have you eaten today? What are they feeding you? Hope and sawdust? Reagan blinked. Save it. I'll bring you porridge and bread. Give me 22 minutes, Eldrin snapped, already turning on his heel. Then he rounded on the goat. You, come with me, Clatterhoof. Stop licking that lantern. It's not seasoned. The goat headbutted a crate in protest. Torin was already smirking before Reagan finished scanning the training yard. "Eldrin's your aide," Torin said, his voice practically dripping with amusement. "You'll either learn to survive him, or end up flinging yourself off the keep just to get a moment of silence. And here's your first lesson. Never insult the goat. Eldrin's more likely to pardon high treason than tolerate a single unkind word about Clatterhoof." Before Reagan could ask if he'd heard that correctly, a voice snapped from behind a barrel. "What did Clatterhoof ever do to you?" Eldrin Noss re-emerged like a thundercloud in a tunic, storming forward with his arms full of scrolls, bandages, and something that might have once been a salad, but now looked suspiciously like medicine. His eyes locked on Reagan with the intensity of a man who kept track of bedtimes and bowel movements for an entire battalion. Trailing behind him, head held high and smug as a duke, was the goat, old, horn-chipped, one leg dragging in a lazy arc like he was purposefully scuffing up the parade line. His fur looked like it had been brushed with a rake, and he wore a rope harness that had clearly lost the will to restrain anything. As he passed Reagan, he turned, slowly, deliberately, and bit the back of his leg. "Gah!" Reagan jolted, swatting behind him like he was on fire. "What in the pit?" He spun, one arm instinctively guarding his backside while the other waved defensively at the offending beast. Clatterhoof stared back, entirely unrepentant, then chewed the piece of fabric he'd stolen like it was his reward for good behavior. Eldrin didn't blink. "Oh, that just means he likes you. If he really didn't, he'd have gone for the knee." Reagan opened his mouth to respond, but chaos had already claimed the courtyard. Clatterhoof lunged for a nearby guard's leather glove, ripped it off clean, and bolted straight through a weapons rack, knocking down spears, scattering training swords, and upsetting a barrel of shield polish that exploded like an oil slick across the cobblestones. "Clatterhoof!" Eldrin barked, dropping everything and charging after him. "You foul-tempered bag of bones! That's contraband polish!" "You'll get worms." He hurled what smelled like garlic poultices with questionable aim and began raving about thunder curses and hoof fungus as the goat wove through recruits and upended a stack of helmets with surgical precision. By the time Reagan was led back to the Great Hall, he was breathless, bewildered, and missing a corner of his tunic. "That's my aide?" he asked flatly. Torin clapped a heavy hand on his shoulder. "For better or worse, mostly worse." "And the goat?" "Oh, he's yours too," Torin said cheerfully. From somewhere down the corridor came the unmistakable sound of hooves on stone and Eldrin shouting, "Don't you dare pee on that map again!" Reagan exhaled slowly. He wasn't sure what war felt like yet, but he was already losing the one against a goat. Torin clapped him on the shoulder. "Now that you've survived that, you've got a delivery to handle." "A delivery?" Senator Thorne commissioned a ceremonial blade for an upcoming event. It's agonite, black-forged, the kind of thing they swing once and then hang above a fireplace. It's ready at the blacksmith. You need to retrieve it personally. Reagan raised a brow. "You want me running errands?" Torin shrugged. "Think of it as diplomacy. Thorne's name got you this post. Fetching his ornament keeps the peace. Besides, gives you a chance to meet the locals. And if I refuse? I'll ensure Eldrin will come after you with fermented mushroom salve. You'll never get the smell out." Reagan sighed. "Fine, I'll get the sword." As he walked away, Clatterhoof trotted up beside him, chewing on a scroll of some importance. Reagan glanced down. "You're not coming with me." The goat bleated and kept chewing. Torin chuckled. "This is going to be fun. Well, before you go trapsing through town, I have one last thing to show you." Reagan followed without a word, his boots crunching over gravel as they passed clusters of recruits in the midst of warm-ups and sparring drills. They slipped through a side gate and into a quieter courtyard tucked behind a long row of storerooms. The air was still, the walls higher. The noise of the training yard faded like an old memory. Torin stopped beside the old fountain at the center of the courtyard and gestured for Reagan to join him. "I want you to understand why I asked for this post," he said. "There were whispers, rumors about a team of rogues. No one would confirm they existed, but the stories never stopped. I spent the morning getting the truth." Reagan arched a brow. "Let me guess, they're real?" Torin nodded toward the far edge of the courtyard. 5 figures lingered there, scattered yet unmistakably apart from the others. One lounged beneath a tree, bow slung lazily across his back. Two sparred in fluid unison, moving like mirrored storms. One stood motionless, a mountain of muscle and silence. The last sat atop a crate, twirling a knife with the flair of a street performer. "These are yours now," Torin said. Soldiers the kingdom couldn't tame, too skilled to discard, too unpredictable to command. They sent them here, called them the Misfit Company, and now they have a new leader. Reagan said nothing, his eyes locked on the five. "Thalon Cromark," Torin began, pointing to the one by the tree. "Ranger, former Western Ridgewood, best archer in the Four Kingdoms, and that's not exaggeration. Fire Kingdom took 2 fingers. He just learned to shoot with the other hand." Thalon looked up and met Reagan's gaze with a silent nod. His eyes were sharp, unreadable, but held the calm of a man who had once walked into Hades and mapped the way back out. Torin continued, tone lowering slightly as if recounting a tale half-whispered through campfires. "There's a story out of the Thornwood Pass. Fire scouts were making trouble for a refugee convoy. Ambushes, traps, slaughters. The High Command sent in cavalry, lost 2 patrols, sent in Gahaga. One came back with his tongue cut out and fused shut." He motioned toward Thalon. "So they sent him, alone, just him and his bow. He climbed the southern ridge by night, without food, without sleep, and by dawn he'd killed 7 enemy archers and 2 field officers without leaving a single footprint. His last shot, get this, was over 200 paces uphill, through rain and fog, into a mounted commander's left eye." Reagan blinked. 200 paces? "Through trees?" Torin confirmed. "The shot passed between 2 armored riders galloping at full speed and still found its mark. He didn't wait for thanks, just left a black-fletched arrow buried in a log with a message carved into it. 'Next time, I won't stop at 10. "The twins, Doran and Horan Fowran," Torin continued, gesturing toward the 2 short, stout, red-bearded warriors sparring near the training stones. "Yes, they bicker like old wives and threaten to kill each other daily, but put a sword in each of their hands and the battlefield becomes their stage." Reagan watched as one of the brothers shouted something in thick dialect. The other responded with a sudden headbutt that nearly toppled them both. They laughed like it was a game. "They once cleared out a Fire Kingdom ambush team in Cragestone Gorge," Torin went on, his tone sharpening. 30 armed soldiers, 2 on 30. The twins walked away with blood in their beards and no more than a few scratches. Witnesses said it was like watching a whirlwind of blades. They didn't just fight, they flowed, flipping, pivoting, switching positions mid-swing like they shared the same spine. He paused, then added, "There's a rumor, and I'm not saying it's true, but some say they're the sons of Gru and Fowran. You know the name, the greatest swordsman who ever lived. Their mother? Supposedly the sister of the mountain giant chieftain, Torlam. That would explain the strength and the tempers." "I was right," Doran called, swinging his blade with a flourish. "You do block like a nervous goat?" "I block like someone trying not to get lice from your side of the bed," Horan retorted, lunging back. "They've got a rule," Torin added, smirking. "Only a Fowran can harm a Fowran. One unlucky officer tried pulling them apart in a scuffle once. They turned on him like wolves on a deer. Broke his arm and dislocated his jaw before they realized what they were doing. Apologized after, of course. Brought him a pie the next day." Reagan arched an eyebrow. "A pie?" "Still warm," Torin said, chuckling. "They may be savages, but they're oddly polite about it." The twins resumed sparring, feet thudding across the courtyard in perfect rhythm, swords moving so quickly it was hard to tell whose blade belonged to whom. "They're chaos," Torin said, "but chaos on our side." "Grath Stonevale," Torin said next, and for the first time his voice softened, not out of pity, but respect. "Stone Gahagi, noble blood from one of the oldest lines. Mute since birth, slow in the mind, some say, but I've never heard of anyone more in tune with the world around him. He doesn't speak, but they say the earth vibrates in his presence." Reagan followed Torin's gaze to where Grath sat cross-legged beside a stack of cracked training stones. His eyes were closed. His palms rested flat on the dirt. He didn't move, but even in stillness, the man radiated force, like a boulder waiting to fall. "There's a story," Torin continued. "Few years ago, a tunnel collapsed during a mining operation near Elderspike. 3 dozen trapped under tons of stone. No tools, no time. Grath was visiting his uncle nearby. Without a word, he walked to the edge of the cave, laid both hands on the ground, and just listened. Torin's voice dropped slightly. Witnesses say he closed his eyes, pressed his palm to the dirt, and then started pulling the mountain apart. Not carefully. Not like a trained bender. Just with will. With his hands. He tore through the rock like it was packed snow. Saved every last miner. Didn't break a sweat. Reagan looked at the weight stones beside Grath. One of them was split clean down the middle. Not by a hammer, but from a massive handprint pressed into its surface. There are whispers, Torin added, that he hears the spirit of the land, that he feels quakes before they happen. When he enters battle, the ground itself seems to move with him. Grath slowly opened his eyes then. They were calm, clear, not dull at all, just quiet, listening to something no one else could hear. And I was warned not to mistake his silence for confusion, Torin finished. When he fights, I'm told it's like watching a living avalanche. The first time he was deployed, he ripped a siege tower apart with his bare hands. The enemy thought it was sabotage. It wasn't. It was him. Grath looked up at Reagan. There was no judgment in his gaze, no arrogance, just the deep, unshakable patience of stone. Reagan gave a small nod. Grath returned it, and then, slowly, without a word, closed his eyes again and resumed listening to the ground. "And the last one there is Ven," Torin said, voice tinged with something between annoyance and amusement. "Thief, knife fighter, escaped 3 executions. Once left a thank you note on a governor's desk while the man was still bleeding out, and now, for reasons that defy logic and protocol, he works for you." Ven stood from his perch atop a crate with a graceful hop, spinning a blade across the back of his knuckles before slipping it away so smoothly it seemed to vanish into thin air. He seemed to dance his way close to Reagan, circling him once like some insane patient, then gave Reagan a sweeping, theatrical bow. "A pleasure," Ven said with a fox-like grin. "Nice scar, very brooding, adds weight to the whole silent strength thing you've got going." Reagan's fingers twitched toward his belt, a subconscious check for missing coin. Torin grunted. He already stole it and put it back, twice. "Just testing reflexes," Ven said, winking. "You failed." Torin crossed his arms. He was caught shortly after stealing from the Stone Kingdom's treasury vault during a war conference. Not during a battle, during a conference, while the entire war council was in the next room. Slipped past 24 guards, made off with the district payroll, and left behind a forged letter from their own general resigning in shame. Reagan blinked. "He forged the general's resignation?" Ven shrugged. "Had to buy myself time, and it did cause a week of panic, so technically a strategic victory." "Strategic," Torin muttered. "He's not just a thief. He's a shadow with a sense of humor and too many knives. If he's standing behind you, either he just stole all your coin, or he's measuring your spine for a blade." Reagan chuckled. "That could come in handy." Ven grinned and flipped another dagger from his sleeve, catching it mid-air by the tip and spinning it casually. "I like you," he told Reagan deadpan, "but don't make it awkward." Torin shook his head. "He's master with a knife. Doesn't duel, doesn't posture, just moves. By the time you've seen the first flash of steel, you're already bleeding out." Reagan studied him more carefully. Ven looked too relaxed, too lean and agile to be deadly, but his fingers never stopped moving. Always twisting, flipping, flexing, a man who lived in momentum. Reagan exhaled slowly. "And you keep him around? Why?" "Because when something needs done that no one else can do," Torin said, "he finds a way. Doesn't matter how many locks, how many guards, or how many laws it breaks. Ven doesn't ask permission. He just makes it happen." Ven twirled the dagger once more and flicked it into a wooden post 10 paces away. The blade buried to the hilt without a sound. He dusted his hands theatrically. "So," he said, turning to Reagan, "you seem like the serious type. Don't worry, we'll balance each other out." Torin ignored the exchange. "This team is invisible on maps and untouchable in taverns. Their file names don't show up in official rosters. They've turned battles in 3 provinces, sabotaged a 12 fire camps, and once stole a whole shipment of enemy weapons, only to sell them to another one of our enemies at a higher markup." Torin gave Ven a guilt-ridden stare. "Though that last part wasn't a part of the mission." Ven shrugged. "We were ordered to get rid of them, so we did." "And they worked together?" Reagan asked. "Barely," Torin said. Reagan took another long look at them. Torin continued, quieter now. Also, when the boy heals, Dale, I plan to place him with this unit. Not as a fighter. He's not ready for that and probably never will. But he'll carry gear, deliver messages, fetch water and bandages. He'll learn what real soldiers look like and maybe survive long enough to find his place. Reagan said nothing, but a flicker of something crossed his face. Approval, perhaps, or gratitude. I figured you'd want him kept out of the trenches, Torin said. I do. Then he'll be here, under your eye and theirs. Ven snorted. We're not nursemaids, but I guess we've carried worse. Once had a goat stationed with us, Doran chimed in. We named it Sergeant. No, you named it Sergeant, Horan snapped. I called it Lunch. Reagan cracked a half-smile despite himself. Grath finally opened his eyes, watching Reagan in a way that made him feel oddly seen. The gate guards parted without a word as Reagan stepped through the courtyard, the sun beginning its slow arc into mid-morning. Dust curled around his boots as he descended the cracked stone steps and emerged onto the lower streets of Therion, the heart of the inner city beating slow and steady beneath banners that fluttered with lazy pride. In his satchel, Torin's seal rested heavy in his palm, both permission and burden, the Agonite blade. Senator Thorne had sent word that it was to be delivered by hand to his estate before dusk. Reagan didn't know why. He hadn't asked. All he'd been told was that it had been forged by a master smith, and that only a trusted courier should lay hands on it. So now it was his burden. But no one had told him where the blacksmith's forge was. He passed a trio of guards polishing their spears in the morning sun, their armor gleaming in crisp rows of polished plates. Beyond them, a cluster of merchant stalls were already barking deals. Spices from the eastern coast, leather from the cragroot herds, trinkets etched with little dragons for bored children. He slowed as he approached an elderly woman tending to a fruit cart, her eyes sharp beneath a tattered green shawl. "Excuse me," Reagan said. "Looking for the smith who forged Senator Thorne's sword. He's supposed to have a forge near the inner wall?" The woman squinted up at him, one brow arched. "You don't look like Thorne's usual errand boy." "I'm not." She eyed him a moment longer, then jabbed a crooked finger down a narrow alley. "Go 3 blocks east, then turn where the alley smells like smoke and broken pride. You'll know it by the sign with the hammers on it." "Appreciate it," she grunted. "Tell Varkos my husband received the crate of tack nails, and that we'll use some to fix the shoes of the kids at the orphanage as promised." Reagan didn't ask. He just nodded and moved on. The path took him away from the central roads and toward a quieter part of the city where the buildings grew less uniform and the people spoke in murmurs instead of shouts. Here the air grew heavier, filled with the scent of soot and steel. He turned the corner. There it was. A squat building, its roof layered in overlapping steel plates instead of tile, squatted like a hound before a forge fire. The windows were narrow slits for venting smoke, and the door hung open just enough for a ripple of heat to escape like the breath of some hidden beast. Reagan stepped inside. The air hit him like a wall, hot, dry, tinged with the tang of burned metal and oil. Inside, the walls were lined with racks of tools and weapon molds, each one labeled in a spidery hand with chalked sigils. A large anvil stood center room, surrounded by buckets of water, piles of glowing coals, and a set of bellows still hissing from recent use. The forge itself crackled quietly, its fire reduced to a smoldering bed of embers. But there was no smith, only the sword. It lay atop a velvet cloth on a wide stone table near the back wall, alone like an offering. The blade shimmered faintly in the dim light, a rich black with veins of iridescent blue and violet running through it like frozen lightning. The hilt was wrapped in dark leather, the crossguard flaring like spread wings. It looked ceremonial, too perfect for war, yet brimming with quiet menace. Reagan approached slowly, the soles of his boots scraping the ash-dusted floor. He paused a few paces away. No sound but the low hiss of dying coals, no breath of wind, no footsteps behind him. Only that sword. He reached out, let his fingers hover. The air around it felt wrong. Not hot, not cold, not anything at all. Neutral. Empty, like something waiting to be filled. He blinked, then stepped closer. Just a blade. A beautiful one, sure, but just a sword. He set his satchel beside it, and he reached down, picking it up by the hilt. Then with his other hands let his fingers brush the blade. The world stopped. A deep, resonant pulse shivered up his arm, like the moment before thunder breaks the sky. He inhaled, startled, and then the sword shattered. Not cracked, not broken, shattered. With the brittle clarity of glass under too much weight, the entire weapon fractured in an instant. Shards of agonite flying outward in a blossom of shimmering dust and sharp-edged ruin. It didn't even ring. There was no sound, only the collapse of beauty undone. Reagan yanked his hand back, but it was too late. The table was covered in fragments, the cloth torn through by shards. His palm was bleeding. And where the blade had been, where that magnificent weapon had lain, there was now only a long gouge in the velvet and a thin spiral of smoke. Reagan stared, frozen. He didn't move. Couldn't. Then the forge behind him let out a long hissing breath, almost like a sigh, and the air grew very, very still. Chapter 4. The Shatter Within. Reagan stood frozen, staring at the remains of the agonite sword in his hands. Shards littered the floor around his boots, catching the forge light like tiny broken stars. Behind him, the door to the storage room creaked open. Varkas stepped out, wiping his hands with a cloth. "The senator's blade should be ready by—" He stopped mid-sentence. Reagan turned slowly. The broken sword glinted in his hands like a confession. For a long breath, neither man spoke. The only sound was the quiet hiss of the forge and the faint crackle of cooling coals. Varkas' face didn't change. Not visibly, but something behind his deep-set eyes shifted. An invisible weight, a disappointment so sharp it cut without a word. "Set it down," he said finally. Calm. Too calm. Reagan obeyed, placing the broken sword on the nearby workbench with the care of someone handling a corpse. Varkas approached, each step measured. He reached for the shattered blade and examined the pieces. His thick fingers traced the jagged edges. He tilted the broken hilt under the forge light, peering down the length of the fracture line. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "There must be something," he muttered. "Has to be." Reagan leaned closer. "What?" Varkas didn't look up. "An inclusion. A fault in the alloy. Could have been a bubble of air in the mix, or contamination from the hammer face. Small, invisible to the eye, but enough." He placed the hilt down slowly, reverently. "That sword was commissioned for Senator Thorne. Agonite from the Calvin mines. I checked the balance twice, tested the draw. Everything should have held." Reagan glanced at the shattered edge. "You think the fault came from your forge?" Varkas's eyes met his then, tired, burning, resolute. "No, I know it did." Reagan frowned. "I don't blame you. I do," Varkas snapped, his voice sudden steel. He took a breath, composing himself. "A smith's work is a reflection of himself. If the blade failed, then something in me failed too." He stepped back from the bench and ran a hand through his silver-threaded beard. "That blade was hours from delivery. I thought it was flawless, and now—" He trailed off, shaking his head. Reagan watched him. "What now?" "I have another," Varkas said slowly. "Commission for the Western Watch. Similar weight, different hilt, but the steel's good. It finished quenching yesterday. Still needs to cool and settle before I can shape the edge. Few hours at least." "That soon?" Reagan looked down at the broken blade once more, then at the quiet fury behind the blacksmith's eyes. "Then we wait." Varkas wiped his hands again, more forcefully this time. "No use staring at steel that's not ready. Come on, we'll eat. You've earned a meal, and I need something stronger than broth to work into the night." The tavern near the town square was bustling with the muted energy of late afternoon. Inside, the scent of roasted meat, wood smoke, and spiced potatoes mingled in the air. Plates clinked, a baby cried in the corner. Somewhere in the back, someone was slicing loaves with methodical rhythm. Reagan followed Varkas through the door. The blacksmith didn't stop walking until they reached a long table near the hearth. "Sit," Varkas said, then smiled. "And try not to break anything else." From behind the bar, a young woman looked up and narrowed her eyes as they entered. "Tell me that's from soot on your hands, and not another scorched apron, Varkas." Helena crossed the floor with the authority of someone who knew every nail in it. Her braid was pulled tight, wisps escaping only near her ears. She wiped flour from her hands with a practiced flick and stopped at their table. "What happened this time?" Varkas didn't look up. "The senator's blade. It broke." Her expression changed instantly. "What? Inclusion in the core, I assume. I must have missed it." She gave a low whistle. "That's going to go over well." "Which is why," Varkas added dryly, "we're eating before I go finish a new one. Helena turned her eyes on Reagan. You the one who broke it? More like it broke on me. Her brow lifted, impressed despite herself. Takes some force to crack agonite. You hit something hard? No, Reagan said. Just lifted it. Shattered at a light touch. That gave her pause. She looked at her father, then back at Reagan. That's rare. Unheard of, Varkos growled. Big crowd today. I need to use the larger tables for larger groups. Grab a two-seater, she said. I'll bring something. Varkos led Reagan to a small two-person table against the back wall. Barely room to fit between the table and the back wall. But it was a seat, and right now that was more than most had. They sank onto the bench, the fresh weight of the shattered blades still heavy between them. Neither spoke for a moment. Reagan ran a hand along his jaw, then glanced toward the open kitchen where Helena was shouting orders like a battlefield captain. She moved with speed and control, copper-brown hair tied up in a quick braid, green eyes sharp with purpose. Her apron was stained with broth, flour, and what looked like dried blood from a roast, but she wore it like armor. Her staff scurried like soldiers at her command. She's got them drilled better than any field unit I've seen, Reagan muttered, not looking at Varkos. Who is she? Varkos didn't answer, just offered a half-smile as Helena marched past, balancing two trays at once without so much as a stumble. She glanced at them briefly, gave Reagan a flat, vaguely familiar look, then disappeared toward the back again. Friend of yours? Reagan asked. You could say that. Before he could pry further, the front door burst open. 3 soldiers stomped into the hearth post, armor dulled with travel grime, boots leaving trails of dirt on the stone floor. They weren't regulars. Their gait was too smug, their eyes too quick to judge the room. The leader, a young private first class with a fresh-shaven chin and polished brass pin, scanned the crowded tavern and sneered. Clear a table, he shouted over the din. We're here on military assignment. Priority service. The noise dropped instantly. All eyes turned. Helena emerged from the kitchen just as the private pushed past an old woman at the front of the food line, nearly knocking her to the floor. Excuse me, the woman gasped. The private didn't look back. Helena's expression didn't change. She walked calmly toward the front, wiping her hands on her apron as she approached the soldiers. You'll have to wait, she said, voice even. Just like everyone else. The private blinked. I'm a soldier of the Stone Kingdom. She gave him a polite, razor-thin smile. Congratulations. We require a table, now. You require some manners first. He took a step toward her, squaring his shoulders like he was used to getting his way. You don't seem to understand how this works. I understand just fine, Helena said. You're new here. You've got shine on your boots and sand in your ears, so let me be clear. You wait your turn, or you eat somewhere else. He scoffed, turning half to the room. This is how you treat soldiers here? No, Helena replied. This is how we treat bullies. The private's face flushed. You're going to regret this. Helena didn't hesitate. She turned, grabbed the nearest cast-iron pan off the stove, a full one bubbling with root stew and thick gravy, and without warning hurled it. It struck the private in the face. There was a meaty thwop, followed by a scalded scream and the clang of iron hitting the floor. Gravy splattered across the walls and the 2 soldiers behind him. One staggered back, wiping stew from his eyes. The private stumbled, yelling in pain. Helena advanced before he could react. She snatched another pan and swung it like a warhammer, cracking it against his shoulder. He hit the floor with a wet thud. The entire tavern froze. The private groped for his sword. Don't, came a low voice from the side. 2 older soldiers, grizzled, scarred, veterans of Farish, had stood from a corner table. One stepped forward, planting a foot on the private's wrist before he could draw. You raise that blade, the veteran growled, and you'll be dead before you know what happened. The private looked up, dazed. She attacked me. She protected herself, the other veteran said coldly. From you. A burly woman from the bakery stood now too, rolling pin in hand. 2 cobblers with awls stepped up behind her. She's the only reason half of us survive winter, someone shouted from a far table. She feeds soldiers who lose their rations. She fixed my kids' boots for free, another voice added. A slow, angry murmur filled the hearthpost. Dozens of voices, all unified by one thing, Helena. The private looked around, saw no allies, saw only a crowd ready to tear him apart. He lowered his hand from the sword. Helena stood over him, brow lifted. Apologize? He hesitated. The veteran pressed down on his wrist. I'm sorry, the private hissed through clenched teeth. Louder! I'm sorry! Helena turned, tossing the second pan to the side. It clattered across the stone floor, trailing bits of stew behind it. Good, she said. Now get out. The soldiers helped their leader up and shoved through the door, eyes down, faces red. Silence lingered for another moment. Then someone clapped, then another. Laughter followed, then cheers. Helena ignored it all. She turned, calmly returned to the counter, and picked up a cloth to clean her hands. She passed by Reagan and Varkas without a word, then paused. She looked directly at Reagan. You still want food? He blinked. Yes. You waited your turn, she said, then added, almost like an afterthought, I respect that. She walked off again. Reagan remained seated, eyes fixed on her. There was something about the way she moved, an unshakable calm, a storm wrapped in precision. He'd heard of commanders losing control in battle. He'd seen nobles bluff strength and break under pressure. But her? She was pressure. She was the kind of force people gathered around without ever knowing why. He found himself smiling, not the smirk he wore when pretending to enjoy company or the grim nods exchanged between soldiers. This smile was real, private, unplanned. Across the table, Varkas leaned back in his chair and rubbed at his jaw with a hand as thick as a smithing hammer. You stare any harder and your eyes might stick that way, the blacksmith muttered. Reagan blinked and glanced down into his ale. Hard not to admire a woman who commands a room like that. Varkas hummed, but said no more. Helena swept toward them, finally catching a free moment. A bead of stew still clung to the hem of her apron. She stopped beside their table and arched a brow. You want the same as usual, Varkas? She asked without looking at Reagan. Varkas gave a small nod. If there's any left, there's always some set aside, she said briskly. But before you get too comfortable, those sacks of scrap from the west stalls need to be sorted by morning. The tailor still needs buckles for the cloth drive, and the woodshop says the crates you dropped off are warping again. Varkas exhaled slowly. I'll handle it. You'll handle it today, she replied. Yes, ma'am. Helena turned her eyes on Reagan then, scanning him up and down like a ledger entry she hadn't decided was worth the ink. You're an officer, she said plainly. Reagan nodded once. Lieutenant. Then why didn't you step in when your soldier started acting like a goat in heat? He wasn't my soldier, Reagan said evenly. And from what I saw, you had things under control. Helena held his gaze for a beat longer than was comfortable. Finally, she gave a curt nod. Fair enough. And with that, she turned and walked away, already snapping her fingers at a boy who'd spilled half a barrel of flour by the ovens. Reagan leaned back against the wall, a chuckle escaping him. You're in trouble, Varkas said with amusement. Trouble? Reagan raised an eyebrow. Varkas didn't look at him. The good kind. The afternoon sun had dipped low by the time a commotion stirred near the wide windows of the hearth post. Reagan looked up just in time to see an ancient wooden cart wobble its way into the street out front. It was drawn by a donkey that looked on the verge of retirement, and driven by a small, ragged man who swayed so violently it was a miracle he stayed seated. The cart bumped the curb and nearly spilled its contents. Barrels sealed with wax and bound in iron bands. Al, by the looks of it. The man on the cart gave a whooping holler and threw a half-empty bottle over his shoulder. It shattered somewhere behind him. Helena stepped out from the front door of the restaurant, wiping her hands on a fresh cloth. She called out over the heads of the patrons waiting in line. Gruen, you're early. The man gave a grand, uncoordinated bow from atop the cart, nearly falling off. Early's a lie told by sober men, he declared, slurring slightly. But for you, Helena, I'd show up a week late and call it punctual. She shook her head. Park that heap before you break a barrel. I'll send the boys out to load your supplies. Reagan leaned toward Varkas. He's drunk, in the middle of the day. Every time he comes down from the mountains, Varkas replied without surprise. Don't think he ever sobers up completely. Who is he? Name's Gruen, Varkas said. Lives up near the spines with the giant clans. Comes down once or twice a season. Trades mountain ale for supplies. Brings news sometimes. Most folks tolerate him because his brew could knock a horse into next week. Reagan watched as the small man leapt, more or less, off the cart and nearly stumbled into a barrel. You trust someone like that with trade? Varkos gave a non-committal grunt. Trust's a loose word in Farish. Helena called over her shoulder to one of her helpers. Load Gruen's supplies with the salted pork and the dried apples. He's not leaving without protein this time. Yes, ma'am, the boy called back. Reagan watched her as she turned and began shouting another list of instructions toward the bakery cart now backing into the alley. Her braids swung behind her, her hands already motioning before words left her lips. She barked orders to a wagon driver, comforted a crying child near the porch, and somehow managed to take a tray of empty mugs without missing a beat. She really runs all of this? Reagan asked. Every bit of it, Varkos said, and more. Reagan exhaled slow and deep. I'm going to marry that woman. Varkos didn't laugh, didn't scoff. He took a long sip of his ale, wiped his beard with the back of one calloused hand, and said calmly, She's my daughter. Reagan choked. Varkos didn't look at him. And yes, she is pretty great. Reagan coughed hard again, thumping his chest as the ale went down the wrong way. Daughter? He managed to croak, voice ragged from the surprise. Varkos didn't even flinch. He calmly took another sip of his drink and shrugged. I figured you'd work it out eventually, he said, though maybe not with a mouthful of barley beer. Reagan wiped his lips with the back of his hand and gave a half laugh, half groan. I just said I was going to marry her. I heard, and you didn't stop me? Varkos leaned back, letting the bench creak under his weight. Would it have changed anything if I had? Reagan opened his mouth, then closed it again. After a pause, he admitted, No, not really. Varkos chuckled. Then we understand each other. Before Reagan could press further, the tavern door flew open with a bang. 3 figures stepped inside, cloaked in dust, sweat, and urgency. The first was tall and lean, his angular face half-shadowed by the hood he pulled down as he entered. Thalon Cromark's black-fletched arrows bristled behind his shoulder, and his hawk-like gaze swept the tavern like a battlefield. Behind him came 2 stocky figures, barely 4 feet tall but radiating energy like twin lightning strikes. The Falren twins, Horan and Doran, moved with their usual mismatched rhythm. Horan's missing eye gave him a permanent squint, while Doran wore a half-grin that promised either mischief or bloodshed, depending on the mood. But today, both were grim. Helena stepped from behind the counter, already reading the tone. Thalon? The ranger's voice was flat, clipped. Harwick is dead. A ripple passed through the room. Varkos sat up straighter. Reagan stiffened. Dead? Helena asked. How? Doran stepped forward, face unusually solemn. Torlum killed him, tore him in half. Literally. Gasps rippled across the tavern. Thalon nodded grimly. We were there when the scout reported. The captain took a patrol to meet with the mountain clans. Demanded answers about the soldiers who went missing last week. They found bits of armor, Horan added. And blood. No bodies. Harwick accused Torlum of harboring fugitives, Thalon continued. Said one of the youths in the clan fit the description of the attackers. He tried to seize the boy. Reagan's expression darkened. He tried to take a hostage from a mountain clan? Worse, Doran muttered. He said it was compensation, said the Stone Kingdom had the right to punish those they felt were guilty. Helena's eyes widened. Tell me he didn't. He did, Thalon confirmed. And Torlum warned him, told him it wasn't his clan that attacked, but Harwick pushed. Shoved the youth, Horan added. Reached for his sword. Doran whistled. Then the chieftain snapped, grabbed Harwick by the legs and shoulders and, he made a tearing gesture, tossed both halves down the mountain. Horan finished. The tavern was silent. Reagan sat motionless. What happened next? Torlum declared peace broken, Thalon said. He and his people fled, took to the mountain wilds, said they won't return until the kingdom admits fault. He's not hiding, Doran said. He's waiting. Helena's mouth was tight. Waiting for what? For war, Thalon said quietly. As the tension settled like smoke through the hearthpost, the Falren twins moved toward the counter for drink. But halfway there, they froze. Gruen was still outside on the cart, squinting at a loose barrel lid like it had just insulted his ancestry. He held a mug of ale in one hand and a rusted dagger in the other, which he used to stab the barrel top until it finally popped open. The Falren twins stared. The shift in their posture was instant. Gone was the swagger and barely restrained chaos. Gone were the grins and muttering jokes. They straightened, their shoulders squared. Their hands fell to their sides in a loose, ceremonial stance. As if choreographed, they stepped down from the raised floor and walked outside. Helena, still flanked by staff members, raised an eyebrow as she saw them go. Reagan watched, puzzled. Outside, Gruen glanced up and smirked. "Well, look who it is," he said, voice slurred but amused. "The lad's return." The twins didn't smile. They bowed, low, formal, without a hint of sarcasm. Gruen grunted, waved the dagger vaguely in their direction, and then dropped onto the edge of the cart as if it were a throne. Horan and Doran each placed a hand to their chests, heads slightly lowered. It was a soldier's respect, but layered with something deeper. Not fear, but reverence. No one else inside the tavern seemed to notice, but Reagan did. "That drunk?" he asked softly. "They treat him like a general." Varkos didn't meet his eyes. "He's not just a drunk." "Who is he?" Varkos's tone remained casual. "A man who's buried more soldiers than most of us have ever known, and the only reason the high road to Japata isn't paved in blood." Reagan frowned. "That drunk?" He looked back out the window, studying the curve of Gruen's shoulders, the battered scabbard on his hip, the broken pride hidden behind those drunken eyes. It wasn't until now that he noticed the faint insignia etched into the side of the cart. A golden helm, half-worn with age. Japata's royal crest. The implications rippled through him. The twins, the blood, the swords, the stories. They weren't just legends, they were lineage, and their father had just casually parked outside, drunk on a delivery run. Reagan sat back slowly. Helena returned then, a bowl of stew in one hand, fresh bread in the other. "More food," she said, setting it in front of him. He looked up. "Thank you." She paused, reading his expression. "You look like you've seen a ghost." "Something like that," he murmured. Helena glanced toward the window. "Ah, the twins," bowing to the Goat King. Reagan blinked. "Goat King?" She grinned faintly. "Long story." She turned to go again, but Reagan stopped her. "You're amazing," he said, voice low but certain. "You know that?" Helena arched a brow. "Organizing a town, feeding a district, managing supplies, fighting off idiot soldiers, holding the respect of soldiers and smiths alike?" He gestured toward the door. "And you didn't even flinch at the news of a war chief tearing someone in half." She tilted her head, something flickering behind her eyes. "Praise makes me suspicious," she said, "especially from officers. I'm not just flattering you." "No," she said, "that's more dangerous." And outside, under the fading sun, the Falron twins stood like statues as their father finished draining his barrel, while war whispered on the wind. The boots of the misfit company struck the dirt in unified rhythm, dust rising in their wake as they marched down the western slope beyond Farish. Reagan led from the front, his dark cloak fluttering behind him like the remnants of a storm. Behind him, the shadows of his team stretched long and deadly, Horan and Doran flanking like mirrored daggers, Thalon stalking just behind with his black-fletched bow across his back, and Grath Stonevale lumbering silently at the rear, a living wall of stone and resolve. Torlum's trail wasn't subtle. Charred checkpoint posts, split timber, guards left alive but unconscious, groaning where they'd fallen. "He could have killed them," Reagan muttered, crouching over the crushed remnants of a watchgate. "But he didn't." "He's making a point," Thalon said from beside him. "This wasn't rage, it was restraint. He hasn't been backed into a corner yet, and he's holding back." "Not for long," Horan grunted. "Soldiers are already calling for his head. We wait too long, and someone else will handle this with fire and blood." Reagan nodded. "Then we need to catch up before that happens." They pressed on. Villagers along the way gave reports in murmurs and frightened gestures. "The giant went that way, toward the gate. He asked for the path out, said he didn't want trouble. He lifted a wagon to clear the road, just picked it up the back and moved it like it was nothing." Every clue pointed to the same place, the great gate of Theros. When they arrived, the sky had turned gold with dusk, the mountains casting long shadows over the stone wall that marked the boundary of the inner kingdom. Reagan sprinted ahead as shouting rang out from the gate's upper ramparts. The last guard, a terrified youth barely old enough to shave, staggered and fell backward as Torlum slammed him against the outer column. Reagan reached the edge just in time to see the giant warrior standing tall beneath the massive archway, fists clenched, breathing heavy but even. Torlum stood easily 10 feet tall, muscles corded beneath rough spun furs and a cloak made from the hide of a mountain lion. His hair was braided with stone beads, and a scar ran down the length of his left arm. Blood, not his, smeared his knuckles. The guard slumped, dazed but alive. Reagan raised a hand. "Hold!" Torlum looked back, his eyes fierce yet not hostile. Behind him, the massive gate loomed open. Just beyond lay the wilds. "Torlum!" Reagan shouted again. "Stop!" The giant didn't speak. He gave one final look, to Reagan, to the wall, to the kingdom behind him. Then he turned and walked. Reagan felt Thalon move beside him. "I can put one through his spine," the archer said, voice like frost. "Under the skull, a clean shot." He had already drawn the bowstring. Black-fletched death quivered in his grip. "Give the word." Reagan said nothing at first. Doran stepped forward. His blade was still sheathed, but his posture was tense. "He didn't hurt anyone else, Darkwater. Not really." "He broke through 4 checkpoints," Horan snapped. "But didn't kill," Doran hissed back. "He's family." Reagan turned, eyes narrowing. "Family?" Doran's face flickered, the mask of mischief dropping. He said nothing, but his eyes followed Torlum as the giant crossed the 100 paces threshold from the gate. Reagan looked again. Torlum paused once, just at the edge of their range. He didn't look back. Not once, but he waited. "Thalon," Reagan said. The archer kept the bowstring taut. Reagan reached up and placed a hand on his arm. "Stand down," Reagan said firmly. Thalon hesitated, then slowly let the bowstring slip back to rest. Doran let out a quiet breath. "He's over 100 paces out," Reagan said. "He's left our jurisdiction, no longer a target, not without cause." Horan bristled, but said nothing. The wind carried the scent of pine and ash from the mountains. Doran stepped forward to the edge of the gate, eyes following the dwindling figure of the chieftain. Under his breath, so quiet only Reagan heard, "Be safe, Uncle." The clang of hammer on steel echoed faintly as Reagan climbed the steps of Varkos's forge. Twilight bled across the rooftops of Faresh, casting everything in dusky copper and slate. The anvil was quiet now, its labor finished for the day. The scent of smoke and warm metal lingered like a second skin, and the forge glowed with a fading orange heartbeat. Reagan ducked through the doorway, careful not to scuff the boots he'd been loaned for this errand. Senator Thorne had made it clear. Appearances mattered when acting on his behalf, especially when collecting a gift meant to impress generals and kings. Varkos stood near the workbench, carefully buffing a long, sheathed blade, resting in a bed of cloth. The leather was pristine, the steel fittings polished. Even without drawing it, Reagan could tell the sword wasn't made for war. It was made for theater. "You're here for the senator's blade," Varkos said without turning. "Yes," Reagan replied. "He asked me to retrieve it personally." The blacksmith grunted. "Course he did. Had half the town buzzing about it. Said it was for some military ceremony. Something about a formal declaration of his support for the new border appointments. Wasn't happy it wasn't ready on time." Reagan approached the bench and looked at the sword but made no move to touch it. Varkos studied him for a moment. "You're not going to unsheath it?" Reagan shook his head. "Not mine to draw, just mine to carry." The old smith gave a nod of approval. "Good. It's ceremonial, but the blade's still true. Agonite core tempered in 3 stages. It'll split a plank if you need it to, though I doubt it'll ever leave the scabbard again." He lifted the sword and placed it in Reagan's hands, sheath and all. "Tell the senator it's done to perfection," Varkos added. Reagan took it carefully, the weight of it more symbolic than physical. "I'll let him decide how to show it off." Before anything else could be said, the door creaked open behind them. Helena stepped inside, balancing a wooden tray with 2 bowls and a crusty loaf of bread. Her braid was a little looser today, stray wisps curling near her temples. The smell of spiced lentils and roasted vegetables filled the forge like a memory. "I figured he hadn't eaten," she said, nodding toward her father. "But I see we have a guest." Her gaze shifted to Reagan, cool, sharp. "I remember you." Reagan managed a half-smile. "The hearth post. And the gate," she added, her tone sharpened. "I heard you let the giant walk." Reagan set the sword carefully onto the cloth-draped bench. "He didn't kill anyone else, and it sounded like Captain Harwick was the instigator. I saw a chance to avoid bloodshed, so I took it." "You think that makes you a hero?" "No," he said. "It makes me someone who didn't want to start a war over pride." Helena studied him for a long moment. "My father told me something else," she said suddenly, shifting the tray onto a side stool. "Said you told him you were going to marry me someday." Reagan went still. He started. She stepped closer, eyes narrowing in quiet amusement. "That's a bold thing to say, especially about someone you barely know." Color crept up his neck before he could stop it. She tilted her head. "You know, your scar stands out more when your face goes red like that." He instinctively touched the jagged line on his cheek. "I didn't mean to make it sound flippant. You meant it," she said, finishing for him. He nodded slowly. "Still do." She stared at him, then gave a faint smile. "Well, that's inconvenient." Reagan blinked. "Inconvenient?" "Because now I have to decide whether to feed you or throw you out." Varkas cleared his throat in the corner. "He's here on Senator Thorne's business." Helena rolled her eyes. "Even worse." She handed Reagan one of the bowls anyway. "Eat," she said. "If you're going to carry the senator's sword and make promises you can't keep, you should at least do it on a full stomach." Reagan accepted it, eyes not leaving hers. "And if I meant every word," Helena arched an eyebrow, "then you'll need more than soup to win me over." They sat, Soldier, Smith, and the woman who ran a town on willpower and flour, and shared a quiet meal as dusk fell. And on the bench beside them, the ceremonial sword gleamed, sharp, untouched, and waiting for a hand that might never draw it. The last spoon tapped the edge of the clay bowl, and for a long moment, none of them spoke. The forge crackled quietly in the background, casting shifting shadows along the walls of steel. Helena cleared the bowls without a word, stacking them on the tray. Varkas leaned on one knee, staring not at the dying fire, but at nothing. Varkas finally broke the silence. "I've made a lot of blades," he said, "some better than others, some that had no business surviving the field but still did. But that one," he looked at Reagan, "that first blade I made for the senator, that was perfect. It should have been nearly indestructible." Reagan didn't reply immediately. Varkas went on, voice quiet but heavy with the weight of his pride. "I checked every alloy pore, quenched it twice, calibrated the heat across 5 points. There was no flaw, and yet it shattered like it was made of glass." "I know," Reagan said quietly, "because I was there when it happened." "You said you were picking it up for the senator when it broke." "I was," Reagan confirmed. "You were in the back. I reached for it, brushed my fingers along the flat of the blade, just to check the weight, and it shattered. But I don't think it was your work. I have a feeling it was me." Varkas straightened slowly. "You never mentioned that, because I didn't understand what I was feeling until now." Helena set the tray aside and turned, arms crossed. "What exactly were you feeling?" Reagan shifted forward, his elbows on his knees, gaze steady. "This isn't the first time something like this has happened." Varkas narrowed his eyes. "Go on." "It was months ago," Reagan began. "Back when I was first recruited. They have that tradition of having recruits spar against a Gehaga. Well, you've heard the stories of what happened. Put me against Captain Malkin." Helena's brow lifted. "We've heard the stories. Assume that was all it was. Thorne blowing smoke." Reagan nodded. "He had badly hurt another recruit. I was angry. I know that Gehag's strength is the stuff of legend. I went into it not expecting to last long, but hoped long enough to survive. I just wanted to stand up to him." "But you didn't just survive," Varkas said slowly. "You won." "That's how I got here," Reagan said. "It's why Thorne took an interest in me, why I was offered my first commission. But I never told anyone how I won." He glanced between them, unsure for a breath, but decided to speak the truth. "When I grabbed Malkin's arm during the spar, his skin touched mine. In that instant, something shifted, like a current pulled from him. And Malkin, he started slowing down, like his strength was rushing out. Then he just collapsed." Helena stared at him, lips pressed into a thin line. "You drained a Gehagi?" she said quietly. "I didn't mean to," Reagan said. "I didn't know it was happening until it already had." Varkas crossed to his bench and set both hands on the edge. "And then, months later, a blade breaks in your hand without a scratch on it," the blacksmith muttered. "Just from touch." Reagan nodded. "That's why I didn't tell you. I didn't want to blame you for something that wasn't your fault, but I wasn't sure it was really me. But now, the more I think on it, it must be." Helena stepped away from the tray and moved to the display wall. Her fingers skimmed the arranged blades until she selected a slim agonite dagger, uncut, pristine, ceremonial. "This one's clean," she said. "Never touched battle, forged last winter." Reagan's jaw tightened. "You want to test me? I want to see it." She stepped back across the room and held the dagger out to him, hilt first. Varkos turned, watching in rigid silence. Reagan stared at the blade for a long beat. Then slowly he reached out, curling his fingers around the hilt. It was cool in his grip, balanced, responsive. Then he shifted slightly, letting his thumb run along the flat of the blade like he had before. Crack! The dagger split, clean and instant, shattering along the spine. Both halves fell with a dull chime to the stone floor. Reagan froze. Helena flinched but didn't speak. Her eyes flicked to the floor, then back to his face. Varkos strode forward and knelt, lifting the pieces with care. No warping, no stress signs, the fracture runs straight, like something inside the blade gave out. "It's not the steel," Reagan said quietly, "it's me." Varkos stood slowly, staring at the fragments. Helena stepped back, her expression tight but composed. "You touched it," she said softly, "and it died." Reagan stared down at his open hand, uncut, unburned. "I don't know what's happening to me, but it's not normal." "No," Varkos said, "it's not." The air inside the forge had shifted, heavier now, thick with realization. Chapter 5. Family of Stone. The wedding preparations had begun, though you wouldn't know it by the way Reagan grumbled like he was being sent to war without armor. The usually composed lieutenant of the Stone Kingdom Army sat on a wooden stool in his private quarters, arms crossed, scowling like someone had insulted his honor, and perhaps, in his mind, someone had. Eldrin Noss, steward and self-appointed keeper of all things practical and uncomfortable, was currently adjusting the ceremonial sash draped over Reagan's shoulder with the grace of a blacksmith shaping a blade. "Stop fidgeting," Eldrin muttered, pulling the cloth tighter than necessary. "If I have to chase you around this room to tie a knot, I'll do it with your own bootlaces." Reagan groaned. "Do I really have to wear this sash? Feels like I'm being wrapped for burial." "You want to impress Helena or not?" Eldrin snapped. "It's tradition. You'll live. Besides, you wore worse than this at Thorn's Ball. I saw that potato sack they called your field uniform." Reagan opened his mouth to protest, but was cut short by the unmistakable clatter of hooves on stone. Clatterhoof trotted in with all the grace of a drunken nobleman, head tilted, tongue lolling, and tail swaying proudly. In his mouth was a strip of fine white fabric, which Reagan quickly recognized as part of the ceremonial trousers. "No, no, 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 bad goat!" Reagan lunged, but too late. With a triumphant bleat, Clatterhoof bit a jagged hole in the seat of the pants, then promptly peed on Reagan's polished boots as if to mark his victory. Reagan let out a roar that shook the rafters. "I hate that bloody goat!" Eldrin didn't even flinch. He stepped between Reagan and the goat, arms raised like he was shielding a royal heir. "Now what did Clatterhoof ever do to you?" "What did he do? He just destroyed my wedding pants and desecrated my boots. I ought to turn him into jerky." Clatterhoof blinked, utterly unfazed, then trotted to the corner and began chewing on a lantern wick. Eldrin clicked his tongue. "He's just excited. Animals can sense major life events. He's showing support. Besides, I told you to move those boots yesterday." "Clatterhoof has his routines." Reagan stared at him in disbelief. "His routines? He's a menace." "He's a valued member of this army," Eldrin corrected, "and he has excellent judgment, doesn't warm up to many. You should feel honored." "He bit me." "Affectionate nibble." "He peed on me." "Symbolic blessing," Eldrin deadpanned. Reagan rubbed his temples. "You're impossible." "Underpaid and overworked maybe," Eldrin said, brushing some goat hair off Reagan's shoulder. "Now enough drama. You still haven't eaten. Because you threw out my steak and replaced it with gruel. Because gruel is simple, clean, and good for the nerves. You don't want to bloat before the ceremony." Reagan pointed accusingly. "You promised steak." "I promised you'd be fed," Eldrin said smoothly. "Now eat it before Clatterhoof gets curious again." Reagan sighed and picked up the bowl. It looked like someone had strained beige paint through a boot. "You know, I faced down a Fire Kingdom patrol with less resistance than this." Eldrin placed a cup beside him. "Juice? No barley beer until after you say your vows." Reagan slumped. "This is worse than training camp." Eldrin stepped back, surveying the result like a tailor inspecting his latest masterpiece. "You look almost passable. A few more steps and you'll resemble someone Helena might actually want to marry. Clatterhoof bleated once, approvingly, before sneezing into Reagan's freshly folded tunic. Reagan didn't move. He just stared forward. He did that on purpose. Eldrin patted his shoulder. Now you're ready. Come, Lieutenant, let's go make you a husband. Reagan grumbled as he stood, gruel in one hand, juice in the other, and a goat nibbling on his sash. This is not how I imagined my wedding day. It never is, Eldrin said with a wink. Now march, and try not to trip on Clatterhoof. He hates being stepped on. Reagan muttered darkly but moved forward. The goat followed, naturally. Reagan stood at the edge of the barracks' main room, boots planted firm against the cobbles as a morning mist curled low through the valley. The wall loomed in its quiet strength behind the building, worn stone catching the light like an old soldier's scars. He adjusted the strap on his armor for the third time, though it fit just fine. He always fussed more when something big loomed ahead, and today that something was Helena. Wedding bells didn't ring in Farish. The mountain winds served as fanfare. The smell of hot bread and firewood did the rest. Simple, practical, and honest. Just like her. He exhaled. His hands had stopped trembling an hour ago, but his nerves had not. A knock sounded behind him, 2 short taps on the frame of the barracks door. Then came the unmistakable creak of old hinges and the slow step scrape of someone approaching. Reagan turned. Dale emerged from the shadows. His limp was still there. Inevitable, really. But the cane in his hand wasn't just for balance. It had weight, style, purpose. Dark ashwood with a steel-capped end and an iron ring beneath the grip. When he tapped it, it sounded like a quiet challenge. The boy was taller now, or rather the 16-year-old man he was becoming. Lean as ever, but filled in across the shoulders. His hair was shorter, trimmed just above the ears, and the glint in his eye had shifted. Not gone, just tempered. He walked like a man who'd learned the hard way where pride led and where patience waited. "Thought I'd find you out here," Dale said. His voice, once too loud for every room, had dropped into something smoother. Still bright, but grounded. "Didn't want to put on the sash inside," Reagan said. "Clatterhoof gets ideas when I dress too fancy." Dale grinned, tapping his cane once. "I heard he chewed through the bride's bouquet ribbon this morning and then tried to challenge a mirror to a headbutt contest." Reagan chuckled. "He lose? He won. The mirror's gone." The two of them stood in easy silence for a moment. Then Dale spoke more softly. "You look ready." Reagan glanced down at his uniform, the muted charcoal gray trim over ceremonial black, the Blackwater crest stitched over his heart. "I don't feel ready." Dale nodded. "Yeah, I know that one." He leaned against the cane more as he settled beside Reagan, facing the sunrise. For a while, neither spoke. Then Dale said, "This time last year, I was eating stale rations and getting my teeth knocked out by drills I couldn't keep up with. I couldn't even tie my own boots. I remember thinking if I could just get through one day without breaking something else, it'd be a victory." Reagan turned, brow furrowed, but Dale was smiling faintly. "I owe you," Dale continued. "You could have let me drop from the trials. Malkin wanted me to wash out, or worse. But you stood up. You pulled me out, and not just from the ring. You got me back on my feet after, taught me to fight, taught me to think first." Reagan folded his arms. "You did the hard part. I just pointed." "Still," Dale said, his tone suddenly serious, "thanks for not giving up on me, even when I was broken." Reagan looked at the cane, the way Dale held it like a badge, not with shame, but quiet defiance. A mark not of weakness, but of survival. "You're not broken, Dale," Reagan said. "You're tempered, like a blade. You were all fire once. Now you're steel." Dale gave a soft snort. "I still talk too much." "Some things you can't temper completely." They shared a grin. Then Dale leaned closer, voice lowering. "That reminds me, I drew up a new patrol rotation map. Just a draft. But with the Eastern Ridge seeing more smuggler traffic, I think we could restructure the night watch to cover the blind spots. If we stagger the shift changes by 30 minutes and use the wind tower as a relay point, it should cut response time by a third." He reached into his coat and pulled out a rolled parchment. Reagan blinked at it. "You drew this up when?" "Last night. Couldn't sleep. My ankle ached." Dale scratched his chin. "I did some timing too. Sent one of the younger runners up and down the path. We're slow between towers 2 and 4. Could fix that with better relay positions." Reagan unrolled the parchment, scanning the clean lines and meticulous annotations. It was good, very good. Tactical, efficient. "You might have a future as a tactician," Reagan said quietly, "but you'll need to temper that brain of yours. Strategy is power, and power always draws attention." Dale nodded, eyes narrowing. "I've been thinking about that too. Power, influence. You trust the wrong person, and suddenly you're the one on the board, not the player." Reagan folded the map and handed it back. "Keep it, present it at the next officers' meeting. Let them see your mind, just don't let them see your ambition. Not yet." Dale took the paper carefully, like it mattered. Reagan placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm proud of you, and not just for this. For surviving, for rising." Dale swallowed. "It hurt, still does. But I didn't want pity. I wanted purpose. And you gave me that." The morning bell rang twice from the inner tower. Reagan flinched slightly. "That's my cue," he said. "If I make Helena wait too long, her father might call it a diplomatic insult." Dale held out a hand. Reagan took it. "Go get married, sir," Dale said, smile creeping back in. "Just remember, when they toast to loyalty and honor and lifelong love, you survived Clatterhoof, everything else should be easy." Reagan barked a laugh. "I'll try to remember that." Dale stepped back, standing tall, cane in one hand, map in the other. Reagan looked at him one last time. Not as the boy from the barracks or the broken kid in the infirmary, but as a young man who would, one day, lead. Then Reagan turned, shoulders squared, and walked toward the ceremony hall where Helena waited. The mist lifted. The light warmed. It was nearing midday when the courtyard began to hum with the quiet energy of preparation. Lanterns had been polished. Flags of muted gold and slate gray fluttered along the ramparts. From the mess hall to the outer towers, even the grizzled veterans had trimmed their beards and dusted their boots. Not because they were ordered to, but because their hero, Reagan Darkwater, was getting married. The wedding was to be simple, as all things were in Faresh, but it was not without reverence. And as the hour neared, it carried the gravity of something sacred. Not just the union of two people, but the solidifying of trust between the town, the gate, and the souls who held them together. At the edge of the keep, in a quiet room near the west wing, Reagan stood adjusting his belt for the 6th time. He'd already gone through one tunic, Clatterhoof had chewed the collar, avoided a second, soaked in juice thanks to a careless squire, and was now stuck in the third, a clean black one, pressed, heavy with shoulder stitching and the Blackwater insignia. The door creaked open behind him. "If you tighten that buckle any further, you'll cut off your own circulation," said a familiar voice. Torrin Elderstone stepped into the room, clad not in his usual field armor, but in a finely embroidered officer's coat bearing the Stone Kingdom insignia over his left shoulder. One of the gray pauldrons had been scrubbed to a bright gleam. Reagan turned with a small smirk. "Well, you sure clean up well," Torrin grunted. "Only the best for the people's champion." Behind him, a pair of squires entered, bearing a long black case between them. They set it down on a nearby bench and quickly excused themselves. Torrin motioned toward it. "That," he said, "is from Varkas. Sent it this morning with one of his apprentices. Had it wrapped in fine linen." Reagan raised a brow. "Varkas? I thought he only forged for the royal retinue." "He does, but apparently he still forges for family." Reagan approached and flipped the latches. The case opened with a faint creak, revealing a blade sheathed in dark leather, the hilt wrapped in oil-cured braidwork, its pommel marked with a hammered insignia, the symbol of Faresh. He drew it slowly. The steel gleamed, not agonite, not one of the rare metals drawn from Gahage forges, but even Reagan could tell. This was something fine, balanced, sleek, razor-sharp. He gave a faint smile. "And he told me to make sure you knew, this isn't one of those decorative blades he hammers out for politicians with soft hands and no spine. This is a weapon, forged with purpose, a tool he expects you to wield in defense of his daughter and of this realm." Reagan turned the blade over, listening to the whisper of air as it sliced through nothing. It was silent, but his fingers felt the note. Torrin crossed his arms. "Said it was the first blade he's made in years that he felt truly proud of. Told me to tell you, don't get it stuck in goat meat or diplomatic problems." Reagan barked a quiet laugh. "I'll try." Torrin stepped forward and set something else on the table. A folded parchment, sealed in black wax. Reagan eyed it. "Thorn?" Torin nodded. Sends his regrets for not attending. He claims the Senate meeting in Theros could not be postponed. Also claims that several Southern lords have begun throwing their weight behind his elevation campaign, and your wedding provided a timely excuse to hold court without seeming desperate. Reagan snorted. Charming as always. But, Torin continued, he did send something. From behind his cloak, he produced a small rolled document, the royal insignia of the Stone Kingdom affixed to its tail. Reagan took it, unrolling the message. It was simple, one line. To the gate's shield and the people's sword, ride well, love fiercely. And beneath it, your mount, Diomir, waits at the southern stable. Consider her my gift to your union. Reagan blinked. He gave me a horse? Not just a horse, Torin said. A Stormline mare, black as night, sired from the northern war stock, supposedly trained to move on command from a touch to the reins and can sprint a quarter-mile in no time. Reagan was quiet for a moment. This feels like some political angle. Everything Thorn does is an angle, Torin replied, even when he smiles, especially when he smiles. Reagan folded the scroll and set it beside the sword. Torin stepped back, watching him. You ever think we'd get here? Torin asked. Reagan thought for a long moment. No, not after Kale, not after Malkin. Torin crossed his arms again. Well, here we are. And you're marrying a woman who makes half the command council nervous. She keeps them honest, Reagan said. Torin grinned. Same thing. They stood for a moment longer in easy silence. The sun had crested the wall and painted the inner chamber in soft gold. The hush of the morning gave way to quiet anticipation outside. Musicians warming strings, boots shuffling into place, the sound of Clatterhoof being bribed with cabbage to stay away from the banquet. Torin finally stepped forward, offering a hand. Reagan took it. The grip was firm. You earned this, Lieutenant. Every scar, every sacrifice. Don't forget that. Reagan nodded. Thank you. Torin cleared his throat. And if you trip during the vows, I'll be forced to take command of the ceremony, rename Clatterhoof as your proxy, and promote myself to best man. Noted. The old warrior gave a satisfied grunt. Well then, let's go make this official. Reagan slid the sword into its sheath, adjusted his coat one final time, and followed Torin out into the waiting light. At the southern stable, a black mare waited patiently, eyes calm, posture regal. When Reagan approached, she lowered her head in what felt like a bow. Diomir, a gift, a symbol, a tool, like the sword, like the title, like the burden. He patted her side gently and turned towards the courtyard gates. When the gates opened to the courtyard where Helena waited, surrounded by soldiers, townsfolk, and banners that bore no sigil but the wind, Reagan Darkwater walked forward as something new. Not just a leader, not just a symbol, but a man finally walking toward a life of his own making. The courtyard had been transformed. What was once a bastion of stone, grit, and hard-hewn routine now shimmered under woven banners and garlands of white leaf and sunrose. Lanterns swung from javelin poles repurposed as stands. Tables had been set with unmatched linens, and the air smelled faintly of sweet root and slow-roasted meat. But none of that, not the polished cobbles or the flower-laden arches, drew more eyes than the woman walking down the makeshift aisle, Helena. She wore no crown, no veil of pearls, just a simple braid coiled like a coronet around her head, a dress of ash-gray linen trimmed with bone-white thread, and the look of someone absolutely, irrevocably certain of herself. And of him. Reagan could hardly breathe. Not because the armor beneath his ceremonial coat was too tight, though it was. Not because Clatterhoof had nearly eaten the ceremonial ribbon, though that had happened. But because Helena, walking with her father Varkos on her arm, was radiant in a way that silenced even the murmurs of the old guard. He barely remembered the words. Something about honor. Something about wind and hearth and a shared future. He knew he had said his name at the right time. He thought he might have fumbled the part about eternal protection, because Helena had grinned and whispered, "You already do." When the officiant, a round-shouldered elder who had once been the scribe for the town's census, declared them bound, the courtyard erupted, not just in applause, but in a loud, rolling cheer that seemed to swell from every mouth. Not boisterous, not forced, just joyful. Reagan turned to face them. Nearly every citizen of Farish stood before him. Some in their best coats, some in patched sleeves and soot-streaked aprons. Children sat on the shoulders of tired miners. Elders leaned forward in wheeled carts or on canes. And Reagan knew deep in his heart that most of them hadn't come for him. Not for the warrior, not for the hero. They had come for her. Because this town loved Helena nearly as much as he did. He kissed her, slow and unsure, and she pulled him down slightly by the collar to kiss him again properly. Laughter rippled through the crowd. The reception began as dusk touched the walls with gold. Torches were lit, ale barrels uncorked, long tables were filled with bread and stew and roast game. Music, a mismatched trio of fiddle, drum, and bone flute, played a tune that seemed half forgotten but full of warmth. Reagan sat beside Helena, her hand tucked into his like it belonged there. They didn't say much. They didn't need to. It was Dale who brought the first toast. He stood on a stool to be seen, one hand clutching his cane, the other holding a sloshing cup with all the ceremony of a knight raising a sword. "To Lieutenant Reagan," he said, pausing dramatically, "who taught me how to walk again, mostly by yelling and tossing boots." Laughter rolled through the crowd. "And to Helena," he continued, turning with a grin, "who from this day forward will be the actual commander of this post. Because, let's be honest, if Reagan forgets to eat, bathe, or sleep, she'll have him court-martialed by breakfast." Helena smirked. Reagan groaned. "So here's to the new chain of command," Dale finished, raising his cup higher. "Long may she reign." The courtyard erupted in cheers and laughter as cups clinked, and even Clatterhoof bleated his approval, from atop a table he definitely wasn't supposed to be on. As the evening stretched into stars, Reagan found himself at the edge of the celebration, speaking quietly with Lattice and Zoe beneath a stretch of lanterns. Zoe was glowing, not in the way poets describe brides, but with the calm fire of someone carrying a secret too big to stay hidden. She wore a green shawl over a simple dress, her hands resting gently across her belly. "I'm sorry I missed your wedding," Reagan said, his voice low but earnest. "The march, too." "We know," Lattice said, offering a hand. "We understood. You sent your blessing, and that was more than I could ask for." "Still," Reagan said, "you deserved more." Zoe smiled. "We had each other. That was enough." Helena joined them then, arms looped around Reagan's like a ribbon. Zoe looked between them, then laughed softly. "And now you two have each other." She hesitated. "There's something else. I was going to wait until tomorrow, but I think this is the right moment." Lattice looked at her, curious. "Zoe?" She nodded, then turned to Reagan and Helena. "We're expecting a child." Reagan gasped, pulling Zoe into a sudden, laughing embrace. Lattice looked stunned, as if hearing it aloud had finally made it real. Zoe continued, cheeks flushed. "We haven't told anyone else yet, but we've chosen names. If it's a boy, we want to name him Cale." Reagan's breath hitched. Something caught in his chest. Lattice rested a hand on his shoulder. "And if it's a girl, Elia after your mother." Reagan turned away for just a moment, blinking hard. When he turned back, he didn't say anything. He just wrapped his arms around both of them. Helena joined him. No words, just warmth. Later, as the dancing began, and Clatterhoof nearly broke a barrel trying to climb atop it, and Dale nearly tripped over his cane trying to show off a sword stance he called the Crimson Windmill to the younger boys. Reagan stood off to the side for a moment. He looked at the town, at the people, at the laughter, at the way Helena was surrounded by children begging for her attention, at how Lattice had gently placed a hand on Zoe's stomach while speaking to Torin, at how even old Grath stood in the corner, unmoving but with a contented smile visible across his broad, silent face. This, he thought, is worth everything. The scars, the loss, the doubt. He turned back toward the celebration, straightened his coat, and stepped forward. The reception had stretched into the deep gold of twilight, that magical hour when every torch throws shadows like dancers and every cup of ale tastes twice as sweet. The courtyard was alive, not with the sharp clamor of training drills or the pounding boots of watch rotations, but with music, clinking mugs, and the kind of joy that only surfaces when a town's heart is truly full. The musicians had found their rhythm. Fiddles bounced, drums thumped, plates piled high with bread, goat roast, and sweet root mash passed hand to hand. Children laughed, old soldiers toasted. Helena had only just sat down beside Reagan after 3 circuits around the celebration, answering every well-wisher with that radiant smile of hers. And then came the doves, dozens of them, released from wicker baskets with great fanfare, a symbolic gesture of peace and prosperity. White feathers caught the firelight. They soared up into the darkening sky, their wings catching the wind, until a shadow dropped from above. Mako, the great feathered beast dove with a screech that sent a few townsfolk scrambling for cover. Wings tucked, claws out, the massive mottled sky beast who had become Reagan's unlikely companion and misfit mascot snatched a dove midair. Then a second, then a third. Laughter erupted. "He's not supposed to do that!" Helena gasped through giggles, covering her mouth as Mako banked overhead, 3 fat doves dangling from his beak like streamers. Reagan stood, hands on his hips. "Mako, drop those." That was symbolic. Mako landed hard at the far edge of the courtyard, wings folding as he proudly laid out his feathery prizes. A child clapped. Someone started a chant, "Mako! Mako! Mako!" The beast let out a smug warble, clearly unrepentant. Helena elbowed Reagan. "You might command the army, love, but you never commanded that one." Reagan shook his head, chuckling. "He thinks everything that flies is a challenge." "Or a snack," Torin added from across the table, already halfway through a mug of something strong. Amid the laughter and revelry, another figure lurched, gracefully, almost theatrically, through the crowd. Gruen Falren. The gnome was dressed in a mismatched tunic, one boot unlaced, and an expression of serene focus entirely at odds with how much alcohol he had consumed. He weaved through knots of people like a leaf on the wind, seemingly stumbling, yet somehow rarely touching a soul. And in his hand, a stein, fuller than any man remembered it being moments before. Gruen swayed past another guest, bumped into them, apologized, and somehow ended up holding their drink without anyone noticing the switch. Is he pickpocketing beer?" Dale whispered. "Like a drunken squirrel hoarding nuts," Torin muttered in awe. Gruen approached Reagan with that oddly practiced wobble and a surprisingly elegant bow that nearly cost him his balance. He handed Reagan a fresh cup, presumably acquired from someone else. "Lieutenant Darkwater," he slurred, though his words still managed to come out with clarity. "I offer you congratulations, respect, and approximately half the ale in this courtyard." Reagan chuckled and accepted the mug. "That generous, huh?" "Always been a fan of marriage," Gruen said. "It unites warriors with people who make them bathe." Helena grinned from her seat. Gruen's tone shifted subtly, his gaze sharpening just slightly through the haze. "You remember what you did for Torlum?" Reagan nodded, more serious now. "I remember letting him walk free when every order told me not to." "Aye," Gruen said, lifting his mug. "You saw the man, not just the giant. That matters. It mattered to his people, and it matters to me." He tapped his temple, then his chest. "Giants and gnomes, we've got long memories. We remember slights for centuries, but we remember debts longer. Kindness longer still." He raised his mug in salute. "You ever call Darkwater, the hills will answer." Reagan gave a small shake of his head, thinking of Torlum. "He's enormous. I mean, gods, I've seen oxen smaller. Are all giants that big?" Gruen barked a laugh that startled a couple nearby. "Big lad, Torlum's the runt." Reagan blinked. "You're joking." "Not in the slightest," Gruen said, smirking. "He's what, 10 feet? Maybe a bit more? That's small by mountain clan standards. Most of his kind hit 13 or 14 without trying. His older brother could block out the sun when he walked past you." Reagan raised his brow. "So what you're saying is I've been intimidated by the baby of the family?" "The runt of the litter, aye," Gruen said. "But fierce for it. Always has been. They say the smaller giants carry the heavier tempers." He leaned back, sighing into his cup. "Reminds me of my wife." Reagan turned to him with a blink. "Your wife?" Gruen nodded solemnly. 15 feet of temper and tenderness. She was. Rest her soul. Shoulders like a siege wall, hands that could palm a wagon, and me? He held up both hands, indicating his 4-foot frame, barely came up to her knee on a windy day. Reagan choked on his drink. "Wait, you were married to a 15-foot giantess?" 14 years, 2 months and 8 days, Gruen said proudly. "Best years of my life, though I'll admit, kissing her took a ladder and a prayer." Reagan laughed, full and genuine, as Gruen added with a wink, "And don't think I didn't fight to keep her either. Got into it once with her cousin. Ugly brute, 16 feet tall and dumb as a sack of bricks. Still walks with a limp after I introduced him to the business end of a goat cart." He tapped the mug against the table, his tone softening. Torlum may be chief now, but he's still the runt in height, not in heart. You treated him with respect, and that means something. To him and to me." Reagan lifted his cup in reply. "To the runt of the mountain, and the gnome who married a giant," Gruen grinned. "And to the day the hills answer your call, lad." Then he blinked, looked down at his mug, and squinted. "Did this used to be full?" He wandered off before anyone could answer. As the music swelled again, Reagan sat down beside Helena, still holding the drink Gruen had handed him. Across the courtyard, Mako had nestled himself among the hay bales, one dove still clutched under a talon like a favorite toy. Children ran past with garlands. Dale challenged 3 other boys to a race, cane and all. Ladis had taken to spinning Zoe around gently to the rhythm of the drumbeat, her laughter rising above the music like birdsong. Helena rested her head on Reagan's shoulder. "Think we'll remember all this in 10 years? Reagan looked around, at the lights, the dancing, the stolen drinks, the promise from a drunken swordsman, the sky beast that thought he was helping. The woman at his side, every second, he whispered. And for a moment, Faresh was the safest place in the world, and Reagan Darkwater was the happiest man alive. Faresh had never seen a winter so quiet. The wind still howled from the northern cliffs, and the hearth fires still burned bright in every home, but something in the air had softened, as if the entire town held its breath, not out of fear or dread, but reverence. It was the kind of silence that marked the arrival of something sacred. Inside a modest stone-walled home just beyond the gate, a gift from the townsfolk built by Varkos himself and blessed by every elder from here to the mid-ridges, Reagan sat in a chair that creaked beneath his weight. Across from him, Helena cradled a bundle of swaddled blankets, her copper-brown hair in a braid, eyes glassy from exhaustion, but lit with a fire stronger than any steel. "He's perfect," she whispered. Reagan leaned forward, arms braced on his knees, the same way he had before every battle. But this time, he wasn't facing an enemy. He was facing a son. Cicero Darkwater had come into the world screaming, lungs fierce, fists clenched, just like his father. Now he lay peacefully against Helena's chest, soft tufts of dark hair pressed to her collarbone, one tiny hand wrapped around the end of her braid. Reagan had held him for hours after the midwife left, had counted 10 fingers, 10 toes, watched the rise and fall of a chest that seemed impossibly small. Yet somewhere deep in Reagan's gut, there had also been a question, one that neither joy nor pride could ignore. Would he carry it too? That power, that gift, that curse. Now, in the quiet warmth of their home, Reagan looked down at the small wooden box resting on the table. Inside, beneath a velvet scrap, was a sliver of agonite, jagged, black as void. Helena followed his gaze. "You brought it, didn't you?" Reagan hesitated. "I wasn't going to, but Varkos insisted, said we needed to know just in case any of our Gehagi friends wanted to hold him, just in case their skin ever touched." She adjusted Cicero, who let out a soft murmur and nestled deeper. "You're scared." "I'm terrified," Reagan said. Helena nodded. "Then let's do it. Together." They cleared a space on the stone hearth. Helena laid down a folded cloth while Reagan used a glove to place the shard at the center. Cicero, now bundled in a thicker blanket, lay between them, staring up at the beams above with unfocused curiosity. Cicero turned his head toward it. Nothing happened for a moment. Then his tiny hand uncurled, just barely. His fingers stretched toward the shard. Not fully, not even intentionally, and then it brushed it ever so slightly. And the shard cracked. A jagged fissure ran through it like a lightning bolt frozen in black crystal. Not shattered, not obliterated like Reagan had done with agonite before, but still, cracked. Reagan exhaled through his nose, long and slow. Helena looked at him, one eyebrow raised. "What does that mean?" He stared at the shard. "It means he's like me. Weaker, maybe, but it's the same power, or a thread of it." Helena leaned back on her hands, her eyes never leaving their child. "Then he'll learn control, sooner than you did, with more guidance." Reagan nodded slowly, but his jaw was tight. "We'll have to hide it, just like we did with me." Helena met his gaze. "You think anyone will notice this early?" "The wrong eyes always notice. Power like this, if the wrong people learn about it, they'll come. Thorn, the Fire Kingdom, even the Senate." She wrapped her arms protectively around Cicero. "Then we make sure they don't. We teach him quiet strength, caution, just like you learned." Reagan looked down at the agonite shard again. the crack and echo of the fear he held inside. Helena nodded. And we don't speak of this outside this room. Not to Dale, not even to Torin. Reagan nodded. If word spreads, we lose control of his future before he even walks, Cicero burbled. Reagan reached down, brushing his son's forehead with the back of his finger. You cracked a stone before you could crawl, little one. Let's hope you never have to prove what else you can do. The fire crackled. Outside, snow began to fall. And within the walls of Faresh, a legacy stirred. Carefully hidden, quietly burning, and protected by love and secrecy alike. Chapter 6, Oaths and Echoes. The dinner table creaked under the weight of stew bowls, fresh bread, and years of memories. Reagan Darkwater leaned back in his chair, his broad shoulders slightly slouched, a calm weariness in his eyes that only men who had survived war, politics, and parenting could understand. Beside him sat Helena, her freckled face framed by braids streaked with copper, and a glint of fire still burning in her expression after all these years. Across the table, 13-year-old Cicero sat upright, his back straight and eyes locked on the door. Next to him, 14-year-old Elia, dark-haired and sharp-eyed like her mother, picked at her bread, her posture far more relaxed than her companion. "Are Uncle Latus and Aunt Zoe coming for dinner?" Cicero asked suddenly. Elia shook her head. "They're at Senator Thorne's gala. My mom said they'd be serving Senator Vaughn's table until late." Cicero's face twisted in mild disgust. "Why do they get to go to those parties? I'm never allowed." Reagan gave a half smile, sipping from his wooden cup. "Because those parties are boring, full of old men who talk too much and drink too slow." Helena arched an eyebrow. "Because your father chose not to go. Again." Reagan sighed, setting the cup down. "I've done enough parading for Thorne's amusement." Cicero frowned. "He just wants people to see you, right? To remind them the people have someone like them leading?" "Exactly." Helena leaned forward. "And I'm tired of him pulling your father into every little show as if he's a prized horse. If Thorne wants applause, he should try doing something worth cheering for." Elia smiled faintly. "I still think it sounds romantic. The gala with all those dresses and uniforms," she smiled. "My mom said she fell in love with my dad at first sight, right in the middle of the dirty street while he lay on a cart near death." "That part is true," Reagan said, his voice nostalgic. "I was there." Elia's eyes lit up. "What about you, Aunt Helena? Did you fall in love with Uncle Reagan the first time you saw him?" Helena snorted. "No, I thought he was foolish, quiet, and entirely too naive to be any good to anyone." Helena smiled. "He proposed to me the first week. 7 times. Reagan added. "She said no to the first 6. One time he tried slipping a ring into my soup," Helena said with a chuckle. "He mixed up the bowls and nearly cracked a tooth when he almost ate it." Elia laughed, resting her chin on her hands. "So you didn't like him at first?" "I didn't know him," Helena said, "but I saw how he looked at people, like he was waiting to see who needed help, and then I saw how he looked at children, or soldiers who were scared, or that dumb hawk that followed him around, and I started seeing the real man." Reagan glanced at Cicero. "Sometimes it just takes someone looking close enough." Cicero tried not to look at Elia as he said it. Elia tried not to smile. The candlelight flickered. The forge outside had cooled hours ago. Varkos emerged from the back room with another loaf of bread in one hand and a small pot of honey in the other. "Bread's hot. Keep talking. I like this story," he said gruffly. "Tell them what you said when I told you Reagan proposed," Helena called. Varkos smirked. "I said I'd already made the sword. Might as well give it to someone who'd keep her safe." Cicero turned. "Is that true? You made a wedding sword when you met Father?" "Technically, he made 3 when I met him," Reagan said. "The first one shattered the day I touched it. The second was a replacement which I delivered to Thorne, and the third was the wedding sword." "Why did the first one break?" Elia asked, wide-eyed. "Just bad luck, or something else," Reagan muttered. The room grew quiet for a moment. Helena broke the silence. "Latus and Zoe should be back after the gala. We'll save them some food." Elia perked up. "My dad told me once he knew he'd marry my mom the moment she made fun of his spear form. He said she insulted him with such grace it was like poetry." "That tracks," Helena said. Reagan looked at the kids. "Don't be in a hurry to fall in love. It'll find you when the time's right." Cicero muttered. "What if it already did?" Reagan asked. Nothing. Just, I think Aaliyah's cool, that's all. Aaliyah blushed, but didn't hide it. Helena stood and began clearing plates. Varkos helped silently, the two falling into practiced rhythm. Reagan glanced once more at his son and Aaliyah, how they looked at each other, full of dreams and sparks not yet fire. Technically, they weren't cousins, not really. Latus wasn't a brother by blood, but by choice. He smiled quietly to himself. Across from him, Eldrin Nos leaned on one elbow, his battered tin spoon halfway to his mouth, completely ignoring the steamy broth sloshing over its side. Beside him, like an omen of impending disaster, stood Clatterhoof, his one-horned goat companion. Clatterhoof had already knocked over 2 mugs, tried to eat a napkin, and chewed halfway through one of the chair legs before anyone noticed. And then, without warning, the goat head-butted Cicero directly in the side. The boy yelped, jerking sideways and nearly falling off his bench. "Oi!" he shouted, rubbing his ribs. "How old is this cursed thing anyway? I swear it smells like the underside of a latrine." Eldrin straightened with the slow dignity of a man twice the boy's size and 10 times as stubborn. "You watch your mouth," Eldrin said sharply, pointing a wrinkled finger at him. "Clatterhoof's done more for this town than most men. He's the sweetest animal the gods ever gave breath to." "He just head-butted me," Cicero shot back, "because you flinched like a rat. He don't like flinchers." "He's chewing on my coat. Then maybe your coat tastes like cowardice." Helena, who had been carving a crust of bread with enough pressure to dent steel, slammed her knife down with a loud clack. "That's enough," she barked, glaring at both of them. "Unless you want to be eating goat stew by morning, Eldrin, I suggest you get that mangy menace out of my dining hall before it pees on something else." Clatterhoof, perhaps in response or perhaps out of spite, chose that exact moment to squat to relieve himself. Eldrin shoved his chair back, grabbed the goat by its collar, a braided rope Helena had once tried to burn, and muttered, "Come on, you misunderstood blessing. We'll eat with the civil folk, like beggars in the alleyways." The door slammed behind them, leaving a few seconds of stunned silence. Cicero turned to his mother, eyes wide. "Were you serious about the stew?" "Depends how many more chairs he breaks," she replied without missing a beat. Varkos gave a low chuckle from the end of the table, the sound like a boulder rumbling down a slow slope. He sipped his drink, then leaned forward, resting his soot-streaked hands on the table. "He's not working the forge anymore?" he asked, voice directed toward Helena, but eyes settling on Cicero. The boy stiffened, suddenly more focused on the conversation than the food. His shoulders hunched. "I can handle it," Cicero said quickly. "I've lifted heavier than half your apprentices. I'm not made of glass." "You're not being punished," Helena said gently but firmly. "Sure doesn't feel that way," Cicero mumbled. Reagan reached across the table and nudged Cicero's cup closer to him. "You're not being kept out of the forge because of punishment. You're being protected." "I don't need protecting," the boy snapped. "I'm 13. "And your father was bending steel barehanded at 15, Varkos rumbled. "And even he didn't touch agonite till he was an adult." Cicero's eyes narrowed. "But why? I've touched the other metals. I know what I'm doing." Helena exhaled. "It's not about what you know. It's about what you might accidentally show off." The boy fell quiet. Everyone at the table understood what that meant, even if it wasn't said aloud. Reagan's hands were still, the knuckles of his right hand flexing slightly. "We just want time," he said. "That's all." "To hide me?" Cicero asked, his voice suddenly louder. "You think I haven't noticed how you keep me away when Gehegi come through town? Or how you change the subject every time I ask to work on the officers' blades with Grandpa?" His voice cracked slightly. "I'm not stupid." "You're not," Varkos said quietly, "which is why you should understand why we're careful." Helena stood then, lifting the nearly empty tray of stew bowls and turning toward the sink basin at the back wall. She said nothing more, but the tension in her shoulders said plenty. A soft knock at the door interrupted them. Helena didn't turn. "Unless you've got news of a harvest, a healing salve, or 3 barrels of salt, you'd best leave it at the stoop." "It's me," came Eldrin's voice from the other side. "And Clatterhoof's done his penance. He's licking the wagon wheel like he's sorry." Helena slowly turned around and stared at the door. 10 seconds, she growled. "Or I light the stew pot and you find out what goat meat tastes like when boiled in its own blood." The door creaked open. Eldrin tiptoed in. Clatterhoof followed, immediately gnawing on a corner of the rug. The old steward bent to whisper something in Helena's ear, his tone too low to hear. She stiffened, her eyes narrowing. "Are you sure?" He nodded, grim. Reagan and Varkas stood nearly in unison. The table pushed back with a screech of legs on stone. "What is it?" Reagan asked. Helena's mouth was a thin line. "A rider came in from the Western Trail. Says there's a delegation of royal scribes on their way here. They'll be inspecting the forges." Varkas's jaw clenched. "They've never come this far before. Not without cause," Helena nodded. "And if they're here for agonite records or blood tracing." Her eyes flicked toward Cicero. The boy blinked. "What?" Reagan stepped forward. "You're not in trouble," he said carefully. "But for the next few days you don't leave this house unless your mother says. And no visitors, not even your friends." "But I didn't do anything," Cicero said, standing too. "Why does it feel like I'm hiding?" "Because sometimes," Varkas said slowly, "hiding is how you survive." Helena walked to Cicero and placed both hands on his shoulders, lowering herself to his level. "Listen to me," she said, voice soft but firm. "I don't care if they call themselves kings or scribes or gods. You are my son, and no one will take you without stepping over my body." "Mine too," Reagan added. Cicero looked between them, his defiance dimming just slightly. Then came a loud crash from outside. "Clatterhoof!" Eldrin barked. "Not the woodpile." The goat bleated once, triumphant. Helena closed her eyes. "I swear by the stones," she muttered, "if that goat destroys one more thing, I'm changing the menu tomorrow." The stables behind the compound were quiet, bathed in amber light as the sun dipped behind the Theros peaks. The wind stirred the dried hay in uneven gusts, whispering through the open slats in the wall. Reagan stepped out into the twilight, a small sack of scraps slung over one shoulder and the fading scent of stew still clinging to his shirt. He paused at the doorway, listening. Inside he heard it, a low, wet crunch, bones splitting under pressure, flesh tearing. Reagan pushed the door open with a grunt. Mako was there. No longer the half-starved creature Kale had once hidden in a grain sack. The griffin now filled the far half of the stable, hulking and coiled, feathers bristling as he tore into the carcass of a mountain buck. His talons, thick as iron stakes, pinned the animal to the straw while his hooked beak tore out another rib. "You never did develop manners," Reagan muttered. Mako didn't look up, just gave a satisfied rumble as he cracked another bone in two. Reagan stepped further in, setting the sack down near a post. "You keep getting bigger. Every time you come back, you take up more space. One day you're going to outgrow this whole valley." Mako flicked one ear but stayed focused on his meal. Reagan crouched beside him. "I know where you go. At least I think I do. You fly the ridges, circle the dunes, watch the sands where he fell." Mako paused. "I wish you understood me," Reagan said, voice quieter now. "I really do, because if you did, I wouldn't have to keep saying it." Mako lifted his head, a string of sinew dangling from his beak. "He's gone," Reagan said. "He's not out there, not hiding, not waiting. I saw the body. I dug the grave." He swallowed, rubbing a thumb along the edge of the iron ring tied to his belt, one of Kale's, twisted and blackened by fire. "He was already gone by the time I got there, and I buried what was left. So why do you keep going back?" Mako let out a low, mournful chirr, almost like denial. Reagan exhaled slowly, eyes on the blood-stained straw. "You're not going to find him, and I'm sorry I can't make you understand that." Behind him, the stable door creaked again. Footsteps, familiar, limping. Dale stepped inside, his stride uneven but stronger than it used to be. He was taller now, more filled out, less wild-eyed, but he still walked like someone who hadn't figured out if he was ready for war or just too stubborn to stay home. "Smells like blood in here," Dale said, scrunching his nose. Reagan rose, brushing hay from his palms. Mako brought in dinner. Dale took in the scene, the blood, the buck's half-missing face. He's got a thing for dramatic meals. Reagan glanced at Mako, and unfinished ones. Dale limped forward, settling against a support beam. "Helena said I'd find you here, said you'd be talking to the bird again." "Griffin," Reagan corrected. "Right, the grief-powered sky demon." Dale nodded toward Mako. "He's still looking for Kale?" Reagan gave a slow nod. "He never stopped. He just doesn't understand." Dale looked down at his boots. "Mako thinks he's still alive, huh?" "I don't know what he thinks," Reagan said, "but I see it every time he flies off. Same direction, same stretch of horizon, like he's hoping this time will be different, that he'll smell something new, hear something he missed. He glanced at the griffin, who was now licking his claws clean. I should just stop saying it aloud, Reagan added. He doesn't listen. Maybe he can't. Maybe he just doesn't want to. Dale let out a breath. I get it. I used to pretend my mother was still alive. Not because I believed it, just because not pretending felt worse. Reagan turned toward him. You're not pretending anymore. No, Dale nodded. I guess I'm not. Reagan chuckled. You've come a long way, Dale, from that first day we met. Remember the training yard when you were trying to show off your swordcraft? What did you call that move again, Windblade or something? Dale blushed. I was 15, sir. Let it go already. Now he chuckled, and it was Crimson Windmill, my ultimate unstoppable move. Reagan laughed again. Youth is wasted on the young. They stood there in the stillness of blood and straw and old memory. Then the barn door opened again, and Varkos entered, his shoulders dark with soot and sweat, a heavy cloth tossed over one shoulder. He looked at Dale, then Reagan, then at the deer carcass. Let me guess, Varkos said. Mako ate the good parts and left the mess. Just like always, Reagan said. Varkos folded his arms. You know, if Helena catches him dragging bones into the grain bins again, she'll put that beast on a rotisserie. I'm sure he'd eat the fire before she finished tying the spit, Dale muttered. Mako gave an indignant snort. Varkos stepped closer. Word from the gate, more travelers, same story, people missing, towns emptied. Reagan's gaze sharpened. The Fire Kingdom? Who else, Varkos said. Not marching in lines, just slipping in and vanishing. Whole families taken, no bodies, just silence and burned homes. Dale stiffened. Slaves? Maybe. Reagan turned toward the stable door. They're getting bolder. They're getting closer, Varkos corrected. Mako padded toward the threshold, feathers twitching, nostrils flaring like he could smell the tension. Reagan laid a hand on the griffin's flank. You hear that? He murmured. That's something we can stop. Mako chuffed. Dale stepped forward. If they're taking people, we need to act. Varkos gave him a long look. You finally ready to stop limping and start fighting? Dale squared his shoulders. I'm ready. Reagan didn't smile, didn't nod, just met the man's gaze and said, Good, because if this war is coming to our doorstep again... He looked out across the valley as Mako leapt skyward, wings tearing into the air. We're going to need every soldier we can muster. The command hall was thick with the scent of old parchment, oil lamps, and tension. Maps lay unrolled on the center table, weighed down by daggers and stone-carved tokens. The air held the heat of arguments long past, the kind that never ended, only paused. Reagan stood at the edge of it all, his arms crossed over his chest, jaw tight. Torrin Elderstone leaned over a parchment marked with inked red arrows and several towns labeled only with X's. His armor hung loose on the hooks behind him, replaced with a simple leather jerkin, though he still wore the hardened look of a man always waiting for trouble. Lattice Diem stood near the hearth, one-armed but as still and straight as any soldier in full dress. He was watching, listening. At the far end of the room, two senators shared wine from opposite ends of civility. Senator Balin Vaughn stood quietly by the window, watching the distant wall line, hands clasped behind his back. Senator Rurik Thorne lounged with a predator's ease in a carved chair, the stem of his goblet tapping softly against his lower lip as he listened to the room like a man tallying votes he hadn't yet bought. Reagan cleared his throat. We've received 3 separate reports this week. Villages along the outer slope, burned, livestock missing, no bodies, just empty homes. Torrin didn't look up. I've read the reports. Then you know we can't keep ignoring them. I'm not ignoring them, Torrin said. I'm recognizing boundaries. Reagan stepped forward, voice low. We can't let this continue. The Fire Kingdom is moving again. Not in force, quiet, precise, testing how far they can reach before someone stops them. And we can't stop them unless they cross the threshold, Torrin snapped, now meeting his eyes. You know the law. Anything beyond arrow shot from the wall isn't ours to defend. No jurisdiction, no protection. Reagan's voice remained calm. Then I'll go without it. The room fell silent. Senator Thorne arched an eyebrow, clearly delighted. Ah, treason then. A bold career move. It's not treason to help innocent people, Reagan replied. It is if you wear the kingdom's crest while doing it. Thorn said smoothly, setting down his goblet. Act beyond the wall without Senate sanction and you'll be branded a rogue commander, a vigilante, worse, an instigator. And if I do nothing, Reagan said, I'm a coward. Vaughn finally spoke. Reagan, we all feel it. This is a slow war. The Fire Kingdom plays a long game, but the wrong step now, too loud, too soon, could unravel what order we have left. Reagan's shoulders squared. People are dying. Order doesn't mean much if we're the only ones left standing. Torin looked at him for a long moment. Then he stepped around the table, folding his arms. You really mean to do this? I do. Then you know I can't protect you. Not from what happens after. Not from them. His eyes flicked to the senators. I'm not asking for protection, Reagan said. Just for space to walk out that gate without being shot in the back. Torin sighed. If you're not wearing kingdom colors when you go, I can look the other way. For an hour, maybe 2, but you'll be alone. Reagan nodded once. That's all I need. From behind, a voice cut in, quiet, firm. Well, that's where you're wrong. Everyone turned. Dale stood in the doorway, his armor half buckled, his sword at his hip. A slight limp followed his step, but he held himself upright with a pride that went beyond pain. You're not going out there by yourself, Dale said, because I'm going too. Dale, Reagan started. You already told me I'm not a kid anymore, so don't try and stop me like one. Behind him came others. Thalon Cromark, still favoring his right side but bow in hand. Didn't think we were signing up to be wall dogs forever. Next, Doran and Horan Falren, blades in mirrored scabbards across their backs. Always liked the smell of trouble, Horan said. Doran nodded. Smells like it out there. Then came Grath Stonevale, silent as ever, dragging a 2-headed axe behind him that looked more like a siege weapon than a soldier's tool. And finally, perched in the rafters above, Mako let out a piercing cry and swooped down, landing beside Reagan with a snap of wings and a thud of talons. His feathers were ruffled, his golden smoke eye fixed on the doorway like a beast waiting for permission. Reagan looked around. One by one, the Misfit Company fell into line behind him. He turned back to Torin. I didn't ask them to follow. Torin didn't smile, but something softened in his face. You didn't have to. They're yours. You've earned that. Thorn stood slowly, clapping once. Admirable, noble, entirely foolish. Reagan stared him down. I'm not here for your approval. No, Thorn said, but you'll still need mine when your names hit the tribunal for violating cross-border terms. Just remember that when your heroics end with gallows and ink-smeared headlines. Vaughn interjected, gently but firmly. Let him go. Let them go. The people need something to believe in, Rurik, even if it's small. Small things get crushed first, Thorn muttered, turning away. Torin reached the table and picked up a cloth satchel. He tossed it to Reagan. There's no command order inside, just dry rations, flint, and a map that may or may not be outdated. Reagan caught it. That'll do. You have 2 hours, Torin added. After that, I have to officially report your absence. Reagan looked to his team, to Dale, tall now beside him, to Mako, feathers glinting like black steel, and to his misfits, scarred, weathered, unbreakable. Then let's be ghosts, he said. And together, they walked out into the gathering dark. The iron latch of the courier gate clicked shut behind them. Reagan led the Misfit Company into the Deadlands, the vast expanse beyond the kingdom's protection where law was only as strong as the sword that enforced it. The path ahead wound through dry gullies and cracked riverbeds, and the faint breeze smelled of charred wood and ash. Mako flew high overhead, only occasionally dipping low to circle or scout. Even now, the massive griffin moved with eerie silence, his wings dark smears against the moonlit sky. Reagan kept his pace steady, his mind sharp, eyes scanning ahead. The others moved with him in practiced formation. Dale jogged just behind him, armor clinking softly with each step. 3 villages burned in a week, no survivors. You think this'll be the same? Reagan didn't look back. I think we're about to find out. Hours passed. They passed scorched homesteads, homes reduced to skeletal frames. One village had nothing left but blackened well stones and a wooden doll, half burned, lying in the dirt. No people, no signs of resistance. They were taken, Thalon muttered from the shadows. Not killed here, dragged away. The Falren twins were eerily quiet, uncharacteristically so. Doran clenched his twin blades like he wanted someone to try him. Horan paced slightly ahead, eyes sharp and teeth gritted. They crested a ridge. Smoke rose from a hollow below, not the lazy curl of burned ruins, fresh, violent smoke. "Village," Thalen called from his position above. "Still burning." Reagan crouched. "Mako?" The griffin answered with a shriek overhead and dove down toward the town perimeter. Then came a scream, and fire. They ran. Flames licked the rooftops as Fire Kingdom soldiers stormed through narrow alleys, dragging villagers from their homes, torching anything that wouldn't bend. Screams echoed beneath the crackling infernos. At the edge of the chaos, a blood-red officer barked orders. Reagan recognized him at once. Even with his face marred by brutal scarring, there was no mistaking it. Fike. The same man who had once lain unconscious and broken before Kale's feet. The same face that haunted the day everything shattered for Kale's family, and beside him, flanked by two grunts and carried between them, was a stretcher veiled in worn linens. Atop it lay a woman, motionless. Her skin was pale, her black hair streaked with gray, and a heavy stillness hung over her like a shroud. Reagan's breath caught in his throat. No, it couldn't be. But it was. "Kale's mother," he whispered, barely more than breath. "She's alive." But there was no time to dwell. The Misfit Company had work to do. "Dale, call it," Reagan said. Dale stepped forward, eyes sweeping the burning village. "Thalen, west rooftop. I want their archers neutralized. Grath, up front, push them into the open. Doran, Horan, you're flanking wide. Spin through the back rows and cut off their retreat." "And me?" Ven asked, already twirling a pair of wicked knives. "You know what to do," Dale said with a grin. "Try not to leave any stragglers." They moved. Thalen Cromark ghosted up the side of a crumbling stone house, bow already drawn before his boots touched the shingles. He loosed 3 arrows before the first enemy even saw him, one through the eye, another in the throat, the third pinning a fleeing flamecaster to a burning door. Each shot was a whisper of death. Below, Grath Stonevale let out a low rumble, his broad frame lumbering forward like a living mountain. His foot struck the dirt, and the ground answered. A ripple of stone surged up, forming a curved shield that rolled forward with him like a cresting wave. Fireballs struck it and scattered like sparks against a cliffside. Reagan crashed through the center behind him, fists slamming into soldiers with the force of falling trees. He didn't need a sword. His body was a weapon, his momentum a storm. One soldier fell back from a single punch, another had his shield shattered like pottery by a shoulder charge. Then came the twins. Doran and Horan Falren flipped from a rooftop in tandem, spinning through the air like twin cyclones. Their short swords flashed as they landed amid a cluster of enemies, moving in perfect harmony. One ducked as the other spun, blades clashing and twisting in spiraling arcs. They shouted insults at each other, even as they fought. "Stay on my left, you lumbering mule! Your left, that's my right, you half-blind goat!" And yet not a single blow landed on them. Enemies dropped in pairs, disarmed, dismembered, or dead before they even raised a weapon. Ven was already deep in the shadows, blades dripping red. He moved like smoke, slipping through alleys, climbing walls, slitting throats, and vanishing again before bodies hit the ground. No one knew where he would strike next, not even his allies. That was the point. Dale remained at the rear, watching the chaos unfold with sharp eyes. He didn't fight unless necessary, but his voice called out adjustments. "2 coming up the right! Grath, wall that alley!" Grath grunted, and stones surged upward, blocking the flanking troops completely. "Thalen, 3 more behind the grain house." Thalen's bow whistled. 3 arrows, 3 kills. Amid the fray, Reagan charged Fike directly. "You remember me?" he roared. Fike turned, flames swirling around his hands, lips curled into a snarl. "You!" He unleashed a torrent of fire. Grath stepped in front of Reagan at the last moment, slamming both palms into the ground. A wall of jagged stone erupted, shielding them from the heat, but the flames licked over the top, searing the air. Reagan lunged through it. Fike raised an arm to block, and Reagan caught it. The contact was instant. Fike gasped, eyes wide, and tried to ignite again, but only smoke hissed from his palms. Reagan tightened his grip, pushing Fike down into the dirt. "You've hurt enough people." "I can't breathe," Fike rasped, flailing weakly. Then Reagan let go. Fike collapsed, coughing violently, his eyes fluttering shut. Dale ran up, panting. "Is he?" Reagan stood. "Alive? Maybe, but we're not dragging that weight with us." He turned to the stretcher. 2 villagers had already taken cover behind the Misfit Company's lines. They were looking to Reagan now, not the chaos. Lying unconscious, pale and unmoving, Kale's mother hadn't stirred once, not even as explosions rocked the earth around her. "How long has she been like that?" Dale asked quietly. 12 years, Devlin's voice answered from behind them. Reagan spun. Devlin, greasy-haired, age-worn but alive, stood behind a collapsed cart, dragging 2 small children by the hand. "I took her the night they killed Kale's father, kept her alive. Don't know why, but she never woke up." "She's in a coma," Reagan said, kneeling beside her. "She still breathes." Dale looked out toward the east. "We've got maybe minutes before reinforcements arrive." Thalen called down from his post. "They lit a beacon. You've got company inbound. Big company." Reagan gritted his teeth. "Then we move. Now." Grath stepped forward and gently, astonishingly, lifted the stretcher with his enormous hands like it was made of feathers. He looked to Reagan for direction. "North Trail," Reagan ordered. "There's a canyon passage that loops west and hides under the old quarry. We lose them there." Dale grabbed Devlin. "You guide the kids. I've got your back." Devlin nodded, not arguing. Mako swooped down one final time, knocking over the remnants of the Fire Kingdom's campfire with a furious screech. He landed beside Reagan and let out a low, warning rumble. The Misfit Company moved fast, silent, and unified, and as they disappeared into the shadowed wilds of the Deadlands, the rising sun glinted off stone and soot and feathered wing. Reagan didn't look back at the burning village, or at Fike's body, still motionless in the dirt. The wind carried smoke and ash as Reagan knelt beside the stretcher, unmoving. His fingers hovered over the pale wrist of the woman who lay upon it, Kale's mother. Her breath came shallow, almost imperceptible, her features lined with age and wear, yet her chest rose and fell, barely, still alive. "She's alive," Reagan murmured. "After all these years." Behind him, the rest of the Misfit Company circled the villagers who had escaped with Devlin. Dale, ever alert, crouched beside a rough-drawn map in the sand, marking enemy troop patterns with bits of scorched wood and broken pottery. Grath loomed nearby like a silent stone idol, his hand resting gently on the earth. "She's been like this for 12 years, Devlin said, stepping forward. His beard was longer now, flecked with ash and gray. "After the incident, I found her. Should have been dead, but she wasn't. Her heart, it just kept beating." Reagan looked up, eyes tight. "And you kept her alive?" "I had to," Devlin said. "Something changed in her. I can't explain it. The body wastes, but her soul, it clings. I've never seen anything like it." He nodded toward the burning horizon. "And the Fire Kingdom knows. They've been searching these Deadlands for her for 3 or 4 years. Interrogating villagers. Burning those who didn't know anything. They want her." "Why?" Dale asked, rising. Devlin's voice dropped to a whisper. "Rumor is, they've got a prince. One of their own. Injured too bad for their healers. They say he was cursed or something. They've kept him alive using beasts, siphoning energy from animals, merging his essence with living creatures. But it's not enough. They need someone like her." "Like her how?" Reagan pressed. Devlin swallowed. "Someone who can't die." Before Reagan could reply, Mako shrieked overhead and dove past them. Wings flared in alarm. The earth trembled. "They found us," Dale said. The Fire Kingdom came in force. Smoke and flame lit the valley behind them as Reagan, Dale, and the Misfit Company led the villagers toward the southeastern gate. The path was narrow, cracked stone and steep ridges. Elora's stretcher was strapped to the back of a reinforced cart, hauled by Grath and flanked by Ven, whose blades dripped from silent kills. Dale barked out positions, drawing escape routes through instinct more than planning. "Grath, wall behind us in 30 steps. Horan, Doran, cover the left flank, cover the ridge." Thalen ran just ahead, bow never leaving his hand. Every few seconds an arrow flashed from the string, each one silencing a soldier before the cry could escape their lips. They made it within sight of the gate when the horn sounded. The Fire Kingdom's second wave had caught up. Reagan turned. "They'll be on us in minutes." "I'll stay," he said. "Buy you time?" "No," Dale snapped. "You're our leader, which is exactly why I have to." Reagan gripped Dale's shoulder. "Get them to the wall. I'll meet you there." He turned and stepped back into the path of the oncoming army. The army halted, and a lone figure came out to meet him. His face charred. Half gone, a gauntlet curling with fire, was Fike. "Darkwater," Fike rasped. "We have unfinished business." Reagan stepped forward, barehanded, fury in his bones. "I don't need weapons to deal with you," Fike snarled. "You have no authority here. You're beyond your wall. This is Fire Kingdom ground." Reagan's answer was a punch that could split stone. Fike caught it with a braced forearm, but the impact echoed through the canyon. Flames burst from his gauntlet, searing the air, but Reagan surged through it. They traded blows like titans. Fike's fire flared, heat swirling, and Reagan's skin blistered, but he pressed forward. Then, boots clanked behind him. Fike took a step back, and Reagan looked to see who had interrupted their duel. Torrin Elderstone stepped beside him, face grim beneath his iron-gray beard. Behind him, a full company of Stone Kingdom archers lined the top of the wall. Their bows were strung, arrows aimed. Torrin lifted a hand, and from the highest tower, Thalon Cromark released a single arrow. It sang through the air, curving like it knew the way, and buried itself deep into the dirt just behind Fike's men. Fike froze. His men hesitated. Torrin stepped forward, voice carrying across the standoff like rolling thunder. "You're the one with no authority now. You stand within arrow shot of our walls. That gives me the right to cut you and your rabble to pieces." Reagan turned to Fike. "Leave Elian, or die here." Fike hesitated. Fury burned in his good eye, but he wasn't foolish. Not with archers above and an angry Gahagi beside Reagan. "We'll meet again," he growled, backing away. "The Fire Kingdom always gets what it wants." Reagan didn't answer. He watched until the last flame of their retreat vanished over the ridge. Only then did he collapse to one knee, breath hitching. Dale reached him first. "You held him off long enough," Dale said quietly. "They're safe." Reagan glanced toward the cart where Elian still lay, pale, breathing. "She's the key to something. I just don't know what yet. And we're gonna find out," Dale promised. "Together." Grath placed a hand on Reagan's shoulder. The earth underfoot vibrated softly, calm now, assured. And in the distance, as the smoke cleared, the gate stood tall. Their sanctuary, for now. Chapter 7. The Hangman's Shadow. The sun was a dull smear behind the gray clouds, casting the town of Faresh in a cold, indifferent light. For nearly a week, Reagan had been confined to Varkos' second-floor guest room, guarded at the door and shadowed every hour by unseen eyes loyal to the crown. House arrest, they called it. An administrative precaution while the court-martial awaited review. But Reagan knew better. He was being held in check. The rumors were spreading faster than an illness in the lower districts. Reagan Darkwater, the people's champion, had defied the king's edict. He had crossed the line, left the walls, and rallied a band of soldiers to push back the Fire Kingdom from a nearby village. He had saved lives, and in doing so, he had broken the law. No engagement beyond the Dominion's arrow, the decree had read. A simple line, yet its weight was lethal. All land beyond the range of an archer from the Great Wall was considered deadland, unclaimed, lawless, outside the reach of the king's law. And Reagan had gone there, for justice, for mercy, unknowingly for Cale's mother. Now he waited. The room was modest, but Helena had filled it with small kindnesses. A basin of fresh water, a stack of worn books, a sprig of dried thyme tied with twine hung above the window. But even her presence, her laughter, her fire, couldn't stop the weight from crushing him. Below in the forge he heard Varkos hammering. The ringing of steel was sharp, precise, furious. That was how her father mourned and worried through the forge. Reagan had come to respect that rhythm, even if today it grated like a blade against bone. A soft knock rapped on the door. Reagan didn't answer. He just stared out the window, watching rain slick the cobblestones. The door creaked open anyway. Helena stepped in, wrapped in a brown shawl, her copper-brown hair braided tightly and damp at the edges. "You haven't eaten," she said quietly. "I'm not hungry." "You said that yesterday and the day before that." Helena crossed the room and set a plate of warm bread and cheese on the desk near him. Then she turned, arms folded, eyes sharp. "You're going to need your strength." "For what?" "They're going to hang me." He said it without emotion, like reading it from a scroll. "They wouldn't dare." She replied quickly, too quickly. "Wouldn't they?" Reagan looked at her, and there was no softness in his expression. "I broke the king's order. I led armed men beyond the wall. I raised a sword outside the Dominion. You saved people. I disobeyed." Helena's voice cracked slightly. "So what? You should have left them to burn? You think that's what I wanted?" You think I would have loved you more if you'd stood there and done nothing?" Her voice rose with the last word, trembling with fury and fear. "You wouldn't be the man I love if you could have walked away from the people who need you." Reagan turned to the window again. His jaw worked like he wanted to argue but couldn't find the words. From the corner, a low voice added, "She's right, you know." Latus leaned against the doorway, his one arm folded across his chest, his spear strapped to his back even now. He looked thin, pale, but steady. "I've met many commanders," Latus said. "Slaves, merchants, nobles. Most of them would have abandoned those villagers, but not you." His gaze narrowed. "You fought for people who had no voice. That's rare, and it's what makes you dangerous to men like Malkin." Reagan's eyes darkened at the name. "He's here?" he asked. Latus nodded once. "Arrived this morning. He's not alone. Senator Thorne came with him." Helena exhaled a sharp breath, color draining from her face. "That explains the city patrols doubling. And the parade of horses up to the hall." Reagan felt it like a sword sliding down his spine. Malkin, the man he'd once bested in a training duel during recruitment, the same man who had collapsed under the weight of his own arrogance and walked away in shame. But Malkin hadn't disappeared. No, he'd risen. Not through merit, but through connections, through Thorne. And now he was back, with power, with vengeance. "They want blood," Reagan murmured. "This isn't about justice, it's about politics. Malkin wants to reclaim what he lost, and Thorne wants control." "They can't execute you," Helena said. "You're the people's hero." Reagan let out a bitter laugh. "The people don't sit on the court." "No," Latus said, stepping closer, "but they whisper, and enough whispers become a storm." A knock came again, heavier this time. A voice spoke from beyond the door. "Lieutenant Reagan Darkwater, you are summoned to appear before the Stone Tribunal at the High Hall. Immediately." Reagan stood. He hadn't worn armor in days, only simple clothes, a loose tunic and dark trousers. But now he reached for the belt Varkos had laid out, his sword hanging from it, polished, silent. "You shouldn't go alone," Helena said, stepping close. "They'll only let me in alone," he replied. "I don't care." Reagan met her eyes, and something flickered in his chest, something he hadn't felt in days. Hope. "I won't let them make me into something I'm not," he said. "Good," she whispered. "Because the man I love, he doesn't kneel to tyrants." He leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her forehead. Then, without another word, he turned toward the door. Latus stepped aside, shoulder brushing his as he passed. The morning was cold, but Faresh had risen early. The usual clatter of merchants opening stalls and children chasing goats through the alleyways was missing. In its place was silence, the charged, waiting kind, the kind that gathered before storms or executions. Inside the blacksmith's modest home above the forge, Reagan stood at the doorway, belt drawn tight around his waist. He wore no armor, only a simple tunic of dark blue and a sash bearing the symbol of his rank. He had chosen it deliberately. If this was to be his final march as a soldier, he would not do it pretending to be something less. Helena stood behind him, still barefoot, hair unbraided. She had not spoken since she watched him pull on his boots. Her arms were crossed tight across her chest, as if holding herself together. Her eyes, normally sharp with command and wit, were rimmed in red, but her jaw was set. "I won't say goodbye," she said. Reagan glanced over his shoulder. "Then don't. I won't weep for you either. I wouldn't expect you to." "You come back to me," she said, stepping forward. "Do you understand?" Reagan didn't respond immediately. Instead, he reached out and brushed his hand along the curve of her jaw, his calloused thumb gently touching the corner of her mouth. "I'll try." With that, he turned and opened the door. The street outside was already lined. It began quietly. First, he saw Thalin Cromark leaning against the stone post across from the door, cloak drawn tight around his shoulders. His custom ashwood longbow was slung over one shoulder, a black-fletched arrow already ready, though subtly. His eyes were impassive, but the tension in his jaw gave him away. Next to him stood the twins, Doran and Horan Falrin. 4 feet tall, broad as tree stumps, red beards braided and faces hard. Horan a black cloth patch over his empty left eye, but his right gleamed with the heat of barely contained fury. Doran had his arms crossed, but both were armored in full, blades strapped across their backs, each one grumbling in unison under their breath. "We'll not let him take you," Horan said. "Not without a scrap." Doran added. Ven appeared behind them with the easy silence of a shadow, flipping a knife through his fingers, the blade dancing across his knuckles like a conjurer's trick. Streets are tight between here and the keep, he said. I've timed the guards, counted the windows. If things go bad, I can put steel in your grip and a door open before they finish a sentence. Grath Stonevale stood farther back, silent and unmoving as a statue. His massive frame was cloaked in slate-colored cloth, hood pulled over his brow. Even with the city's noise rising, he seemed still, untouched by the chaos around him. One hand rested on the stone wall, fingers spread wide like he was feeling the heartbeat of the earth itself. Reagan's steps slowed. The Misfit Company, every one of them outcasts, throwaways, rumored rouges, stood by him without command. Reagan exhaled. You shouldn't be here. We are, said Thallon flatly. If they try anything, Horan began. He turned to face them fully. Listen to me. No heroics, no brawls, no rooftop escapes or earth walls rising from the street. You will not fight for me. If they decide to hang me, then let them. Ven scoffed. We're not good at letting people die quietly, Reagan. You're not dying for me, Reagan said. This wasn't your choice. I'll say it was mine. All of it. The villagers, the disobedience, everything. If I fall, let me fall alone. Thallon's voice was like a blade being drawn. And when they come for us next, for your friends, for Helena's father, for anyone who ever marched beneath your command, what then? Reagan met his gaze without flinching. You'll still be free to fight. Grath stepped forward, placing a massive hand on Reagan's shoulder. It was the only move he made, but it said enough. He would not interfere. Reagan nodded once and stepped beyond them. Then he saw the street. The entire lane was packed, elbow to elbow with villagers. Men who had once laughed with him in taverns, children who had chased him for coins, women who he had brought bread to when things were lean. Now they stood silent, waiting. Then, as he passed, they began to cheer. Not politely, not with quiet respect. A roar rolled through the street like thunder. Reagan Darkwater! Farish stands with you! A basket of crimson flowers, Fire Kingdom mockeries, was hurled from a window and landed at his feet. Another citizen stomped on them, grinding them into paste with his heel. When the guard escort appeared from around the corner, they were immediately met with jeers and shouts. Cowards! Traitors! Boo! You march our protector in chains while the Fire King burns our homes? The guards moved to surround Reagan, shields up, expressions grim. But the citizens didn't stop. They threw no stones, not yet, but hands balled into fists, eyes shone with fury. And Reagan just kept walking. He didn't look left or right. He didn't raise a hand. He walked like a man heading to the scaffold, already knowing the hangman's name. Every few steps, someone called his name. Some wept, some cursed. All of them stood as one. By the time they reached the stone road leading to the keep, the air had thickened. The guards tried to push through, but the crowd surged inward, forcing the captain at the front to bellow orders. The soldiers formed ranks, pushing citizens back with shields. Still, the people didn't leave. Reagan felt a hand brush his arm. An old woman pressed something into his palm, a strip of linen, embroidered with the phrase, "No chains for the righteous." He swallowed and nodded to her. As they reached the outer gate of the keep, the captain turned. Reagan Darkwater, by order of the crown, you are summoned to answer for your crimes in the great hall of judgment. The gates groaned open, and still the crowd surged. It was the misfits who held them back now. Grath stepping to the center of the street, his massive frame like a dam. Horan and Doran barked orders in tandem. Ven whistled, knives flashing in warning, not threat. Thallon turned his back to the wall, watching the crowd with the eyes of a hawk, because they knew, one wrong shout, one stone thrown, and the city would ignite. Reagan passed beneath the keep's archway. Inside, stone corridors stretched upward like a cathedral-turned prison. Iron torches flickered. The smell of wet rock filled the air. He walked slowly, each step echoing. He had seen death, watched friends bleed for inches of ground, buried the closest friend he'd ever known. But this hollow march into judgment felt colder. As he approached the door to the great hall, 2 guards stepped aside. He paused. For a heartbeat, he imagined Cale beside him, that crooked smile, that ragged courage, that bloody, desperate sprint across the Deadlands. "I'll take the blame," Reagan whispered. "I won't run again, not even from death." The moment the heavy doors of the outer keep closed behind Reagan, the roar of the mob vanished, like a snuffed torch. Only the distant echo of their chants still trembled through the walls, a dull, angry heartbeat in the silence of the corridor. For a moment, he stood alone, surrounded by cold gray masonry and flickering torchlight, the weight of history pressing down on his shoulders. He breathed deep. The air here smelled of musty rooms and old iron. Judgment. That was what this place had always been built for. At the far end of the corridor stood a set of twin blackwood doors inlaid with iron bands and etched with an ancient version of the crest of the Stone Kingdom. An open palm holding a blade upright, scales balanced on the blade's tip. The doors to the Great Hall of Judgment, and in front of them stood a man Reagan hadn't expected to see. "Senator Vaughn," Reagan said, pausing mid-step. Balin Vaughn was dressed not in the ceremonial gold and crimson of a full Senate delegate, but in a modest gray robe trimmed with black, simple, respectful, and utterly out of place among the court's usual parade of excess. His hair, streaked with silver, was combed back as always, though the usual warmth in his eyes had been replaced by something colder. Caution, worry. "Reagan," Vaughn said, stepping forward, his voice low and deliberate, "we haven't much time." Reagan glanced at the guards flanking the hallway behind him. One pretended not to be listening. The other didn't bother to hide his interest. Vaughn gestured subtly toward a side alcove. "Walk with me," Reagan followed. Just beyond the reach of torchlight, in the shadows of an arched recess between columns, Vaughn stopped and turned to face him fully. "There are things I cannot say once we enter that room," the senator began. Reagan folded his arms. "And things you can say now?" Vaughn's eyes searched his. "Tell me plainly, do you trust me?" Reagan didn't hesitate. "With my life." Vaughn nodded once, the lines of tension in his brow easing only slightly. "Good. Then you must do exactly as I say, without deviation. No matter what is said, no matter who condemns you, praises you, slanders you, you say nothing unless asked directly, and when you are asked, you agree. You nod. You do not protest, you do not challenge, you do not explain." Reagan stared at him. "You want me to admit guilt." "I want you to survive," Vaughn said, voice sharp. "And sometimes that means playing the part of the beaten man to become the one who stands again later." Reagan's jaw clenched. "They'll strip my rank, my command, maybe more." Vaughn stepped closer. "Reagan, they brought Commander Malkin here to hang you. That was the plan. Quietly, legally, with full ceremony. He's convinced Senator Thorne that you're dangerous, unpredictable, a symbol that inspires revolt rather than discipline. You're everything they fear, and Thorne is not a man who tolerates disorder in his plans, but you have other people at work behind the scene trying to stem the tide." "Then why bring you in?" Reagan asked. "Because the crowd outside is not part of the plan," Vaughn replied, glancing toward the stone walls like he could feel the fury of the city beyond them. "They were supposed to cheer your punishment. Instead, they chant your name. You're not just a soldier anymore, Reagan. You're their soldier, their champion. The moment Malkin saw the city rise for you, he demanded the trial proceed quickly. But even Thorne knows hanging you might ignite open rebellion. The kingdom is stretched thin. Another riot in the southeastern quarter could undo everything." Reagan took a step back, the weight of it all sinking in. "So what happens in there?" "I'm not totally sure." "Damage control," Vaughn said grimly. "They'll put on a show, probably strip your rank, shame you publicly. But if you follow my lead, I can keep you out of the noose. Maybe." "And if I don't?" Vaughn didn't answer. He didn't have to. The silence was enough. Reagan stared at the floor for a long moment, then looked back up. "I'll do it, but I won't lie." Vaughn nodded, letting out a slow breath. "You don't have to lie. You just need to be able to keep that mouth shut." The two men stepped out of the alcove and approached the great hall doors. The guards didn't speak. They simply pushed the massive panels open, and the noise of the crowd outside rose again, faint but distinct, like a storm pressing against the walls. Darkwater. Inside the hall, the ceiling arched high above, carved with images of kings and warriors long dead. Banners of old campaigns hung down the columns. The chamber was circular, its floor etched with interlocking rings of black and white marble. At the center of the circle stood a single ironwood chair, unadorned, unwelcoming. The echo of Reagan's footsteps faded as he stepped into the great hall's circle, each pace measured, deliberate. The ironwood chair waited at the center, a simple throne for the accused. No shackles, no chains, just silence, heavy as a tomb. He sat. Stone benches loomed above him in a semicircle. Faces carved by power, sculpted by decades of hardened ambition, looked down like gods in judgment. Torchlight flickered against banners bearing the crest of the Stone Kingdom, the scales of justice, the sword of peace. And to Reagan, it all felt like a stage. Senator Rurik Thorne sat dead center, posture impeccable, eyes like a winter river, frozen, dangerous. His lips curled ever so slightly, but there was no warmth in it. To his right, Commander Malkin leaned forward, armored like he was about to march into a siege. His knuckles were white against the polished wood of the bench, his mouth a thin, furious line. To Thorne's left, Captain Torrin Elderstone sat still as a statue, his thick arms crossed, expression unreadable beneath his short gray beard. Two junior officers flanked the panel, ceremonial, unimportant. They watched but did not move. A court scribe with ink-stained sleeves scratched slowly at scroll beside him, recording every word, every breath. Senator Balin Vaughn stood behind Reagan's left shoulder, calm as always, hands folded before him like a man preparing for quiet war. Reagan went to speak, to thank him, to challenge, he wasn't sure which, when Vaughn's elbow brushed subtly against his ribs. The meaning clear. Not yet, trust me. Reagan inhaled through his nose, leaned back, and kept his mouth shut. Senator Thorne stood. "All rise," announced the scribe in a bored tone. Everyone who wasn't already standing rose in sequence. Vaughn, the officers, the guards, even Malkin, who did so with the tight restraint of a man barely leashing his fury. Reagan remained seated by design. The accused did not rise unless called. Thorne spoke, his voice low but somehow resonant, designed for courtrooms and quiet manipulation. "This tribunal is now in session under the authority of the high law of the Stone Kingdom. The charges before us concern one Lieutenant Reagan Darkwater, summoned under suspicion of treason, dereliction of duty, and unauthorized engagement in warfare beyond the Dominion Wall." He turned slightly toward the court scribe. "Let the record note the presence of Commander Malkin of the Royal Army, Captain Torrin Elderstone of the Vanguard, Officers Rell and Davin, and Senator Balin Vaughn, who appears as counsel for the defense." Reagan felt the weight of the words settle like dust on a coffin. Treason. They'd spoken it aloud. Thorne continued. "It is the understanding of this council that Lieutenant Darkwater did on the 8th day of the current season cross the border of the Stone Kingdom's dominion by more than the length of a bowshot, that while outside the protective sanction of royal authority, he did engage in armed conflict with the military of the Fire Kingdom." He paused, hands clasped lightly. "That such action violates royal decree is not in dispute. But intent, context, necessity, these are matters this court must now examine." Reagan's jaw twitched. Necessity? He wanted to speak, to tell them what had really happened, about the villages burning, the people screaming, Cale's mother on a stretcher. But Vaughn didn't move, didn't even breathe, so neither did Reagan. Thorne turned to Torrin. "Captain Elderstone, you have submitted a full report of the incident. Would you care to summarize its contents for the tribunal?" Torrin cleared his throat and stood. He held no scroll, no notes, just the stillness of a man long used to speaking for himself. "Yes, Senator." His voice was gravel and disciplined. "At the time in question, I assigned Lieutenant Darkwater to a recruitment operation. He was to take a small detachment beyond the southeastern gate to scout for potential volunteers from neighboring villages, those seeking refuge from the war pressing at our borders." Malkin shifted, but said nothing. "During this assignment," Torrin continued, "Lieutenant Darkwater and his detachment were engaged without warning by a Fire Kingdom scouting party. The enemy initiated hostilities. Darkwater's unit responded in self-defense. So far, only half-truths." Torrin's voice remained steady. "Following the skirmish, they encountered civilians fleeing from the path of a larger Fire Kingdom battalion. Given the urgency of the situation and the direct threat posed to our gate by an approaching enemy column, Lieutenant Darkwater made the decision to position himself at the very edge of our jurisdiction, to act as a deterrent, standing alone between the enemy and our people." He looked down briefly at Reagan. "And in doing so, he prevented a massacre." Reagan felt his fingers curl against the edge of the chair. "That wasn't what happened. Not all of it. He hadn't been assigned to recruit. He disobeyed orders. He'd led the misfit company beyond the line because no one else would. He had fought not at the edge of the wall, but deep in the deadlands. And it wasn't self-defense. It was a calculated attack born of righteousness, then a frantic retreat. Thorne nodded thoughtfully. So stated. And your assessment of the accused, Captain Elderston? Torrin hesitated for only a moment. He is reckless, difficult, proud, but loyal and effective. Thorne gave a faint smile. Well said. He turned to Reagan, eyes glittering like cut glass. Lieutenant Darkwater, you have heard the testimony. Do you contest any part of the report submitted by your commanding officer? Reagan opened his mouth. Vaughn's elbow nudged him again, harder this time. Reagan hesitated, his heart pounded. His throat burned, but he remembered the promise. He looked up at Thorne and stayed silent. Under advisement of counsel, I choose to remain silent. The words tasted like ash. Across the dais, Malkin slammed his hand down. This is a farce, he barked, standing abruptly. That man disobeyed a direct royal edict. He wasn't near the wall. He was way past it. We have scouts who tracked his movements. This entire narrative is— Commander, Thorne said calmly, not even turning to face him. Malkin kept going. You would let this insult to royal command go unanswered? You would coddle a man who— Commander! This time, Thorne's voice sharpened like a whip crack. Malkin froze. Thorne finally looked at him, the faintest twitch of irritation beneath his polished veneer. You have been heard, and unless you wish to stand accused of contempt before the Senate for undermining formal tribunal procedure, you will remain seated. Malkin sat back down slowly, the rage burning in his eyes like oil left too close to flame. Reagan glanced toward Torrin, who gave the smallest of nods, barely perceptible. But the look in his eyes told Reagan everything he needed to know. Torrin struck a deal that saved his life. Thorne adjusted his robe. Let the record show that no dispute has been raised by the accused, that the report from Captain Elderstone has been accepted in full by this tribunal. The scribe scribbled furiously. Furthermore, Thorne added, it is the belief of this council that, while the accused may have taken independent initiative, such initiative fell within the elastic scope of emergency discretion granted to officers operating under recruitment sanction. An allowance, I might add, made law under Provision 7 following the defense of the Dremoth line. Vaughn's lips curved upward ever so slightly. That clause hadn't been mentioned until now. But it had always been the knife behind the curtain, the legal thread that could unravel the noose. In short, Thorne said, clasping his hands behind his back, the actions taken, while unorthodox, do not constitute treason, nor are they to be construed as deliberate acts of rebellion. Instead, they shall be recorded as acts of necessary field command, commendable under fire, though questionable in execution. He looked back at Reagan. Does the accused have any final remarks before judgment is rendered? Vaughn placed a hand lightly on Reagan's shoulder. Reagan swallowed. No, Senator, he said quietly. No, High Lord Councilman, Thorne corrected with a predatory smile. I was confirmed this morning. Reagan blinked. Of course, that was the true purpose of this stage, his trial, conveniently timed with Thorne's promotion. Power built on the backs of martyrs. Thorne turned to the assembled officers. Then we proceed. The silence inside the great hall was so complete it rang in Reagan's ears. The firelight from the sconces seemed to dim as if the very torches were holding their breath. The scent of wax and polished stone hung heavy in the air. Senator Thorne remained standing, robes draped with perfect symmetry, hands resting lightly on the edge of the marble bench. He surveyed the court, gaze pausing on each judge in turn. On Malkin, who still seethed with tight-jawed rage. On the two junior officers, one of whom kept glancing nervously toward the arched entryway, where distant chants from the crowd still bled faintly through the stone walls. Then his eyes landed on Captain Torrin Elderstone. Torrin had been still this entire time, a pillar of granite behind the cold pageantry of the court. But now he smiled. It was small, just a twitch at the edge of his beard, but unmistakable. His heavy arms remained folded, but his shoulders relaxed, and the faintest shimmer of humor glinted in his dark eyes. He looked not at Thorne, not at Malkin, but at Reagan, like he knew something was coming. Reagan, still seated in the center of the room, stiffened slightly in the ironwood chair. His hands were curled around the edge of the seat, but he forced himself to sit straighter. The sound of the crowd outside grew louder, like wind building before a storm. Then one of the junior officers, Officer Davin, Reagan thought, turned slightly in his chair and muttered toward the others. "With respect, sirs, we might want to hurry this along. That mob sounds like it's ready to tear the doors off their hinges." The other officer, Rel, nodded nervously. "They've been chanting his name since before dawn." Malkin scoffed. "Peasants chant all the time. That doesn't make them worthy of our attention." Senator Thorne raised a single hand, and all fell silent again. He stepped forward, voice measured and solemn. "Then let us not delay." He turned his full attention on Reagan. "Lieutenant Reagan Darkwater," Thorne intoned, his voice carrying like a bell over the great hall, "you have stood before this tribunal accused of violating the most sacred of military decrees, crossing beyond the Dominion line, and engaging the enemy in unsanctioned warfare." Reagan held still. Even now, part of him expected the hammer to fall, expected the noose, the exile, the disgrace. But Thorne continued, and his tone. "You have also demonstrated," he said, "bravery like few men in the history of our great kingdom. When confronted with a battalion of Fire Kingdom soldiers, when faced with the certainty of death, you chose not to flee nor to surrender." He began to pace slowly along the dais, his voice deepening with theatrical reverence. "You stood alone, at the edge of our dominion, the last man between innocent lives and annihilation. And you fought, not for glory, not for power, but for duty." Reagan frowned slightly, eyes narrowing. "What was this?" "Let the record show," Thorne said, pausing at the center of the dais, "that when the fires of the enemy licked at the gates of the South, it was not a captain or a general who stood tall, but a lieutenant, a man forged not from title, but from grit and honor." He turned again, facing the full court. "And for that, it is the joy of this tribunal to render our verdict." Malkin rose half from his seat. "Senator!" "Commander," Thorne said, without even looking at him. "Be seated." Malkin's hands tightened around the bench, but he sat. Vaughn said nothing. He merely stood behind Reagan, the faintest nod of confirmation in his eyes. Reagan could hardly breathe. "Therefore," Thorne said, voice ringing with finality, "it is the judgment of this court that Reagan Darkwater be cleared of all charges." A pause, and that in recognition of his unprecedented valor, initiative under fire, and unshakable defense of the kingdom. Another pause for effect. He be granted the field promotion of major in the Stone Kingdom Army. Gasps rippled through the lesser officers. Thorne didn't stop. "And that he be awarded the ceremonial title of Warden of the South, with all honors, responsibilities, and privileges afforded therein." The words echoed. Even the court scribe stopped scratching and looked up, mouth slightly agape. Torrance smiled fully now, arms uncrossing. Reagan didn't move. "Warden?" he repeated under his breath. Thorne turned to one of the lower officers, gesturing sharply. "Go! Inform the crowd. Let the people know the Stone Kingdom stands by its heroes." Officer Davin practically jumped to his feet, stumbling over himself as he dashed toward the hall's entrance. The doors creaked open, and in the moment before they shut again, the noise of the crowd surged inward like a wave. And then it hit. The cheering. A roar of celebration that shook the foundations of the hall, louder than anything Reagan had ever heard in battle. Cries of his name echoed like a chorus of defiance. "Reagan! Reagan! Reagan!" Thorne gave a satisfied nod. "Let it be known, on this day the name Reagan Darkwater shall live in the hearts of the people." Malkin was livid. His face had gone red beneath the high collar of his uniform. His mouth twitched like he might lunge across the bench, but one glance from Thorne froze him in place. "You may not agree with the decision, Commander," Thorne said smoothly, "but we rule not from bitterness, only justice." Malkin didn't respond, but the hatred in his eyes promised this wasn't over. Even through the haze of what just happened, Reagan knew this had nothing to do with justice. Every word Thorne spoke was recorded by the scribe and would be distributed to the people. This was theater. This was politics. The cheers outside grew louder, now interspersed with drums, cheers, and what sounded like an entire tavern worth of mugs clanging together. Vaughn stepped forward and placed a hand on Reagan's shoulder. "Stand," he said quietly. Reagan rose slowly, his legs stiff, body sluggish. The weight of disbelief was heavier than the ironwood chair. He looked around. Torrance stood and nodded once. "You earned it." The junior officers clapped awkwardly. Even the scribe offered a stiff but respectful bow. Only Malkin remained seated, glowering, and Thorn? He simply smiled like a man who had just won a game of chess no one else realized was being played. "Major Darkwater," he said with deliberate care. "This court is adjourned. Go greet your people." Reagan stared at him, still not speaking, still not sure what had just happened. He looked at Vaughn, searching for explanation, for anything. But Vaughn just smiled and said, "You kept your promise. You trusted me." Reagan looked down at the insignia now being handed to him by Officer Rell, gold and silver engraved with the crest of the warden's mark, a hawk perched on the blade of a spear. He held it in his hand like it might vanish. Outside, the crowd roared again, louder still. His name on every lip. The Warden of the South. The marble floor echoed with each step as the tribunal disbanded. Pages gathered scrolls. The court scribe snapped shut his wax tablet with finality. A pair of guards posted at the doors glanced at one another, murmuring under breath as the roar from outside the keep refused to fade. If anything, it grew louder, the people of Farish now chanting in rhythm. "Reagan! Reagan! Warden of the South!" Still stunned, Reagan turned from the central ironwood chair. He hadn't moved much since Thorn's verdict. The words echoed in his ears, "Major, Warden, cleared of all charges." He felt the insignia in his hand like a stone in his palm. Then the sound of footsteps broke his reverie, heavy, brooding. He turned just as Commander Malkin descended the curved stairs from the high dais. Gone was the ceremonial rigidity. Malkin's eyes burned. Each step cracked like a declaration of war. Reagan straightened instinctively, the instinct of a soldier facing an advancing enemy. But as Malkin approached, Reagan extended a hand. "No hard feelings," Reagan said simply. Malkin flinched, just slightly. The gesture caught him off guard, like a punch feinted at the last second. His eyes narrowed, his lips curling into something between a sneer and a snarl. "You won't always be able to dodge the noose, Darkwater," Malkin hissed. "Someday the hangman's going to catch up to you, and believe me, I look forward to tugging the rope tight around that slippery neck of yours." Reagan didn't reply. He didn't flinch. He simply lowered his hand, nodded once, and let the silence do the talking. Malkin's boots scraped against the floor as he turned and stormed from the hall, black cloak trailing behind him like a bleeding wound. The doors boomed shut behind him. And then came another. Lighter footsteps, more elegant. Senator Rurik Thorn approached with an entirely different kind of predatory grace. His silver-lined robe swayed gently as he moved, and his sharp blue eyes glittered with victory. He extended a hand toward Reagan, firm, practiced, public. Reagan hesitated a fraction of a second before shaking it. "Well done, Major Darkwater," Thorn said smoothly. "The kingdom owes you a debt, and I must say, this will be perfect for my campaign." Reagan's smile didn't reach his eyes. "Glad I could help, accidentally." Thorn laughed, rich and performative. "No need to be modest. The people love a hero, and what's a senator without a symbol of hope at his side?" Reagan released his grip and stepped back. "I'm starting to feel more like a banner than a man." "A banner can lead an army," Thorn said with a shrug. "But I understand. You've earned your rest, Major. Enjoy your moment in the sun." He offered one last smile and turned toward the exit. Every inch the seasoned politician who had just played the perfect hand. Then came Torin. His heavy boots thudded across the marble as he approached, arms still folded, the ghost of that grin still etched in the corners of his face. Unlike the others, he didn't try to act like nothing had happened. He simply stuck out his hand. Reckless fool. Reagan griped his forearm gauntlet instead of his hand in his practiced method to avoid touching a Gahaga's skin. "Liar," Torin chuckled. "That report of yours," Reagan said, arching a brow, "let's just say it didn't exactly paint the full picture." Torin tilted his head. "I gave them what they needed. Truth, massaged into something palatable." Reagan scoffed. "You turned a renegade march into a royal mission. Hundreds of witnesses saw you stand against a battalion. There was no hiding it, but people forget details when you give them the right headline." Reagan's smile faded. "I didn't plan on living through that." Torin nodded slowly. "I know. That's what made such an impact." They stood in silence for a moment, the noise from the crowd continuing to swell outside. Then Reagan looked sidelong at him. "I outrank you now, don't I?" That got a full laugh from Torin, gravely, tired, and genuine. "Technically for now. I should start giving orders." "Try it," Torin said, clapping him on the shoulder. See how long your promotion lasts." They both chuckled, but then Torin leaned in slightly, voice low. "A rising tide raises all ships. You weren't the only one bumped up. I got promoted to commander this morning." Reagan blinked. "You skipped a rank too?" Senator Thorne wanted the headlines to shine. 2 war heroes elevated in one day. It's good optics. Reagan studied him. "So that's how Thorne paid his debt," Torin nodded. "Last favor cashed. He and I are even now." "You bet I'd survive before," Reagan said, half amused, half incredulous. "I did," Torin replied without flinching. "And I bet everything on you now." "Bad odds." "You may not be a good gamble," Torin admitted, "but you are the right one." Reagan looked away, fingers curling around the insignia again. "No more favors to pull if I do something reckless again?" "None," Torin said. "Next time, Thorne won't be in our corner." Reagan exhaled. "Fair enough." A messenger burst in through the doors, breathless. "The crowd is surging toward the steps. They've lined the plaza." Vaughn appeared again, nodding toward the corridor. "They're waiting, Warden." That title still felt strange. Reagan nodded once and walked. Down the corridor, past torches flickering in sconces, past stone etched with the stories of other heroes, other moments. At the doors, 2 guards stood aside and swung them open. The roar hit him like a wave. The plaza was full, packed shoulder to shoulder with townsfolk, soldiers, travelers, farmers, children waving torn fabric as makeshift banners. Some stood on crates, others on barrels, and all of them were chanting his name. "Reagan, Reagan, Warden of the South!" Helena stood on the front step, waiting. So did Dale, perched on a crate, eyes wide with joy and disbelief. Grath stood near the base of the stairs like a mountain carved from calm. Thalin leaned against the wall, arms folded. The twins, Horan and Doran, pushed back anyone who tried to get too close, grumbling and cheering at the same time. Ven gave him a 2-finger salute from atop a post where he'd somehow found elevation and style. Reagan stepped out fully, the sun cutting through the clouds just enough to frame his silhouette in light. And the crowd erupted, not for a killer, not for a traitor, but for their warden. And Reagan Darkwater, for the first time in a week, allowed himself to breathe. The crowd's voices had faded into the stone behind him, though it still echoed faintly in the marrow of Reagan's bones. He'd stepped out onto the balcony, raised a hand, nodded once, enough to calm the wave of shouting voices, enough to satisfy the hunger of celebration. Then he disappeared into the keep again, led by Senator Vaughn down a side corridor that curved gently into shadow. Now they stood in a quiet room at the edge of the upper wing, where no banners hung and no voices echoed. Only breath, only silence. A single cot rested beneath the arched window, its frame simple, the blanket folded with military precision around the frail form of the woman who lay beneath it. Elian. Reagan didn't realize he'd been holding his breath until it came rushing out in a slow, shaking exhale. Kale's mother lay still, her body sunken but not skeletal, her chest rising and falling with shallow consistency. Her long silvered hair was braided loosely, draped over one shoulder. Her face was peaceful, if hollow, the color in her skin drained to ivory. A candle burned beside the bed, its flame barely flickering. "She looks like she's only sleeping," Reagan whispered. Vaughn stood a few paces behind him, arms folded, cloak hanging loose at his sides. The room smelled of lavender and cedarwood. Reagan stepped closer, kneeling beside the bed. He reached out slowly, brushing a finger along her wrist where the skin was thin and cold. "She's been like this since Kale killed those soldiers so many years ago," he said, voice rough with something deeper than fatigue. "So many years." Vaughn nodded, his eyes never leaving the motionless form on the bed. "The physicians call it a living stasis. They say her mind is caught between breath and memory. Not dead, not alive. Something stuck. They have no idea how she has lived this long." Reagan clenched his jaw. "How do we help her?" Vaughn hesitated. "That's the part I'm not sure of." The answer stung like a slap. Reagan stood, pacing toward the far wall, hands dragging through his hair. "I can fight battalions, face death, watch friends fall, but this, watching someone waste away in silence, I'm useless." Vaughn didn't respond right away. He turned to the window, gazing out across the rooftops of Farish, where smoke curled lazily into the dusk. "I came from the capital before arriving here," Vaughn said at last, "and while I was there, I heard rumors." Reagan turned, eyes sharp. "There are healers," Vaughn continued, "far to the north, beyond even the Water Kingdom's border. Islands scattered like lost pearls across the Black Sea. The locals call them the Gravetide Isles. I've never heard of them. Few have. Even fewer have been there and returned to tell the tale. But those who do speak of healers. Old water powers, drawn from tide and storm, a place where memory and flesh can be unbound. Reagan frowned. You think they could help her? I think, Vaughn said, it's the only chance she has left. A beat passed. Then Reagan straightened. Then I'll go. Gather a crew. Find a ship. Vaughn raised a hand. That's already in motion. Reagan paused. There's a rogue captain in port, Vaughn continued. He's assembling a crew for a northern run. Illicit, dangerous, outside the Crown's maps. But it aligns perfectly with our need. He's looking for investors. Reagan stepped forward. Then I'll fund it. Sell what I have. No, Vaughn said, firm and calm. You've given enough. My mines in the east are producing well this season. Iron's been good to me. Let me cover the cost. Reagan blinked. That's no small expense. This kingdom owes you a great debt, my friend, and it would be my honor to repay just a small piece of it, Vaughn replied. There was no pretense in the words, no political maneuvering, just quiet resolve. She's more than Cale's mother, Reagan said after a moment. She's what's left of our childhood, of the town we lost. And if the Fire Kingdom finds out she is here, Vaughn added, stepping closer, they'll finish what they started. I've heard things in the capital, whispers. They've dispatched spies, agents, even within our military ranks to recover something, or someone. My best guess? Her. Reagan's mouth tightened. You think Malkin's one of them? Vaughn gave a dry, sad smile. Wouldn't be the first time a man buried in disgrace clawed his way back by trading his soul. Then we get her out. Vaughn nodded slowly. The captain's name is Stonegrave, former officer of the Water Kingdom, though they'd sooner erase his name from the rolls than admit it now. He's unpredictable and only partially tethered to sanity, but his ship sails into places most wouldn't even chart. The Gravetide Isles are already on his course. He paused, studying Reagan's reaction. He came to me recently on a different matter. Said he's searching for someone hidden among those islands. Needed funding to make the journey worth his while. In exchange, he offered to sell my goods at the scattered ports he stops in, merchanting under my banner. Reagan arched a brow. I declined, Vaughn added. But I doubt he's given up on finding a backer. He's resourceful, ruthless, and he has a reputation. If there's a man alive who can thread those cursed waters and return breathing, it's Stonegrave. Reagan looked back at Elian. She hadn't stirred. Her breathing was still the same, but somehow she felt closer now. I'll write the orders, Vaughn said. She'll be transported under guard tonight. Kept quiet, off the record. Reagan hesitated. Send Lattice with her to make sure she makes it out of port without harm. He'll understand. He's quiet, loyal, and he owes as much to Cale as anyone. Vaughn considered. I'll make it happen. He can report back after she sails. The two men stood in silence again, the candle burning low beside the bed. Reagan reached forward once more, brushing a finger across Elian's shoulder. Tethered between life and death. He whispered, then leaned closer. I'm so sorry I couldn't save him, Elian. If you can speak to him on the other side, please tell Cale. He swallowed to prevent his voice from letting out a sob. We didn't forget what he did for us. Vaughn placed a hand on Reagan's shoulder, gave it a brief squeeze, then turned toward the door. Get some rest, Warden. You've got a kingdom to defend. I'll handle the details. As Vaughn slipped from the room, Reagan remained behind, staring down at the woman who had once sung lullabies to them in the town hall, who had brought warm bread to every bruised adventure, and who had, without a sound, become a symbol of everything stolen and everything worth saving. He knelt again beside the bed. I don't know what they did to you, he said softly, but I swear on my blood, on my sword, and on every friend I've buried, I'll save you. I'll do it for Cale. The candlelight flickered, and in the quiet, he stayed a little longer. Chapter 8. Defiance. The sun slanted low through the high, narrow windows of the command post, casting long amber streaks across the stone floor. Papers littered the desk like leaves in a forgotten garden. Reagan sat behind it, shoulders hunched, pen tapping the same half-signed requisition form for the third time. He hadn't looked up in 10 minutes. Another batch, Commander? Dale's voice preceded the thud of a fresh stack of reports hitting the desk. Reagan didn't flinch. He simply closed his eyes and inhaled slowly through his nose. Torin must still be laughing his head off for getting me promoted again to commander. And here I thought he was doing me another favor. I should have known better. If I had to choose between facing a battalion of angry mountain giants and signing one more inventory report, he muttered, I'd start sharpening my blade right now. Dale smirked, leaning against the doorframe. At least mountain giants don't require copies signed in triplicate. Logistics, Reagan said, opening his eyes with a groan. The true bane of every war hero. And here I thought it was flaming swords or poisoned arrows. Reagan snorted. No, it's flour inventories and broken cartwheels. He leafed through the top page. Why do we need 60 new water skins for a northern outpost that's been abandoned for 5 years? Dale raised both brows. Maybe they're building a swimming hole? Reagan gave him a look. Dale shrugged. Fine, probably another clerical error from some underpaid scribe with ink poisoning. Reagan signed the form with a flick of irritation. There, if the ghosts of the outpost get thirsty, we've done our part. Dale hesitated before placing one more scroll gently atop the pile. There's something else. A report on the missing ship, the one Captain Stonegrave was on. Reagan froze. His fingers curled slightly around the pen. Everything still points to him transporting Elian, Dale said more quietly. They were headed for the Gravetide Isles 7 years ago this week. Reagan leaned back. And still no wreckage, no survivors. Dale shook his head. Just more rumors. Vaughn said he heard whispers it sank in a battle with Fire Kingdom raiders, but nothing confirmed, no names, no proof. Reagan's eyes settled on the window. Outside, the clouds dragged like bruises across the sky. Vaughn said we should let it go, Dale added. Of course he did. He's not wrong. Reagan didn't reply. The Gravetide Isles are barely on the maps. You know what's up there. Storrocks, currents that twist back on themselves. Even if they made it, there's no way to know. She was alive when she left, Dale sighed, and may still be, but if we keep sending messages about it, we are likely to alert the Fire Kingdom to our search. Reagan turned to him. Dale continued. Messenger birds keep disappearing. 4 last month. That's more than coincidence. Reagan nodded slowly, though he said nothing. Mako's appetite had been more ravenous lately. The griffin hadn't been trained to recognize message tubes. Before the silence could deepen, the door creaked open. Cicero entered with a soldier's brisk step and the quiet confidence of a man who knew he belonged. At 20, he was tall, lean with wiry muscle, his jaw clean-shaven and his uniform sharp. His misfit company insignia was worn proudly on his chest. Everyone commented on how he was the spitting image of Reagan in his younger years. Commander, he said with a nod. Sergeant Cicero. We've received scattered reports. Fire Kingdom movement along the outer ridges. Supply trains rerouted, scouts disappearing. It's not official yet, but it looks like they're preparing for something. Possibly an assault on the Great Wall. Reagan's focus sharpened. Do we know where? Cicero shook his head. Too many false leads. It's like they're trying to be seen on purpose. Diversion. Likely. Reagan rubbed his temples. We don't have the manpower to cover all fronts. If they strike and we guess wrong, we lose the wall, Cicero finished. Reagan nodded grimly. Then, as if summoned by the gods of paperwork, another knock came, and a junior aide stepped in holding a wooden clipboard. Commander, the aide said nervously, we need you to review the meal requisition changes for the 2nd Battalion's winter campaign. Reagan stared at him. The boy's face paled. Not now, Dale whispered. Seriously, not now. Reagan stood. Not quickly, not slowly. He stood like a boulder deciding to move after a decade of silence. Everyone out, he said quietly. The aide blinked. Sir, I said out! The word echoed like thunder through the chamber. Dale grabbed the aide and pulled him toward the door. Cicero paused just long enough to salute. As the door clicked shut behind them, Reagan slumped back into his chair. Alone now, the weight returned. He stared at the desk, at the empty space where the report on Elian lay. And for just a moment, he let the mask slip. He buried his face in his hands and breathed. The heavy oaken door to Reagan's office burst open with a violent crack, rebounding off the stone wall, with enough force to scatter a pile of maps resting on the edge of his desk. I said get out, Reagan barked, already on his feet, fists clenched against the polished table's edge. His voice echoed with the sharpness of command. raw and tired after hours of silence spent fending off politics and the pounding pressure of what came next. Dale stood in the doorway, chest heaving and eyes wide. His face, always slightly ruddy, usually half-wrapped in a smirk, was pale, drained of color as if death itself had grabbed him by the collar on the way up the stairs. Reagan's posture shifted. "Dale?" His tone had softened slightly, though his body was still rigid with frustration. "This better be—" "It's the king," Dale interrupted, stepping fully into the room and shutting the door behind him. "He's dead." Reagan blinked. The air went still. "Come again?" he said after a beat, disbelief smoothing his voice. Dale's mouth twitched, and then the words came in a tumble. "A crow just arrived, from the Southern Courier Tower. It's official. The king, King Harland, he's dead. So is High General Everick, and every one of the king's sons, poisoned at the banquet table, along with 400 guests." Reagan stared at him, the desk behind him forgotten. His fingers twitched at his side, hand drifting to his belt where his dagger hung. He didn't draw it, just touched the hilt like a grounding stone. "Poison," he said. Dale nodded. "How?" "They were celebrating the harvest. Wine, meat, pastries, it didn't matter. Everything was tainted. Everyone who touched a plate dropped within a few hours, servants included." Reagan stepped back, running a hand through his dark hair, shoving it from his brow. His mind raced, 1,000 tangled cords unspooling at once. "How reliable is this?" he asked. "Could be a rumor. False flag?" "Reliable?" Dale said grimly. "Too many signatures. The bird barely made it past Mako." Reagan shot him a look. "Mako was out? Returned just before the crow? Looked half-starved?" Of course he did, Reagan thought absently. His grip tightened. "So the king is dead? The High General too?" Dale gave a slow nod, then added, "And all the heirs." Reagan's eyes narrowed, flicking toward the large map pinned across the far wall. Borders, troop placements, courier routes, territories colored in wax. The royal line was shattered. The army without its top command. His thoughts collided into one horrifying conclusion. "Then Thorn," he murmured aloud. "Thorn becomes presiding king." "Yes." The word hung like a hammer blow. Reagan turned fully toward him. "You're sure?" "Until the next election," Dale confirmed. 6 months, maybe more, depending on tribunal delays. And he hesitated. Reagan knew what came next. He could feel the bile rising in his throat before Dale even said it. "Malkin has been named acting High General," Reagan stiffened. "By Thorn?" "Immediately, with full authority over the legions." The silence that followed was so dense it pressed against the walls. Reagan muttered a curse under his breath and strode past Dale, grabbing his cloak from the stand near the door. "This is bad," he said, more to himself than to his second. "This is very bad." Dale didn't move to follow. "Reagan, I need air," he called behind him. "Tell the others to stay out unless the sky is falling, or Malkin rides through the gate." He didn't wait for a reply. The ascent to the top of the keep was long and narrow, the spiral stair carved out of old stone, rough and uneven in places. Reagan took the steps 2 at a time, not because of urgency, but because stillness was dangerous. If he stopped moving now, he might collapse under the weight of what had just been laid at his feet. The sky had darkened with the onset of twilight, but the wind was sharp and clear as he stepped out onto the rooftop platform. The keep's crown had once been a lookout tower, but now it served a different purpose entirely. A makeshift stable had been built near the edge. Crude fencing, reinforced beams, scratch posts, and a scattering of bones and feathers that didn't belong to anything domesticated. Mako stood near the railing, his wings partially extended, the dying light glinting off his dark feathers. He was enormous now, fully grown and awe-inspiring, huge, with talons sharp enough to gut an ox in a heartbeat. His furred haunches rippled as he shifted his weight, chewing idly on something limp and feathered. Reagan slowed as he approached. "Mako," he said softly. The creature didn't look up. "Another hawk? Really?" Reagan muttered. "You've got to stop eating the messengers. It's a diplomatic hazard." Mako cocked his head, eyes luminous in the fading light, then resumed chewing. Reagan stepped closer, eyeing the mess. A black hawk with red-tipped wings, Fire Kingdom breed. Its right leg was mangled, but a glint of gold caught Reagan's attention. He crouched beside the carcass, swatting at a few lingering feathers. Around the bird's leg, half buried in blood and gore, was a band etched with the sigil of the Fire Kingdom, a sunburst flanked by twin spears. Beneath the band was a tightly wound scroll, no bigger than his pinky finger. "Lovely," Reagan muttered, reaching for it. "Don't mind me. I'm not here to steal your food, just the mail." Mako let out a low grunt that could have meant anything: approval, disdain, hunger, or boredom, and flopped onto his side, wings folding as he began cleaning his claws with a long barbed tongue. Reagan stood, scroll in hand, and wiped it clean on the edge of his sleeve. He stared at it for a long time, his thoughts swirling like the cold wind that tore through the ramparts. He hadn't had time to process what Dale had said. The deaths, the succession, Malkin's ascension, all of it felt like a story told by someone else. But the scroll in his hand was real, tied with Fire Kingdom's seal, likely flown from deep behind foreign lines. A warning, maybe, or a clue. Either way, it meant something. He looked back at Mako. "If you didn't fly off so often, you wouldn't be so hungry when you got back." Mako said nothing, just blinked at him, dark pupils widening like pools of ink. Reagan shook his head. "You're not even listening, are you?" He turned away, walking toward the edge of the platform. From up here, the view of the lowlands was uninterrupted. The winding roads, the distant smudge of the encampment, and far beyond, the hazy outline of the western cliffs where kingdoms rose and fell in blood. He unwrapped the scroll carefully, wax seal crumbling in his fingers. He didn't read it, not yet. Instead, he held it, cold and unfamiliar, and let the weight of it settle in his hand. A weight heavier than parchment had any right to be. The wind picked up, and behind him, Mako let out a low, almost mournful growl. "Yeah," Reagan said softly. "I've got a bad feeling, too." Then, with a deep breath and the dread of inevitability pooling in his gut, he turned the scroll over and unrolled it. The parchment was thick, brittle at the edges, and smelled faintly of smoke. Reagan squinted at the scrawled lines of ink, the harsh angles of the lettering slightly smeared by travel, sweat, or perhaps blood. He turned toward the wind, letting the dying light of day catch the page. His eyes swept over the content once, then again slower. General came, as agreed. Stone forces are to be redeployed at dawn to the eastern wall. The Fire's maneuver along the western front will require all of our numbers, every regiment, every blade. The eastern gate will be void of soldiers. Take it quickly and the kingdom will fall. Just remember our agreement." M. Reagan's jaw clenched. No full name, no sigil, just a mark and a betrayal. He folded the scroll, not with care, but with precision, like one might bind a blade that had drawn blood. His fingers itched to crumple it, to throw it into the wind, or at Mako's feet like the corpse of the hawk. But he didn't. Instead, he turned away from the edge and headed for the stairs, boots heavy against the stone as he descended. The keep was darker now. Fires had been lit along the lower halls, casting long shadows on the walls and gilding the banners of the misfit company in flickering gold. Reagan moved swiftly, cutting through corridors with the speed of purpose. When he reached his office, the door was already open. Inside, 2 men stood waiting. Laetus, face worried, and Torin, pacing like a man who had just been handed a sword with the point facing him. Torin turned first. "You heard then?" "I did," Reagan said, stepping into the room. Laetus gave a slow nod. "We just received the official order. Every soldier, every able-bodied man is to report to the Western Wall, immediately." "Orders from High General Malkin," Torin added, practically spitting the name. "Acting High General," he corrected, his sarcasm burning hotter than the hearth. Reagan said nothing for a long moment. He walked past them both and unrolled the scroll again on his desk, pinning it in place with a knife stabbed neatly through one corner. "We've been sold out," he said. Torin raised a brow. "By who?" He tapped the scroll. "Take a look." The 2 men leaned in, eyes scanning the foreign handwriting. "Whose general came?" Laetus asked. "Fire Kingdom," Reagan said. "He's not stationed along the Ember Line. He commands the capital interior. Royal birth. If this was sent to him directly, it's not some battlefield skirmish. It's something big." Torin straightened, face pale. "A deal," Reagan nodded. "A deal between someone in our command structure and an enemy general. A redeployment of our entire force away from this side of the realm, away from the Great Gate." "But why?" Laetus said. "The gate is our spine. It breaks, the South breaks, and the entire kingdom is exposed." "That's the idea," Reagan murmured. He reached for a pitcher of water and poured a glass, but didn't drink it. He stared into it, watching the ripples settle. "It's sabotage," Torin said. "Treason. It's a setup, Reagan countered. An opening. The letter M, Lattice said darkly, staring at the signature. I thought of that too, Reagan said. Could be Malkin. It fits the timing, the elevation. This isn't just about moving troops, it's a political play. Torin took a seat, rubbing his temples. So the Western threat is a distraction? Or there is no real threat at all? No, Lattice said slowly. There probably is a threat, just not for the West. It's for us. Reagan nodded. Which is why they need us away. A beat passed in the room, all three men staring at the parchment like it might grow fangs. We can't prove this is Malkin, Lattice said. No, Reagan agreed. And accusing the acting High General without proof is suicide. We'd be branded traitors. Then what do we do? Torin asked, voice low, worn. Reagan looked out the tall window behind his desk. Beyond the hills, the great gate loomed, massive, ancient, unmoving. It had stood for centuries, keeping the South safe from siege and smoke. It was the last true wall between chaos and the cradle of the realm. The people in the valley below had built lives under its shadow. Farms, homes, children. And if what Reagan believed was true, then all of that was about to become a battlefield. We hold, he said finally. Torin looked up. Hold? We stay here. Our forces stay here. Lattice's brow furrowed. But the order is a trap, Reagan said sharply. If we obey, the gate falls, and this place, these people, are slaughtered. Refusing a direct military order, Lattice said, would be considered insubordination, Torin finished. Possibly treason. Reagan turned to them both. Let me be clear, I'm not suggesting we go to war with the Stone Kingdom, but we cannot abandon this town. Not now. Not when the people are most vulnerable. The Fire Kingdom is coming, whether the Council believes it or not. And if they're coordinating with someone like Malkin, then we can't afford to sit idly by. Reagan stepped away from the desk and moved to the window, resting his hand against the cold stone. His gaze swept the wall beyond, where the horizon met the spires of the great gate. We weren't just sent here to guard stone and steel. We were sent to protect what's behind it. The families, the villages, the people. His voice dropped, steady and grim. It might have started as a leash, a way to bury us in quiet duty. But if they're tugging on that leash now, it means one thing. Someone wants this gate undefended, and us out of the way. So we stay, Torin said, against the order. Reagan nodded. Lattice rubbed the back of his neck. We'll lose a lot of allies. We don't have many, Reagan said with a dry smile. That's why we're called the Misfit Company. Reagan turned back to face them, his voice steady but laced with steel. This isn't about pride or protocol, he said. Malkin's order came through. We're to abandon the gate and march west by week's end. His jaw tightened. But I'm not leaving. Not while there are still people behind these walls counting on us to hold the line. He moved to the window, eyes fixed on the distant gate towers. If we obey his order, we're not advancing to war. We're retreating from one, and we'll be handing the South over without a fight. Torin stood, crossing his arms. Then we hold. But make no mistake, this is open defiance. With Malkin as acting High General, disobedience isn't just dangerous, it's insurrection. Then we'd better look like we're defending more than just our pride, Lattice said, already unrolling fresh maps. We'll draft defensive positions, reinforce the lower pass, and seal the outer wall. If this comes to tribunal, we need to prove this wasn't rebellion. It was necessity. I'll go to the quartermaster, Torin said. Begin prepping for a siege, quietly. We ration supplies, reinforce the stockpiles, and get the armory ready. Reagan nodded. I'll draft a formal response, measured, not combative. I'll raise operational concerns. Southern exposure, lack of reinforcement, risk to civilians. Enough red tape to make them question the timing. I'll delay the courier, forge new stamps, anything to buy time. He turned back toward them, voice low but firm. But even that won't hold forever. Vaughn needs to move now. Get the lesser senators behind us. If the military won't protect the South, then the Senate must demand it. Otherwise, we'll be labeled deserters, and Malkin will bury us for it. He paused, then added, we also need a way to prove it. That letter is a start, but it's not enough. We find out who in the courier chain is loyal to Malkin. Maybe we can intercept more messages, expose the pattern. He looked at the scroll one last time. Malkin's playing a dangerous game. Let's show him we still know how to play. Torin rode in at dusk, his horse winded, flank glistening with sweat, the rider just as weary. He barely slowed before dismounting in front of the keep, tossing the reins to a young page who had no idea what to do with them. Reagan was already waiting in the courtyard, arms folded, face lit with the orange glow of the braziers lining the walls. "Well?" Reagan asked. Torin didn't answer right away. He pulled off his gloves with a deliberate slowness, staring off into the deepening dusk like he could delay the words a little longer by pretending they weren't there. Then he looked Reagan in the eye. "The orders stand." Reagan didn't react, not at first. He just stood there, jaw tight, gaze fixed. "He's not backing down." "No," Torin said. "He's doubling down. Sent a letter back with me, sealed, but he's also made its contents public. Posted at every barracks wall from here to the Capitol." "And what does it say?" Torin sighed. "That you're trying to be a hero, that you're staging an insubordinate stand to win favor from the council." Reagan didn't flinch. "That's convenient." "It's more than convenient. It's calculated," Torin said. "He's putting you in a corner. If anything happens out west, if the Fire Kingdom so much as sneezes in that direction, he'll claim he warned everyone and that you ignored the call to arms. You'll be the scapegoat." Reagan nodded slowly. "He's hiding something." "I know he is, but you can't prove it. And now he's got the whole chain of command watching." Reagan turned away, pacing a short path across the cobblestones before stopping with his back to Torin. "Then it's time we start pulling answers from somewhere else." He waved toward one of the aides loitering by the entry arch. "Find Ven, Thalon, and Cicero. I want them in the briefing hall immediately." The boy nodded and ran off. Torin tilted his head. "You're sending scouts?" "I need eyes on the Fire Kingdom's advance, if there is one." "There is one," Torin said grimly. "Even if it's just a fraction of what Malkin claims. But if it's not aimed at the Western Wall." Reagan didn't respond. He didn't need to. A few minutes later, Ven, Thalon, and Cicero entered the chamber, geared lightly for reconnaissance. Reagan unrolled a weather-worn map across the flat stone, weighing its corners with smooth pebbles. "All right," he said, his voice calm but commanding. "You three head west, beyond the Ember Line. Stay low, pack light. You're looking for signs of troop buildup. Camps, banners, supply chains, anything that reeks of Fire Kingdom movement." He looked up, locking eyes with each of them. "But listen carefully. Observe, report, and disappear. Do not engage. I've got enough fires to put out without more political headaches." Ven, the wiry scout with a perpetual smirk, arched a brow. "What? You think the three of us couldn't handle an entire army?" Reagan didn't blink. "Not this one. Not now. Ven, grab one of the Fire Kingdom uniforms we confiscated. If the opportunity's there, I want eyes inside their camp." Ven gave a mock salute. "You wound me, sir. I could sneak into the Fire King's bedroom and come back with his mustache if you gave me enough time." Reagan just stared at him. Cicero, who had been silent until now, nodded briskly. "We'll ride within the hour." "Good," Reagan said, already gathering up the map. "If you're not back in 5 days, I'll assume you got caught or switched sides. Try not to do either." Ven flashed a grin. "No promises." As they left, Reagan turned back to Torin. "So," he said, voice quieter now, "what about the march?" Torin's face darkened. "It's worse than you think. The entire regiment's been ordered east. Every able-bodied man, not just soldiers, farmers, blacksmiths, anyone with working arms." Reagan's stomach turned. "The town will be empty," he muttered. "Defenseless," Torin confirmed. "And that's not the worst of it." Reagan looked up. "We were ordered to leave our weapons behind." "What?" Torin nodded. "Command claims it's to hasten the march. Supplies will be waiting at the wall, they say. But I've fought in a dozen campaigns. You never strip weapons from your force before a battle." "It makes no sense," Reagan said, "unless you don't plan for them to fight at all." "Exactly." Silence crept between them. Torin shifted his weight, looking pained. "I have to go with them, Reagan. They're my men." Reagan nodded. "I know." Torin stepped forward, closer now, the sharp angles of his face catching the torchlight. "I won't be able to help you this time. You'll be outnumbered. I fear there is only one outcome." "They'll finally get to hang me," Reagan finished. Torin didn't argue. He just placed a hand on Reagan's shoulder. "I hope you're right. I hope this is a trap." "I hope I'm wrong," Reagan said, "but I don't think I am." They said their farewells without ceremony. Just two soldiers, two friends, one going to war, the other staying behind to meet it. 3 days passed. The town grew quieter with each dawn. Shops closed, doors boarded, Mothers and children fled east with the march. What remained of the misfit company remained, holding fast beneath the banner with the broken spear. Then the scouts returned. Reagan was in the war room, marking out fallback positions when the door slammed open. Cicero entered first, armor dust-caked and cloak tattered. "We found them." Reagan straightened. "Talk. They're moving fast. Full columns, 10,000 strong at least." Reagan's mouth went dry. "Where?" "Here," Thalen said, limping into the room behind him. "They're headed for the Great Gate, not the Western Wall." Ven stepped forward last, his expression haunted. "They're led by the new prince, Prince Cain." Reagan frowned. "Didn't his father just take the throne?" Cicero nodded. "And he's different." Thalen cleared his throat. "You might want to sit down." Reagan didn't. Ven continued. "He rides at the center of the host, but not on horseback. He sits on a massive throne, a litter carried on the backs of 6 Gahaga slaves." Reagan's brow furrowed. "A litter?" Cicero explained. "A raised platform, throne mounted to it, carried by servants or beasts, except these aren't normal slaves, they're chained to him." "How?" Reagan asked. Thalen's voice dropped. "Chains run from their collars into his back." Reagan's skin crawled. "Into his back?" "They've fused metal to his spine. Hooks, lines of bone-bolted chain. The slaves carry him and feed him." "Feed him?" "With something I didn't recognize," Ven said. "It's like he drains their life force or something." Cicero looked sick. "He doesn't walk, doesn't even move much, just sits and watches." Reagan took a long breath, hand running down his face. "This is getting worse by the minute," Ven nodded. "And one more thing. There's a rumor, a rogue army of escaped slaves from Durian Keep, Fire Kingdom stronghold. They broke free, headed somewhere north of us. No banners." Reagan stepped toward the map, drawing a new path with his finger. "If they're real, and they're moving, they might be the only ones desperate enough to help." He turned to Latus, who had entered during the report. "Get ready," Reagan said. "You're gonna find them." Latus blinked. "What?" "Take 2 riders. No armor. White flag. We don't have allies left, but we might find some among people fleeing the Fire Kingdom." Latus didn't hesitate. He nodded and left. Reagan leaned heavily on the table, staring at the red marks that indicated the Fire Kingdom's path. So many pieces had moved in so little time. Too neatly. Too perfectly. And then the thought struck him. "How convenient," he said aloud. "The Stone King dies, all his sons, right as the Fire Kingdom gets a new one." Cicero raised a brow. "You think it's connected?" "I think it's not a coincidence." Reagan fell silent, tracing the ink across the map like it might answer back. He felt the weight of it now, the burden. The people had no protectors. The gate was unguarded. And what was coming wasn't just war, it was a massacre. A throne carried on the backs of broken men. A prince with chains buried in his flesh. Madness was marching toward them, and Reagan was out of time. He looked to the others. "Ready every volunteer. Set barricades along the inner wall. Get the women and children inside the keep. Use Mako to scan the horizon for movement. He's the only early warning we'll get." Ven nodded. "And the plan?" Reagan stared at the map a moment longer. "I'll come up with one," he said, but his eyes betrayed the fear he dared not speak. Because this time, he didn't have a clue what to do. The wind on the ramparts was sharp with dust and fear. Reagan stood with arms crossed, his eyes narrowed against the dying light of the sun. Shadows stretched long across the hills, and in their wake the Fire Kingdom amassed. An ocean of bodies, armor, and red-plumed standards. Thousands upon thousands, banners snapping in rhythm with the heartbeat of war. Below them, the great gate loomed, its towering iron-banded frame closed and locked, the last true shield between the people of the South and slaughter. Reagan didn't know how long it would hold. Maybe hours, maybe less. "Space too thin," he muttered. Beside him, Dale grunted agreement. "We've got about 300 soldiers who refuse to abandon you. 80 old men, maybe 50 wounded from the previous campaigns. A handful of farmers who couldn't bear to leave." "Not enough," Reagan said. "No, sir, it's not." Reagan moved down the stone steps toward the north rampart, shouting orders as he walked. "Widen the gaps in every second position. Make them think we have more men. Archers on the parapets, rotate them to preserve arrows. No volleys until I give the word." He passed an old man adjusting a helmet that clearly didn't fit. Thomas Jor, who once served in the 2nd Spear Company 30 years ago, now limping with one leg and wielding a spear that had been snapped and resharpened into something barely worthy of a pike. "Jor," Reagan said, stopping briefly. "Aye? That spear's older than Eldrin? You remember how to use it?" "Son," Jor said, grinning through cracked teeth, "I can still skewer a boar from 20 paces. Just hope these buggers give me the chance." Reagan clapped his shoulder. "They will. Just watch your back." He moved on, passing 2 teenagers, barely old enough to lift shields, standing beside a balding veteran with a curved spine. Then he saw Eldrin Noss. Eldrin stood near the center wall, hunched and stoic. He wore a rusted breastplate that didn't match the rest of his gear and held a flail that looked more decorative than deadly. Beside him, tied to a cracked post, stood a clatterhoof, his ancient goat. One-horned, nearly blind, chewing on a loose strap of leather armor like it was cud. Reagan stared at the scene. "This is what we've come to," he whispered. "Old men and goats." "Best bloody goat I've ever seen," Dale said beside him. "Doesn't complain, doesn't run, smells better than most of the volunteers." Reagan chuckled despite himself. It was short-lived. Below, the Fire Kingdom's drums began, a deep rhythmic beat like a storm rolling from the pit of the world. Then came the horns. They wailed long and low, a chorus of death winding across the valley. The enemy began to move. Lines of infantry shifting into rows, mounted riders circling, banners adjusting into formation. Even from this distance, Reagan could see the flicker of torches, could feel the ground begin to hum beneath his boots. Then he heard footsteps behind him. Not marching, measured, nervous. He turned just as 5 men crested the stairs to the ramparts. Stone Kingdom soldiers, clad in standard plate, the gray cloaks of the Central Command still dust-streaked from the ride. Their leader, a young officer with an angular jaw and uncertain eyes, stepped forward. "Commander Reagan." Reagan didn't speak. He let the silence force the man to keep talking. "You are hereby ordered to stand down and be placed under arrest for charges of mutiny, per directive of Acting High General Malkin. You were commanded to relocate your forces to the Western Wall. You refused." Reagan looked at the 5 men. They weren't strangers. He recognized 2 of them from his old campaigns. One had trained under him. Another had once wept in his arms during a retreat after a failed siege. Their faces now were carved from guilt. Reagan turned back to the view and pointed across the field at the enemy lined up like teeth in the mouth of Hades. "You want to arrest me?" he said, voice low. "Fine. Whatever's left of me after this, you can drag back in chains. But until then," he glanced at them again, eyes hard, "grab a shield or get out of the way." The young officer looked shaken. "Sir, this isn't what you wanted," Reagan snapped. "You think I want this? Look out there. That's not a patrol. That's not a show of force. That is an invading army led by a spine-linked mad prince sitting on a throne of slaves. And you think mutiny matters right now?" The 5 men shifted uncomfortably. "You respect me?" Reagan asked, voice softening just enough to make it hurt. "Then listen to me. This isn't about a command chain. This isn't about politics or pride. It's about survival. If that army breaches this wall, they won't stop here. They'll torch the valley, burn every field, kill every child still hiding in the cellars. Then they'll march north on the capital." He stepped closer, fixing the lead soldier with a look so intense the man flinched. "You want to follow your orders? Ride back to Malkin. Tell him Reagan refused to yield. Tell him I spat on the crown and waved my sword like a fool. Tell him anything you want. But if you've got any courage left in your veins, pick up a blade and stand with us." The ramparts fell silent, save for the steady thrum of drums across the field. The officer looked to his men. One of them, a grizzled sergeant with a scar running down his temple, grunted and dropped his spear into the weapons rack. "I've followed fools and cowards into battle," he said, "never followed someone who knew they were doomed and stood anyway." He grabbed a shield and moved to the wall. The others hesitated no more than a breath before following. The young officer remained. Reagan raised a brow. "Your move." "I'll write the report," he said, "when I get the chance." He too joined the line. Reagan exhaled. Dale approached from the side. "You just talked 5 men out of arresting you." Reagan's gaze drifted back to the field. The Fire Kingdom army was shifting again. Lines were moving, ranks falling into perfect place. At the center, towering above the field, was the litter. Even at a distance, it was impossible to miss. the raised platform crafted of black wood and iron lattice. 6 Gehegi slaves hunched beneath it, their backs twisted under the weight of a mad prince. Chains ran from their collars up into the throne and into Prince Cain's back. Reagan could barely see his face, but he could feel his presence like rot in the marrow of his bones. "He doesn't walk," Dale murmured. "Doesn't fight like a man. He watches." Reagan nodded slowly, "And now he comes." He looked again to his line. The wall was pitifully manned. Scattered disabled veterans, old campaigners with broken knees, farmers with rusted swords, a goat chewing on an apple core tied to a spear post, and a handful of soldiers who should have been dragging him to a prison cell. A mess, a joke. But they stood. His shoulders were square, his grip tight on the hilt. He faced the coming fire with a courage he didn't feel. Every heartbeat echoed like a drumbeat of panic, but he held the line. Around him, others stood tall, brave, defiant, ready. If only they knew the truth. If they could see the storm of fear roaring inside him, they would scatter. They would flee. Because he wasn't a hero. Not really. Just a man pretending to be. But he wouldn't let that show. Wouldn't let them see the coward beneath the armor. He had no choice. So he stood tall, jaw set and eyes forward. Because if he could fake courage long enough, maybe those around him would live long enough to find the real thing. Reagan turned to Dale one last time. "Tell Eldrin Nos to pull that bloody goat inside before it gets flattened, and get every last barrel of pitch and stone to the ramparts. We may not have numbers, but we'll make them pay for every inch they take." "And after that?" Dale asked. Reagan's voice was calm. "Then we hold for as long as we can." He stood on the highest section of the ramparts, jaw tight, eyes scanning the enemy formations. Spears glinted in the light. Shields moved like scales. The litter at the center of the formation, Prince Cain's throne carried by the shackled Gehage slaves, had not moved, but its looming silhouette cast a shadow over the ranks around it. This was the storm, and the wall was about to break. Reagan exhaled, long and slow, trying to push down the rising knot of dread in his chest. They were outnumbered many to one. He had old men, ex-soldiers missing limbs, a few loyal comrades, and enough pitch to start a decent fire, but not a war. The reality weighed heavier than his sword. Then came the voice. "Reagan!" He blinked and turned his head. The call came again, clearer now. "Reagan!" He stepped to the edge of the parapet and looked down toward the base of the wall. His breath caught. There, at the foot of the rampart steps, stood Helena, his wife, her thick braids swept back and pinned, wearing the dark leathers of a militia officer and a steel-plated chest guard clearly fashioned from repurposed armor. Her eyes were fierce, face smudged with soot, and at her side hung a sword that hadn't been drawn in years. And behind her was an army. Thousands of women and children filled the street, armor ill-fitting but cinched tight, blades repurposed from the stacks left behind by the redeployed soldiers. Helena had found every piece of steel the marching men had abandoned, and now it gleamed across a crowd of faces no one would have expected to see in battle. Reagan stared, stunned into silence. Helena smiled. "Are you going to let us up?" she called. "Or are we storming our own wall?" Dale stepped up beside Reagan, mouth half open. That's your wife, and the baker's wife, and that's Elandra of the Seamstress Guild," Reagan murmured, recognizing the old woman. "She used to stitch flags for the barracks." "And look, there's Valkos," Lattice added. Sure enough, at the rear of the column stood Valkos, the town's blacksmith and Reagan's father-in-law, his arms bare to the shoulder, soot smeared across his face. He carried no sword, only a massive two-handed smithing hammer, the head of it engraved with the runes of his family, the haft bound in leather worn smooth by years of work. It was nearly the size of a man, and when he walked, the crowd parted like waves around him. Reagan exhaled, his voice dry. "Let them up." The inner winch spun, chains groaned, and moments later, the heavy doors guarding the wall steps ground apart. Helena marched through first, followed by rows of women, some middle-aged, some barely more than girls, and a few likely grandmothers. Children trailed behind, some clutching small blades, others carrying arrows, bandages, or pails of water. They came with no trumpet, no banner, no fanfare. But they came like a storm answering a challenge. Reagan met Helena halfway up the stone stairs, his expression a mix of disbelief and wonder. "I should ask you what you're doing," he said softly, voice almost catching. "But I already know. Helena smirked. Good, saves time. He looked her over, at the slight gash on her bracer, the scuff on her boots, the soot on her brow. You marched them here? Gathered all this? We didn't run, she said, planting a hand on her hip. We rose. How? The weapons, she said, nodding toward the sheathed swords. Our soldiers left them stacked in crates outside the supply shed. Malkin's orders said they couldn't carry them to the western wall. Said they were too heavy, too slow, she spat. Men always think war waits for them to arrive. And the women? Reagan asked. The children? They've had to defend their homes before, she said. When men were off fighting campaigns in the north, when the border raiders came, when the food lines collapsed after the siege at Dorne. You think we waited for our men to come back every time? Her voice softened, but her fire did not. The women of the Stone Kingdom learned long ago that steel doesn't care who wields it. Swords kill women and children just as easily as men, so we learned to hold them. She stepped closer, laying a hand gently on his chest plate. You're not alone, Reagan. Not now. Not ever. He swallowed the lump in his throat. Behind them, the women were already fanning out across the ramparts. Dale directed them in lines between the misfit veterans, plugging gaps. Children climbed to the supply tower to ferry down arrows. Valkos stood like a statue of iron, assigning blades to those who needed them and warhammers to those who didn't. Reagan stood at the center of it all, watching his last hope turn into an army. No one expected them. No one had planned for this, but they had come anyway. He turned to look back out across the field. The Fire Kingdom's drums had slowed. Perhaps they too saw what was happening. A change in formation, a surge of unexpected defiance. Dale stepped up beside him again, shaking his head with something like awe. You know, in every war story I've heard, it's always the knights who arrive last, just before the walls fall. But this is different. This is better, Reagan said, because no one rode in to save them. They stepped up themselves. He looked across the line of defenders. Helena with her blade held steady, children ferrying quivers to archers, Eldrin Nos now sharpening his flail with a whetstone while the goat gnawed on a fallen gauntlet beside him. The wall was no longer weak, it was alive, an army of the forgotten, the overlooked, the underestimated. And for the first time since the march had begun, Reagan allowed himself a breath of hope. He turned to his wife. We'll hold the wall, she nodded. We'll be the wall. And then, across the field, the Fire Kingdom's horns sounded again, sharp, shrill, angry. Their ranks began to form, shields locked, cavalry falling into place, archers climbing into position. The litter bearing Prince Cain was lifted higher, and the chains on the slaves beneath him glowed faintly with some infernal energy. They were preparing to move, to strike, to kill. And atop the wall, Reagan stood in front of an army he had not summoned, only inspired. An army of women and old men, of children and exiles, of misfits and outcasts. Positions, he shouted, drawing his sword high overhead. The blade gleamed in the firelight, and behind him, hundreds of voices echoed the call. The kingdom would not fall without a fight. Chapter 9, Wall of Will. The air turned thick with tension as the Fire Kingdom army marched toward the walls in perfect columns, 150 men across, shields gleaming in the sun, their armor etched with crimson. Behind them, the towering forms of the Fire Gehegi strode like elemental gods, their bodies wreathed in flame. With every third step, they launched searing fireballs like catapult shots, arcing trails of light that slammed into the outer walls of the Stone Kingdom's Great Wall. One blast struck the ramparts near Reagan's position, the explosion throwing shards of rock like knives. Screams followed, high and terrible, as several of his volunteers, mostly untrained villagers, were hurled from their posts. Reagan spun toward the chaos, already shouting, "Medic teams, move! Patch what you can, and drag the rest behind the second barricade. We hold this wall, no matter the cost." Grath Stonevale stood beside him on the battlement, unmoved by the flames. The massive stone Gehaga, mute but pure of heart and might, reached down and pressed both hands to the granite underfoot. The wall pulsed with power. A low rumble echoed across the parapet. Stone cracked, then surged. Boulders the size of carriages ripped themselves from the ground behind the wall. With a roar that only the earth could make, Grath hurled one into the enemy line. It slammed into the front column with devastating force, sending Fire Kingdom's soldiers tumbling like rag dolls, blood and ash staining the sand. Another fireball screamed toward them, a blazing orb of death, trailing smoke and fury through the sky like a comet. Reagan's eyes caught the movement just as the battlefield seemed to hold its breath. It was coming too fast, too low, too precise. His muscles reacted before his mind could catch up. He shoved a child aside, one of the younger runners barely old enough to carry a message, and dove. But it wasn't going to be enough. A roar rumbled through the stones. The earth trembled beneath their feet. Grath had moved. The mute stone Gehe stood in the center of the parapet, fists clenched, his eyes shone faintly with a primal energy. The stones around him cracked and lifted, responding to his silent command. With a sound like the groan of a dying mountain, the ground split at his feet. Grath raised both arms above his head and brought them down with thunderous force. The wall responded. A slab of stone, 8 feet thick and 10 wide, erupted from the rampart, surging up like a monolith born of the fortress itself. Dust and debris cascaded off its sides as it thrust upward, perfectly angled to meet the incoming fireball. Boom! The impact shook the wall like a bell. The fireball struck the stone with a cataclysmic roar, and for a heartbeat, the battlefield was consumed by light. In that same instant, the slab shattered. A burst of heat and shrapnel exploded in every direction. Molten fragments screamed through the air like shuriken forged in Hades. Reagan felt himself lifted off the ground, a tremendous force slamming into his chest. He hit the stone floor and skidded back across the battlement, his armor sparking against the jagged surface. His head cracked against a fallen shield, and then everything went white. A ringing filled his ears, dull and absolute. He couldn't tell if he was screaming or if the world had simply gone silent. Smoke drifted in thick sheets over the shattered rampart. Cries of pain echoed nearby. Fire crackled in smoldering pockets where burning debris had lodged. The sky was stained orange with rising ash. Reagan blinked and forced himself upright, teeth gritted against the pain. Blood streaked down the side of his face, hot and wet, mingling with the soot and grit already caking his skin. He wiped at it blindly and staggered to his feet. Through the haze, he saw him. Grath. The Gehegi knelt at the edge of the shattered wall, his massive form framed by the remnants of the broken slab, its pieces still fuming, glowing faintly from the heat of impact. Dust and ash swirled around him like a halo. For a long moment, Reagan feared the giant had been killed. Then Grath turned, slow and deliberate. His face was soot-streaked, his massive shoulders heaving from the strain. A long gash ran down his left forearm, oozing dark blood, but he remained upright. Their eyes met. Grath gave a slow nod. Reagan swallowed hard. His voice, when it came, was hoarse. "You saved my life," he rasped. Grath didn't speak. He never did. But his eyes, deep and ancient, said enough, and in that brief moment amid fire and fury, a bond between them solidified like the stone Grath commanded. They would stand together, until the last stone broke, until the last breath was drawn, and the wall would hold. A young runner dashed up the stairs, panting and ash-faced. "Commander, sir, the northern rampart reports fresh waves coming from the south. Smaller force, cavalry and siege ladders. They're trying to flank the watchtowers." Reagan cursed and grabbed the boy by the shoulders. "Tell Helena she's got command on the inner wall. Pull the wounded out of the catwalks. Send the elderly to the holdfast and have Dale bring up the pitch." "Yes, sir." The runner scrambled off. Reagan turned to the battlement, scanning the field. The Fire Kingdom was reorganizing. He could see it now, horns lifting, ranks tightening. In the back line, the Fire Gehag raised both arms, and the air shimmered with unbearable heat. Reagan's stomach dropped. "They're not just probing us anymore," he muttered. "They're about to launch everything they've got." The warning cry came too late. A chorus of war horns sounded from the Fire Kingdom lines, long, guttural, and deafening. From every direction, soldiers roared as they surged forward, siege ladders in hand. Reagan looked down the wall at his motley force, farmers and smiths, women and blind men holding spears, children barely old enough to draw bowstrings. His throat tightened. Then he raised his sword high. "Archers to the walls. Pitch teams prepare to drop. Hold until the last stone breaks. We are the wall." Grath stepped beside him, lifting a stone shield from the ground and pounding it once with his fist. The sound echoed like a war drum. Across the battlement, other stone Gehaga, few though they were, responded in kind. Reagan looked toward the rising smoke, then over the crowd of people behind him. He caught sight of Helena, her copper braid fluttering in the breeze as she helped a crippled woman to shelter. And farther down, Dale was standing on a crate, rallying a group of frightened boys too young to shave. "You're not dying on a wall," Dale bellowed. "You're living as legends." The boys cheered. Reagan exhaled hard. "Good, man." The shriek of iron and the roar of war filled the air as the siege ladders slammed into the wall with bone-jarring force. Dozens of them, wide and reinforced, dug their spiked hooks into the upper stone, lurching into place. The tremor rolled through the fortress like a living thing. Shouts erupted from every direction as crimson-armored soldiers from the Fire Kingdom began to scale the towering ramparts like ants in formation. Reagan surged to the parapet edge, his blade ready to meet the oncoming hordes. Below, a sea of red surged forward, wave after wave crashing against their defenses. Screams of women and children rose amid the clang of steel and the thud of arrows. "Archers, fire at will," Reagan bellowed. "Don't let them gain a foothold." Arrows whistled downward, felling dozens, but not enough. For every fire soldier that fell, 3 more took their place. The first of the enemy soldiers near him crested the wall. An elderly man with a twisted leg and a jagged spear caught the attacker in the gut before toppling under his momentum. A teenage girl hacked blindly with a woodcutter's axe as another climbed over. Her swing missed, but Dale tackled the soldier before he could strike her, slamming a blade into the gap between helmet and breastplate. "Hold the line," Dale yelled, springing to his feet. "Use the pitch, now!" Oil from cracked barrels sloshed over the stones. A lit torch followed, igniting the slope of one ladder in a whoosh of fire. Several Fire Kingdom soldiers screamed as they fell, cloaks and skin ablaze. But there were too many. The ladders kept coming. From a perch behind the battlements, Dale ducked under a thrown javelin and grabbed a rusted spyglass. His eyes swept the chaos, narrowing on the clustered ladders jammed against the center wall. "That's our choke point," he muttered. "We don't stop them there, we're done." He spun toward the hulking form nearby. "Grath!" Dale shouted over the din. "I need a beam, long, wide, straight through under the middle ladders. Pull it right from the wall if you have to." Grath, towering and silent, turned toward him. The mute stone Gehaga tilted his head as if seeing the battlefield through deeper eyes. "Now, Grath, push it forward and knock those ladders off the wall." Grath slammed his fists into the stone floor. The fortress trembled. With a groan that echoed like the cry of a dying mountain, a horizontal beam of stone peeled from the inner wall, stretching outward in a straight, jutting span just beneath the base of the siege ladders. Like a shelf erupting from the wall, it formed a makeshift battering ram. The air thickened with tension as Grath clenched his hands, and the stone lurched forward. The ladders groaned, then tipped back. Hundreds of Fire Kingdom soldiers were flung like dolls into the air. Screams tore through the sky as they crashed to the rocks below, metal and flesh breaking alike. The defenders cheered wildly, their hope renewed. Dale clapped Grath on the shoulder. "That's how we do it!" But the cheer died swiftly. A wave of heat shimmered across the battlefield. The air itself seemed to bend. Across the wall among the advancing army, on a high platform built from dark iron, a figure emerged through the haze. Tall, clad in armor, a golden circlet gleaming on his brow, the Fire Kingdom prince raised one hand, and the battlefield fell silent. His other hand was not empty. Chained to him by twin iron coils was a massive, bald figure, skin the color of granite, eyes hollow and void. His chest heaved as though every breath cost him pain, and his wrists were shackled with agonite manacles. A stone Gehag, but a slave. "By the gods," Reagan whispered, "they're using our own." The prince raised his chained arm, and the Gehag was forced to move. He reached toward the wall, toward the beam Grath had formed. Grath's brow furrowed. He stepped forward instinctively, as if to stop whatever was happening. Too late. The wall shuddered violently. The horizontal stone beam ripped free from the keep, buckling under unseen force. With a splintering boom, it snapped like a twig and hurtled backwards, slamming into the outer wall with a resounding clash. The ladders, those that remained, stood again, anchored by fresh troops scaling with renewed fury. Grath stumbled, blood trickling from his nose. Reagan reached him. "Are you hurt?" Grath shook his head slowly, dazed. Dale's mouth hung open. "That's not Gahaga bending," he said. "That's stolen, like a puppet pulling strings." "They've chained our power," Reagan whispered, stunned. "They've found a way to wield it. The prince commands more than just fire. He can control other elements too, through the Gahaga he enslaves." Reagan stared at the distant prince, the chained Gahaga slumping with exhaustion after the display of power. A new truth settled over him, and with it, dread. If the Fire Kingdom had learned to harness Gahaga power through bondage, they were no longer just a force of men. If they could bend stone too, then what edge would his kingdom have to fight them? The ladders surged again. Reagan turned sharply. "Positions! Keep them from cresting the wall! Aim for the lead men! Don't let them climb!" Across the right flank, the battle raged hardest. The twin brothers, Horan and Doran Falren, stood back-to-back atop a crumbling parapet. 4 feet of pure chaos, their red beards streaked with blood and soot. They whirled through the enemy with deadly precision. They moved like a single storm, blades flashing in a rhythm no outsider could follow. "Left!" Horan barked. Doran spun low, slicing at a soldier's ankles. "Duck!" Horan dropped just in time for Doran's elbow to crack a spear wielder in the jaw. "Why didn't you call that one?" Doran snarled. "I did." "You're just too slow," Horan snapped, parrying another attacker with his stubby blade. "To the pit with you! To the pit with your aim!" They fought as they argued, fiercely, flawlessly. One soldier managed to get a blade into Doran's side, but he didn't slow. Horan, seeing the blood, launched himself like a cannonball into the attacker's chest, knocking him over the parapet to his death. Doran leaned against the stone, panting. That one got close. "You're not allowed to die," Horan grunted, returning to his side. "We agreed. Only a Falren kills a Falren. And I haven't forgiven you for burning my pipe, so that's still on the table." They shared a grim, exhausted laugh, then raised their swords again as another wave reached them. To the far left, however, the wall was breaking. Reagan turned at the sound, stone collapsing, screams echoing. "No," he breathed. "The left flank." The enemy surged through a breach near the top of the wall where defenders had thinned, too few able-bodied to hold the line. A fresh ladder thudded into place. A fire soldier reached the top. Another, a third. Reagan's eyes locked on the breach. "They're in," Dale said, pale. Reagan gritted his teeth. "We're out of time." The roar of the Fire Kingdom swelled. The left flank crumbled like wet clay under the fire-born storm. Screams rose from the wall walk as defenders fell back, bloodied and broken. Fire Kingdom soldiers poured up the siege ladders like a living tide, their red and black armor flashing in the sun, faces hidden behind horned helmets. Smoke curled from their blades, many still dripping red from those they already slain. A child no older than 12 tried to shield her mother with a broken spear. An elderly archer loosed his final arrow before a curved blade cut him down. Reagan sprinted toward the breach, barking orders, sword clenched in his hand. "Form a line. Get the wounded back. Hold the bloody wall." But the wall could not be held. Not by these people. Not against this. And then, from the smoke-filled tower to the left, stumbled a shadow, swaying and muttering. "Why's it always when I'm napping?" Reagan turned just in time to see a wiry, unkempt gnome stagger through the archway, hair like a bird's nest, beard unbraided, eyes bloodshot and glazed. Gruen Falren, drunk as a tomb rat. He hiccuped once, then yawned. Ladders again? They never learn. Someone tried to hand him water. He slapped it away and grabbed 2 sabers from a fallen defender, one chipped, the other far too long for his height. He squinted at the advancing soldiers with disappointment. "You lot woke me up for this?" A Fire Kingdom warrior lunged. Steel flashed. The soldier dropped, throat carved open in a blur too quick for the eye. Gruen turned, hiccuped again, then sliced a second man across the knee and severed a third's wrist as they raised their sword. "Sloppy footwork," he muttered. "You call that a stance? I've seen better posture in a collapsed tent." More came. 10, 15, a dozen more behind them. Gruen just sighed, rolled his neck, and twisted into motion. He moved like a man dancing to music only he could hear. One moment swaying drunkenly, the next launching into a spinning leap that drove both blades into the ribs of 2 enemies at once. He ducked a spear, bounced off a corpse, used its back as a springboard to flip over a halberd strike, and landed in a slide that took the legs out from under 2 more. Then he stood and stabbed one man in the ear. "This is why I don't go to parties anymore," he said conversationally. The left flank paused. Fire Kingdom soldiers hesitated, unnerved by the short specter soaked in blood, swaying slightly, grinning like a madman. And then he pointed. "Oh, almost forgot. I brought friends." Reagan followed his gaze. The mountains moved. No, not the mountains. Mountain giants. They came down the ridgelines in waves between 10 and 16 feet tall, looking almost like men but shaped by the raw violence of the earth. Limbs roped with muscle, eyes burning with a primal rage. They radiated presence, like mountains given breath and fury. At their head, roaring a call that cracked the sky, was Torlum. The fugitive giant Reagan had once let walk free into the Deadlands. Now he returned, not alone, but leading his kin. Hundreds of them barreled down the rocky ridges with terrifying momentum, their war cries echoing like falling rock across the field. The sound of their charge rolled like distant thunder before erupting into chaos. They carried weapons forged from the land itself. Tree trunks stripped of bark and sharpened to crude points. Iron wagon axles wielded like short swords. Some had no weapons at all. They were the weapons. Their armor was a patchwork of old-world remnants and trophies. One wore a breastplate fashioned from a shattered tower bell. Another had mammoth ribs lashed to his forearms as bracers. Bones, tusks, and twisted steel formed crude helms and shoulder guards. All were soaked in dust and blood. Torlum himself was a terror to behold, a beast of grizzled fury. A scar ran from his temple to his jaw, and his beard was braided with the broken blades of enemies past. He held no weapon. He didn't need one. His fists were boulders. With a roar, Torlum leapt from a stone bluff. He crashed down onto a Fire Kingdom siege engine, a rolling flamethrower half the size of a barn, and crushed it under his weight. The machine splintered, fire licking up its shattered core as soldiers screamed and scattered. Behind him, more giants surged. One reached down and snatched 2 fire soldiers, one in each hand and another in his arms, then crushed them together like twigs in a bundle. Blood sprayed in a crimson arc, and he hurled the corpses into the advancing lines, sending men flying. Another giant, wearing a collar of tusks and metal gears, barreled into a group of lancers. His hand shot out, grabbed a man by the chest, and used him as a flail, knocking down 3 others. He roared, lifted a ladder from the base of the wall, and snapped it in half over his knee. A group of Fire Kingdom Gehage began to cast. One giant, broad-shouldered, missing an eye, slammed his fists into the ground. The force shattered the rocky surface beneath him and threw up a wall of dust, breaking the firecasters' concentration. As they reeled, he grabbed a flaming projectile from a nearby siege engine and hurled it back like a comet. It exploded inside the enemy's second line, igniting supplies and sending their own siege tower into flames. The battlefield changed. It went from order and strategy to chaos and terror. The Fire Kingdom soldiers, disciplined, brutal, trained for war, were not prepared for this. Giants who fought like beasts, every swing of their massive limbs bowled through ranks, every stomp cracked bones. One giant drove his shoulder into a battering ram and knocked it backwards 20 feet, crushing 24 men beneath it. Another hurled a severed wheel like a discus, decapitating a cavalry officer mid-command. Even their roars were weapons, unnerving the advancing soldiers, filling them with fear. Reagan stood amidst the smoke and blood, awestruck. Never, not in his wildest imaginings, had he thought the Deadlands would answer his call like this. He turned to Gruen, who was calmly wiping his blade on a dead soldier's cloak. The gnome's wild white hair was matted with soot and blood, his eyes narrowed beneath bushy brows. Gruen gave a low whistle. "Good lads," he muttered. "Bit uncivilized, but they know how to crash a party." As if on cue, one giant bellowed and headbutted a Fire Kingdom spearman so hard that the man's helmet imploded. Another grabbed a ballista, lifted it like a child's toy. The main beam snapped off in his hands and hurled it over the battlefield. It landed in the enemy's rear formation with devastating force. But it wasn't just brute force. Some giants moved with uncanny agility, ducking under steel lance bolts, dodging fireballs, turning into the wind like practiced warriors. One vaulted a barricade, landed in a crouch, then backhanded 3 soldiers off their feet before charging a mounted officer and tearing him from the saddle. And still they came. 12 from this valley, 24 over this crest. More. The Fire Kingdom lines broke. What had been an impenetrable tide of red and flame became a swarm of ants facing an avalanche. Orders were drowned in screams, horns blared in panic. Even the fire Gehenna stepped back, uncertain. Reagan felt the weight lift from his chest. He saw hope flicker in the eyes of his people, until it dimmed again. A shadow moved across the field. From the center of the Fire Kingdom formation, Prince Cain stood. The chained Gehenna behind him collapsed to its knees, spent. Cain raised both arms. The sky turned red. Fire exploded across the field, not in balls or bursts, but as a curtain. A wall of flame, 2 stories high and wide enough to span the battlefield, erupted between the Fire Kingdom soldiers and the charging stone giants. The heat alone forced even the giants to halt. Torlam howled, shielding his eyes. The flames hissed and curled, forming not just a wall, but a barrier alive with motion, plumes of fire screaming within it. Reagan stepped back instinctively. Prince Cain stood before the fire untouched. Gruen belched. "Show off!" And the war began anew. Reagan barely had time to process the sound of boots and screams before the wave broke across the top of the ramparts. Dozens of crimson-armored soldiers surged forward, pouring over the broken barricade like a tide of flame and steel. Their war cries echoed against the stone, and the air was thick with ash and blood. Reagan drove his blade through a soldier's gut, twisted, and yanked it free. Another came from the side. He ducked, slammed his elbow into the man's face, then used the soldier's forward momentum to toss him into the abyss below. His chest heaved, sweat mixing with grime, and smoke stung his eyes. The stone beneath his boots was slick with blood. All around him, defenders fell back, overwhelmed. A fireball arced over the wall and exploded behind him. The blast lifted Reagan off his feet. He slammed into the wall, ribs howling in protest. The world spun. When he opened his eyes, a soldier in Fire Kingdom red had mounted him, knees digging into his ribs. A blade pressed closer and closer toward Reagan's throat. He gritted his teeth, arms straining against the strength of the attacker. Inch by inch, the blade came downward, gleaming with the reflection of the fires burning around them. Then, chomp! The soldier screamed, staggering sideways. Something had clamped onto his ankle with unrelenting fury. Clatterhoof. The old one-horned goat held on like a rabid demon, eyes wild and tail flicking furiously. The soldier kicked and cursed, trying to shake him loose. Reagan used the moment to lunge, throwing the man aside and scrambling to his feet. "What in the name of Hawkins' bones?" Reagan muttered. The soldier turned and in a fury brought his sword down. The blade sliced through Clatterhoof. The goat bleated, a sharp, guttural sound that pierced even the roar of battle. His body crumpled, blood pooling on the stone. Reagan's breath caught. A roar, not from the enemy, not from any beast, but from behind him. Eldrin Noss. The old steward moved like a man possessed. He shoved past a stunned soldier, grabbed a fallen spear, and hurled it through the air. It caught one of Reagan's would-be attackers in the throat. Another soldier lunged. Eldrin met him with a butcher's cleaver taken from the ground, swinging with wild precision. The blade sank deep into the man's side, then out again. Blood sprayed. Reagan tried to rise, but 2 more fire soldiers grabbed his arms, pinning him to the ground. The original attacker returned, sword raised. "Now die!" Eldrin screamed, rage twisting his wrinkled face. He threw himself forward, bashing the man with his shoulder. He stabbed with a dagger, fought off one of Reagan's captors, then was stabbed in turn, a deep thrust through the ribs. Eldrin stumbled. The second soldier fled. The attacker turned to finish Eldrin, but Reagan was already moving. He ripped his arm free, grabbed a broken piece of spear, and drove it through the attacker's side, all the way through the chest. The soldier spasmed, collapsed. It was over, for now. Reagan rushed to Eldrin's side. The old man lay on his back, blood staining his tunic, hand pressed weakly to the wound. His breath came in rasps. "Reagan," he croaked. "I'm here, hold on, we'll get you to a healer." Eldrin coughed. A wet sound? No use. That bugger knew where to stick it. Reagan pressed down on the wound, desperate. Eldrin weakly swatted his hand. "Enough of that, just listen." Reagan nodded, jaw clenched. Eldrin turned his head slightly, eyes landing on the still form of Clatterhoof. A tear rolled down his weathered cheek. "That bloody goat," he whispered. "Stubborn, foul-tempered, smelled like fermented cabbage, but he was mine." Reagan placed a hand on his shoulder. "He saved my life, you both did." Eldrin smiled faintly. Then, do something for me. Anything. Bury us together. Reagan blinked. You and Clatterhoof? Aye, Eldrin murmured, voice fading. We've been side by side long enough. May as well keep annoying each other in the afterlife. Reagan's throat tightened. You have my word. Eldrin's breathing slowed. The lines in his face softened. He gave a weak, satisfied smile. Good, now go win this thing, you thick-headed bugger. His eyes closed and didn't reopen. Reagan knelt there for a long moment, one hand still on Eldrin's shoulder, the other resting on Clatterhoof's blood-matted fur. The battle raged around him, but for just a moment the world stood still. Then Reagan rose, eyes burning with fury. The Fire Kingdom had taken much, but now they would pay for every inch of stone, every drop of blood, and every fallen friend. Reagan moved slowly, his hands still stained with Eldrin's blood. The body of the old steward lay beside the crumpled form of Clatterhoof, their final rest hard-earned but far from peaceful. All around them chaos roared, screams, fire, crashing steel. The wall trembled under the relentless force of the Fire Kingdom's siege. Smoke clung to the sky like a shroud. Crimson banners waved in the distance, and there at the heart of the battlefield stood the source of it all. Prince Cain, golden circlet gleaming, a wall of fire dancing at his command. Reagan's jaw clenched. This ends now, he muttered. He turned away from the bodies, his eyes sweeping across the wall. Horan and Doran stood side by side, soaked in sweat and blood, still carving down enemies with brutal precision. Thalon Cromark crouched beside the wreckage of a siege ladder, loosing arrows faster than 5 other archers combined. Ven the thief darted between shadows, blades flashing with surgical intent. Stonevale, his massive form dusted with blood and ash, stood like a living statue at the center of the defense, fists dripping with stone and enemy gore. And Dale, scrappy, loud-mouthed Dale, climbed a broken parapet, waving wildly at Reagan, his face streaked with dirt but alight with determination. They were battered, bleeding, but alive. Reagan marched to them, blood caked across his brow, his voice grim and clear. We're not going to win this by holding the wall, he said. Sharp observation, Ven muttered, flicking blood off a dagger. Reagan pointed toward the field, where Prince Cain stood surrounded by his personal guard and chained Gahage. We take out the prince. The fire dies with him. Thalon frowned. An arrow knocked. You're insane. He's wrapped in power. Gahage chained, protected. I can get to him, Reagan said. If I touch him, just once I can drain the Gahage's strength, disrupt the Agonite, end this. Dale blinked. You can do that? Reagan nodded. I've done it before. It's what I was born to do. I destroy what others draw power from. Grath stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on Reagan's shoulder. He didn't speak, but the meaning was clear. Then Horan cracked his neck. So we're breaking a prince? Doran grinned. Sounds fun. Thalon sighed and adjusted his quiver. This is suicidal, Ven grinned. Finally, a plan I can get behind. Reagan looked at each of them. Your job is to get me there. Get me to the prince. Nothing else matters. They nodded. Then together they leapt from the wall. The Misfit Company charged. They landed in the heart of battle, rolling and springing to their feet. The Fire Kingdom forces turned, surprised by the sudden assault. Grath was the first to strike. He slammed both fists into the ground, sending a ripple of stone that cracked the earth like glass. Fire soldiers tumbled as the earth buckled beneath them. Grath surged forward, grabbing 2 by the chest and smashing their heads together with a thunderous crack. He moved with methodical fury, clearing a path like a living siege engine. To his left, Thalon perched on a fallen boulder, firing arrow after arrow with uncanny accuracy. Each shaft found a throat, a knee, a joint. His eyes tracked movement faster than most men could see, anticipating shifts in formation and cutting down threats before they arrived. Left flank, Dale called. Doran and Horan veered off, the twins moving like a whirlwind of short blades and deadly curses. Keep up, brother, Doran called, spinning low and carving a soldier's Achilles tendons. You call that a kill shot? Horan snarled, driving a dagger into another's ribs. You're slipping? Old age, perhaps? Doran headbutted a man. Says the runt who missed that parry 2 minutes ago. They moved in a deadly tandem, covering each other's blind spots with violent efficiency. Ven was barely visible. He weaved through enemy ranks like smoke, appearing just long enough to slit a throat or jam a dagger under a helm before vanishing again. When a halberd swung at Reagan, it never landed. Ven was already behind the wielder, the soldier's throat blooming red. "Keep moving, Commander," Ven said, disappearing into the fray. Reagan pressed forward, flanked by Dale, who fought with erratic but passionate skill. Steel rang out as Dale parried a downward strike, his mismatched gauntlets catching the blade with practiced ease. With a precise step, he shifted his stance and drove his knee into the attacker's ribs, dropping the soldier without a word. "Left flank folding," he called over the clash of weapons. "Reagan, push forward. I've got your side." Reagan ducked low beneath a swinging axe, sparing only a glance back. "You sure about that?" Dale stepped in, deflecting a spear thrust meant for Reagan's spine. "I've been sure for 20 years. Go!" Another enemy closed in, and Dale met him head-on, movements sharp, efficient, deadly. No bravado now, no need for it. He wasn't the reckless boy anymore. He was the shield between Reagan and death, and he wasn't backing down. Dale ducked just in time for Reagan's sword to swing overhead, cleaving into the attacker. "Thanks," Dale called. "That's the 6th time you've saved me today." "You're counting?" Reagan grunted. The misfits carved forward, but the Fire Kingdom saw them now. Horn blasts rang out. Elite guard units moved in, and the field shifted. They hit like a wall. Spears jabbed, fire surged, and for a moment the momentum broke. Thalon took an arrow to the arm and staggered. Grath fell to one knee, blasted by flame. Ven disappeared beneath a press of soldiers. Horan and Doran fought back-to-back again, blood running from fresh wounds. Reagan turned. "We're close," he shouted. "Just another 100 yards!" But the misfits were surrounded. Too many soldiers. Too much flame. They weren't going to make it, not like this. Flame and steel closed in on all sides. Reagan's sword arm burned with fatigue. His lungs sucked down smoke and blood. Around him, the misfit company was scattered and staggering. Grath was on one knee, shielding Thalon with his own massive body. Thalon's arrows were gone, his bowstring frayed, blood seeping from a gash at his temple. Ven was nowhere in sight. The twins, Doran and Horan, fought back-to-back, Horan favoring one leg, Doran clutching a blood-soaked side. Dale was near Reagan, panting hard, his wild eyes never leaving his commander's back. They were not going to make it. Then the air split with a sound like a storm and fury given form, a piercing, high-pitched scream that echoed across the battlefield. Mako. Reagan's head snapped up just in time to see the great beast dive from the smoke-streaked sky. The fully grown winged terror shrieked with a griffin's cry, talons spread, wings beating like the fury of gods. Mako slammed into a formation of Fire Kingdom soldiers, scattering them like twigs in a storm. Flames burst around him, but his hide shook it off as he ripped a rider from the saddle and dragged him into the sky. And then, from the distant ridge, the horns. A second wave rolled across the field, this time from boots. Thousands of them. Cresting the far hills came a tide of warriors in patched, mismatched armor, some wearing old Earth Kingdom greens, others clad in scrap metal and leathers, but all marched under the sigil of a griffin. The Kalian army. Reagan stared in disbelief. He had sent Latus on a long-shot hope to find what remained of the Rouge resistance, the exiles, the outcasts, and they had come. Reagan surged forward, renewed. "Now," he shouted, "we push now." The misfits rallied behind him. Through the chaos, through the rain of flame and arrows, Reagan drove his sword forward. He kicked a fire soldier off his feet, ducked a swing, and buried his blade in another man's gut. Blood sprayed his face, heat radiating from every direction. Beside him, Dale surged forward, a stolen saber in each hand. His movements were frantic but effective, slashing, parrying, dodging. He stayed glued to Reagan's flank, never more than a stride away. His breath came in ragged gasps, but his eyes shone with unshakable resolve. Horan and Doran dove into a wedge of enemy soldiers, blades flashing with unholy precision. They shouted insults and battle cries, daring anyone to approach. Together they created a path through the chaos. Grath barreled forward behind them, his stone-covered fists swinging like siege hammers. He knocked 2 soldiers through a barricade, flattening them into the mud with a crunch of armor and bone. Reagan's eyes locked on the litter where Prince Cain stood. The prince remained a beacon of power amid the chaos, his chained Gehage radiating elemental might. The wall of fire pulsed behind him, flickering now as though Cain's concentration wavered. His guards closed in, surrounding him with blades drawn and armor gleaming. Reagan moved, He climbed a ruined siege tower, using the scattered timbers and broken stone like steps. Arrows hissed past, a spear glanced off his shoulder. He didn't stop. At the top, he prepared to leap. But just before he could take off, a Fire Kingdom knight appeared from the smoke, blade raised for a killing stroke at Reagan's exposed side. Too fast! Reagan turned, but not in time. The blade came down, and Dale was there. He lunged between them with no hesitation. The saber in his left hand parried the incoming blow, but the second blade from another soldier caught him full in the gut. Steel pierced through. He didn't cry out. He didn't stop moving. With blood bubbling at his lips, Dale shoved the attacker back and slashed him across the throat, dropping him in a heap. Reagan didn't see it clearly, not in that moment. He only saw Dale still standing, weapons raised, blood soaking his tunic. "Go!" Dale shouted, voice hoarse but defiant. Reagan nodded and turned, taking his leap. He soared over the ring of enemy guards and landed hard on one knee, his sword clashing against Prince Kane's. Behind him, Dale staggered, one hand pressed against the wound in his stomach. But he didn't fall. Not yet. The prince met him with calm fury. "You think you can win this?" Kane snarled. "You think you can stop me?" "I don't think," Reagan said, pushing forward. "I know." Their blades collided, sparks flying. Kane was fast, blindingly so. His blade crackled with fire, each strike a whip of searing death. Reagan ducked low, rolled to the side, but a blast from the prince's palm slammed into his shoulder, hurling him backward across the blood-slick ground. Pain flared white-hot. Before he could recover, 2 Fire Kingdom guards pounced, driving him down, pinning his arms to the earth. He struggled, teeth gritted, as Kane strode forward, blade raised high, its edge glowing with heat. Then he saw it. Just beyond the edge of his reach, a thick black chain slithered across the dirt, dragging behind the prince like a leash from some unseen force. It scraped the ground, barely a breath away. Reagan's eyes locked onto it. He wrenched against the guards, muscles screaming in protest. The blade was coming. He had seconds, if that. With one final surge, he forced his right arm free, just enough to stretch. His fingertips grazed steel. Another strike from the prince's blade carved through the air, and Reagan's hand clamped around the chain. He felt it instantly, the surge of power, and then he drained it. The chain disintegrated, turning to ash. The slave at the other end collapsed, then another, and another. The elemental fire around Kane flickered. His body convulsed. "No!" the prince screamed. "You don't know what you're doing!" The Gahage collapsed, gasping. The fire wall behind Kane imploded, extinguished in an instant. The Fire Kingdom soldiers panicked. "Protect the prince!" someone shouted. But it was too late. Kane's body convulsed again, his hands twitching as smoke poured from his armor. The soldiers around him grabbed the handles of the litter, hoisted him up, and began retreating. Reagan staggered, blood pouring from his shoulder. He dropped to one knee. They had won. The tide had turned. Around him, the misfit company began to regroup. But not all of them. He saw Thalon kneeling, over Dale. Reagan limped over, pain forgotten. Dale lay in the mud, a sword still clutched in his hand. Blood pooled beneath him. He had thrown himself between Reagan and a blade, saved his life. Reagan knelt, lifting the man he had known since the man was a boy. Dale blinked, face pale. "Hey, boss," he rasped. "Told you Crimson Windmill was my unstoppable move." "Dale, hold on. You're gonna be fine." Dale smiled faintly. "I didn't yield." Reagan's throat closed. He remembered that day. Dale, 15, bruised, wild-eyed, refusing to admit defeat even as Malik broke his bones. "You stubborn fool," Reagan whispered. Dale coughed. "Told you I'd be a general one day." "You lead like a general today," Reagan said. "Now just stay awake." But Dale's eyes were already closing. His hand went limp. Reagan held him there as the sun broke through the smoke overhead. Victory. But at a price. And as Reagan rose, sword in hand, blood on his face, he knew this wasn't the end. It was only the beginning of something darker. Chapter 10: The Traitor's Crown. The battlefield was quiet now. Where once fire and stone had clashed, only smoke lingered, curling like mournful ghosts above the scorched dirt. The great gate loomed behind Reagan, cracked in places from the fury of siege weapons, its banners tattered, its guards slumped against its walls, some in exhaustion, others in death. Blood soaked the soil, running in rivulets through the cracked stone as if the land itself wept. Reagan's boots were caked with it. He moved forward in a daze, sword trailing from his fingertips, the blade whispering against the rubble with each dragging step. The clang of armor and cries of the dying had faded. Only the wind remained, and the far-off sobbing of survivors. And then, he saw them. A small cluster of townsfolk and soldiers formed a circle near the broken remnants of the town square. At the center, Varkos knelt, unmoving. His shoulders, usually a mountain of strength, shook. His soot-stained hands trembled as they brushed through strands of copper-brown hair. Helena's hair. Reagan stopped, the air vanishing from his lungs. "No," he breathed. The crowd parted for him without a word. No one could meet his eyes. Even the soldiers who had once marched beneath his command lowered their gazes. It was not the grief of strangers they feared. It was the silence of a man about to break. He knelt beside her, the scar on his cheek twitching as if to split open anew. Helena lay on her back, eyes closed, her face serene despite the dark shafts of blood that streaked her torso. 2 arrows jutted from her side, snapped by someone in an attempt to move her, but not before their work had been done. Varkos didn't look up. "I told her to stay back," the old smith rasped, voice hollow. "Told her to wait inside, but she wouldn't. Said she had to help the defenders on the wall." Reagan's hand hovered just above her brow. It shook, trembled with the weight of the world, and then lowered. He brushed a lock of hair from her cheek. "Helena," Cicero stood nearby, back against the wall, arms limp at his sides. No longer a boy, but a soldier. Battered, blood-smeared, eyes hollow with the weight of what they'd just survived. His sergeant's insignia was scorched, half-torn, and the sword at his hip hung forgotten. Their eyes met. Reagan, commander, war-hardened, unbreakable, felt something in him falter. He crossed the space in 3 strides and pulled his son into a fierce embrace, the kind that said you're alive when words wouldn't do. Cicero didn't cry, didn't speak. He just clung, fingers locking into the fabric of Reagan's torn tunic, as if holding on could keep the world from breaking any further. Neither said a word. Behind them, a towering figure stepped forward. Torlum, the mountain giant. His massive frame cast a long shadow over the dead. He placed one calloused hand over his heart and bowed his head low. "She was kind," Torlum said in his broken, gravel-deep voice. "To me, gave me food when others hide children. She brave, she family now." His red-rimmed eyes met Reagan's. "Giant folk grieve with you. We fight with you, forever." Reagan nodded, unable to form words. His jaw clenched so hard his teeth ached. A sharp shuffle of boots announced another approach. A subset of the same Stone Kingdom soldiers who had arrived before the battle, papers of arrest in hand, stood a short distance away. Only 2 had survived the battle. Their uniforms were blood-streaked. One of them, the younger of the 2, looked visibly shaken. We came to detain you," he said quietly. "That was our duty. Those are our orders." Reagan stood slowly. His face was carved from granite, hard and unreadable. The older soldier spoke now, his voice gentler. "But you saved the gate. You held the line. Your men would have broken without you. We all saw it." Reagan didn't move. The younger man swallowed hard. "We're supposed to bring you to the capital, but after what happened," he trailed off, gaze drifting to Helena's body. "We can wait, a day or 2, to bury your dead." Reagan's hand rested on the hilt of his blade. The crowd had begun to murmur, low voices of dissent rising like sparks. "They mean to arrest him?" someone said. "After all he's done? He should be the one leading us." Anger stirred in the air like a growing storm. Varkos finally rose, his fists clenched. "If they touch him now," the smith growled, "they'll answer to every hammer in Farish." Reagan raised a hand. The murmurs stilled. He stepped forward, voice heavy with weariness but lined with iron. "No," the crowd blinked. "If we fight," Reagan said, "the kingdom fractures. The Stone Kingdom will turn its army inward, chasing its own. They'll brand us traitors. They'll burn Farish to make an example." He looked down at Helena again, kneeling once more, brushing a kiss against her blood-cold hand. "I won't let her death be in vain." A soldier stepped forward. "But sir, we—" Reagan cut him off. "I go, willingly. No man lifts a blade on my behalf." He stood again and turned to the crowd. "We can't fight intruders at the gates," he said, his voice rising, "and then fight each other over politics and factions. That's not why we bleed. That's not why we die. The kingdom is more important than one man." Cicero had walked up beside him now. He placed a hand on his shoulder. The crowd, once murmuring in dissent, now stood in hushed reverence. Varkos spoke, his voice a hammer striking steel. I will bury her, he said, with honor, with fire and stone. But I swear this to you, Reagan Darkwater. If they harm you, if they twist your name into treason, I will forge blades until my hands can no longer hold a hammer. I've lost my daughter. I won't lose my son. Reagan offered a quiet nod. Afterward, after the smoke from the siege had thinned and the sun had bled into the horizon, one of the soldiers approached Reagan at the base of the overlook, his tunic smudged with ash and grief. We've begun carving the names, the man said quietly. Helena of Farish, we've already recorded. And the man Dale, do you know his family name? For the wall? Reagan looked away, jaw tightening. The wind tugged at his cloak, but he didn't feel the cold. Dale didn't have one, he said finally. He was a street rat when I found him. No parents, no papers, just fists and spitfire. The soldier hesitated, waiting. Reagan looked toward the pyre. He fought beside me for over 2 decades, bled beside me, made me laugh when no one else could. He was reckless, loud, stubborn as a mule. He swallowed hard. He was my brother. The soldier nodded, ready to record it. Then what name should we carve? Reagan's voice was low but resolute. Darkwater. His name was Dale Darkwater. They built the pyre at dusk, high upon the overlook above Farish. The same winds that once carried laughter through spring blossoms now whispered through the stone with hollow reverence. It was here Helena had once stood during the spring festival, scattering wildflower seeds into the sky and laughing as they landed in her braid. He didn't speak. Not yet. The flames would come soon enough. He turned away then, unable to watch the flames consume his beloved Helena. He stood, the firelight flickering against his back as the names of the fallen were etched into stone, one by one, so they would never be forgotten. The flames rose high, orange and defiant against the dying sky. Soldiers, townsfolk, even some of the wounded from the infirmary stood in solemn silence. Torlum stood like a mountain sentinel, unmoving. Cicero didn't speak at first, but when the moment came, when it truly settled that she was gone, his breath hitched, and for the first time in years his composure broke, not as a soldier, but as a son. Reagan pulled him close, one arm wrapped tight around his back, the other cradling the back of his head like he had when Cicero was small. "Say goodbye," he whispered. Cicero's voice was raw, muffled against his father's shoulder. "Goodbye, Mama." Reagan closed his eyes, just for a second, then drew in a slow, heavy breath and turned to face the waiting soldiers. Without a word, he unbuckled his sword and handed it to the nearest man, who took it with quiet reverence. He turned back to Cicero, his sergeant, his blood, and gripped him by both shoulders. Their eyes met, soldier to soldier, father to son. "You're stronger than you know," Reagan said. "Stronger than I ever was." Cicero's jaw trembled. "Will you come back?" Reagan's reply was soft, steady. "I'll try." Varka stepped forward then, his soot-stained hand resting firm on Reagan's shoulder. "I'll watch over him," the blacksmith said. "He'll have a home, a purpose, I swear it." Reagan gave a slow nod. "Don't go to war for me, Varko. Cicero can't afford to lose the last family he has left." Then, with the fire at his back and the future unknown, he turned toward the road leading north. The soldiers flanked him. No chains were used. None were needed. As they disappeared into the gathering dusk, the last light of the pyre caught in the wind, and for a moment it looked like the flames themselves were reaching after him. The stone walls of Reagan's cell had lost their edges weeks ago. He had begun to lose track of how long he had been imprisoned awaiting his trial. Everything blurred now, gray to darker gray, a palette of silence and dust. The single barred window at the top of the chamber wall filtered pale northern light down in ribbons that rarely reached the floor. Time had become a shapeless fog, measured only by the scraping of the food tray or the distant clang of iron doors 3 corridors away. A cracked bench, a bucket of stale water, and the stone, always the stone beneath him. Cold, even when he sat for hours, unmoving. Reagan rested with his back against the far wall, knees up, wrists slack atop them. His beard had thickened. His eyes, once sharp with command, stared hollow at the wall as if trying to carve meaning into it with sheer focus. He tried to remember how long it had been since Farish, since Helena, since everything. The guards outside his cell never spoke, not to him, not to each other. And yet, occasionally, the slit in the door would slide open, just long enough to catch the tail of a conversation in the hallway or the whisper of a familiar voice. The torchlight outside the cell flickered, casting long, quivering shadows against the damp stone walls. Reagan moved and sat on the edge of the cot, elbows on knees, hands clasped loosely. A single crack ran down the far wall like a scar, and he found himself tracing it again with his eyes. He'd already memorized every chip and fissure in this cell. He could hear the distant clatter of armor echoing through the halls, muffled voices, the slow grind of the city settling for the day. Outside, the city moved on. He didn't. Footsteps approached, heavy, measured, familiar. The iron door groaned open, and Torrin Elderstone stepped inside. He didn't announce himself, but Reagan knew who it was before the door opened. The scent of oil and grit, the way he favored his right leg as he walked. Reagan could recognize Torrin by those things alone. He had listened to his friend's approach to his cell many times over his captivity. Torrin didn't speak at first. He just stood there, arms folded, staring at Reagan through the bars. "You held the line, Reagan," he said at last. "People remember that. You are a hero. Even the ones who voted to keep you in here know that." Reagan let out a breath, low and bitter. He didn't meet Torrin's eyes. "Then they remember wrong." A pause. "What do you mean?" "I've been giving it a lot of thought. Plenty of time for that in here. I'm no hero," Reagan said, voice quiet but firm. "I'm a coward. Always have been." Torrin raised an eyebrow but didn't interrupt. Reagan finally looked up, shadows under his eyes like bruises. "People see the stories, the fights, the victories. They don't see what drove me to walk into those moments." He laughed once, dry and joyless. "They don't know how much I wanted to run." He leaned back against the cold wall, his voice quiet, not from weariness but from the weight of saying something he'd never quite admitted, not even to himself. "You know the story," Reagan murmured. "Gods know everyone does. The wounded cart, the ambush, Kale's distraction, me pulling lattice through the sand like some bloody myth." His eyes didn't lift from the floor. "They tell it like I was brave, like I made the hard choice." He shook his head slowly. "But it wasn't courage, Torrin, not really. I ran because I was terrified. Not calculated, not noble, just scared out of my mind. I didn't even look back until I was under the safety of the great gate. I left Kale in the sand and told myself it was the right call." A bitter smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "And now it's a story that earns cheers in taverns. They paint it on murals. Reagan Darkwater, fearless. But I remember what it really felt like. I wasn't fearless. I was just desperate and ashamed." He finally met Torrin's eyes. That was the first time I knew real fear, and it's followed me every step since. "I've been afraid ever since," Reagan went on. "Afraid when I stood across from Malkin in that training ring. Afraid when I took command, when I saw my name on banners. When I went out to the villages, the Fire Kingdom was burning. Gods, Torrin! I was shaking inside. Every step I thought, this is where I fail. This is where they'll see me for what I really am." He chuckled bitterly. "And the wall, during the siege, I looked at those kids beside me, barely grown. Some looked ready to wet themselves. And the truth is, I was more scared than they were." A long silence stretched between them. "I'm not brave," Reagan said, his voice barely above a whisper. "I've just gotten good at pretending. Most days, I'd ask myself what Kale would have done, then do my best to wear that like armor. Fake the part well enough, long enough, and people start accepting it as truth." Torrin stepped closer, folding his arms, his voice gruff but sure. "You think bravery means being unafraid?" Reagan didn't answer. "You're wrong," Torrin said. "Bravery is fear. It's knowing the danger, the cost, the odds, and stepping forward anyway. Cowards run. Fools charge in without thinking. Brave men are shaking inside, and they do what needs doing anyway." He pointed at Reagan, his voice low and fierce now. "You think fear makes you less of a hero? It's what makes you more of one. You didn't run from the burning villages. You didn't run when the banners fell. You didn't run from that wall. And you sure as Hades didn't run when the people needed you to defy orders and stand your ground." Reagan stared at him, jaw tight, eyes stinging. "You think I've never been afraid?" Torrin said, softer now. "Every soldier has fear, but not every soldier has the spine to act anyway. You did, again and again and again." He let out a breath, rubbing his temple. "The ones who voted to keep you in this cell? Maybe they don't see that, maybe they don't care, but I do, and so do the great many people who'd be dead if you for you." Torin took a step back toward the door. "You can say you're no hero," Torin said quietly, "but in all my years, I've never even heard of a man who's earned that title more than you." Then he was gone, the door creaking shut behind him. The torchlight dimmed. Reagan sat in the quiet, heart-pounding, and for the first time in a long time, he let the silence settle without shame. And then there was Senator Vaughn. The man always came dressed in muted browns and blues, cloak free of house sigils, his voice low and deliberate. "I'm working every line I can. The Eastern Council backs you. So do the Western ports. Even the Silver Crescent families, whose banners haven't been raised since the last Great War, sent emissaries in your favor. But the ones loyal to Thorn..." He trailed off, rubbing his temple. "Rurik Thorn still holds a third of the council, and those in his pocket are unmoved. I've just received some documents that may help our case, but I need time to verify them, time to see if they can make a difference." Reagan never responded much, only nodded. Sometimes not even that. The door slid open, then groaned fully aside. Boots approached, steady, measured, not the heavy step of a guard, but lighter, familiar. "Father?" a voice called, low, confident, but laced with something softer beneath. Reagan's head snapped up. Cicero stood framed in the doorway, tall and straight-backed in his stone-gray uniform. His sergeant's sash was worn but proudly fastened across his chest. His dark hair, longer now, swept behind his ears in rough waves from too many days without proper trimming. A guard lingered at his shoulder, but it was Cicero who owned the room. "Cicero," Reagan breathed. He surged forward, rising to his feet, then stopped himself looking at the guard. But Cicero didn't hesitate. He crossed the cell in 2 strides and wrapped his arms around his father, tight, firm, unashamed. For a long moment, the stone walls, the cold, the chains, they all faded. "You're looking well," Reagan murmured, his voice thick. "You've looked better," Cicero replied, pulling back with a faint grin. Reagan huffed a laugh, then glanced toward the guard. "They let you talk to the prisoners now?" Cicero's smile faded into something more serious. "Someone asked to see you. He asked me to bring him." Reagan's brow furrowed. "Who?" Cicero glanced toward the doorway. "You'll want to hear it from him." Footsteps echoed behind the boy. A figure stepped through the threshold. Small, elderly, gnarled cane in one hand, a cloak heavy with stains and travel dust. His beard was white, braided, and tucked into his belt. His eyes, however, were young, piercing, and seemed far too alive for the face around them. "I've been waiting a long time to meet you, Reagan," the man said. Reagan narrowed his eyes. "Do I know you?" "Not yet," the man replied, offering a slight, deliberate bow. "My name is Zub. I trained Kale once. Heard more than a little about you, Darkwater." Reagan's breath caught. The air around him seemed to still. Reagan stood fully, his breath hitched. What did you say?" "I am Kale's grandfather, Elian's father." Reagan's mind raced. He didn't know this man, didn't trust him, and he wasn't about to start handing out truths like coin at a market stall. His tone stayed guarded. "Elian's dead," he said flatly. "Shot during the Fire Kingdom's raid on the Deadlands village. Kale's father, too. That was 21 years ago." Zuby inhaled slowly, steadying something in himself. "That's what I believed, for a long time. But I learned something, through Cicero, about her being alive, comatose, that you sent her north." Reagan's eyes flicked toward his son, jaw tightening. His hand rose to his brow, pressing there as if trying to hold the weight in. "The Northern Isles," he said at last. "The Oath Healers. I'd heard their healers knew things even the Water Gehag didn't. We sent her quietly, but the ship never made it. No wreckage, no survivors, I assumed." He let the words trail off, unfinished. Zuby's eyes closed, a flicker of pain across his face. "Then she survived the attack when they came for Kale, but she's still gone from me." Reagan didn't speak. "I'd mourn her again," Zub said softly, "but I haven't the strength for a third time." Silence fell. Reagan stepped aside, motioning for Cicero to wait just inside the hallway. "Give us a moment, son." Cicero nodded, glancing one last time at Zuba before stepping out of earshot. Zub moved forward and sat on the low stone bench without invitation, the movement slow but practiced. "You know, Reagan, there's something about you that reminds me of Kale, that quiet fire, stubbornness soaked in self-doubt, the look of a man trying to carry the world on their shoulders." Reagan chuckled without humor. "He always was better at the bravery part." Zub tilted his head. "He's alive." Reagan looked up sharply. Zubin nodded slowly, the weight of years behind his eyes. I helped him escape, but not from the world, just from one cage to another. The Fire Kingdoms captured him at 16 outside the Stone Kingdom's gate. I believe you were there for that. He spent just over a decade rotting in their prisons before he slipped free from his cell, only to end up in mine. Reagan's jaw tightened. You were a prisoner too? Zub's gaze didn't waver. He found his way into the highest cell where I was held. I didn't know his name then, didn't know we were related. Just saw a half-starved boy who refused to die. For another decade, he stayed, trapped with me, listening, learning. Now the Fire Kingdom hunts him. Reagan's voice was hoarse. Because of what he has done? Zuby nodded again. More than that. Cain doesn't just want him dead, he wants what runs through his veins. Prince Cain seeks immortality. And Kale, by blood, by accident, by curse, is the key. Reagan's thought for a moment. So the same reason they were hunting his mother, Elian. The air thickened. Zuby's eyes clouded with old regret. Cain didn't come to me by choice. He was brought, carried by his father. The boy was in a deep coma, wouldn't wake, wouldn't heal. The royal physicians couldn't explain it. So they came to me, the madman in the tower, the legendary healer they had locked away but never truly forgotten. Reagan watched him, silent. I should have refused, Zuby said quietly, but I saw a dying child, frail, fading, and I thought maybe I could help. His jaw tightened. I used what I knew, ancient methods, agonite enhancement. I bound him to a mountain bear, strength, endurance, regenerative capacity. The procedure worked, Cain awoke, but something in him had changed. You gave him power, Reagan said. I gave him a beginning, Zuby corrected. His father was grateful at first, then obsessed. When the bear's strength began to wane, they wanted more, but not from me. After they took him from my care, the Fire Kingdom's alchemists discovered something darker. They learned to bind Gehegi, Reagan said grimly. Zub nodded. Stone, fire, water. They carved into living beings and tied them to Cain's body like chained animals. My spies tell me he doesn't age now, doesn't tire. The life inside him isn't his own, it's stolen. Reagan's hands curled into fists. And Kale? They want to consume him, Reagan whispered. They want to become him, Zub corrected. And Cain won't stop, not until Kale is broken or dead. Reagan clenched his fists. Then he needs allies. That's why I'm here, Zub said. We plan to make a stand at the gates of Japata, east of the Spine. We've gathered warriors from the Wolfkin and even a few rogue Gehaga. The Kalian army is ready to march, but it's not enough. We need the Stone Kingdom's support. Reagan laughed bitterly. Then you've come to the wrong man. I'm a prisoner, labeled a mutineer, and the acting king, Rurik Thorn, he's no friend to mine or Kale's. He's aligned with Cain, quietly, through shadow pacts and political ties. Zuby sighed. I fear those rumors are true, Reagan nodded. I can't prove it, but I just know. Thorn doesn't want to conquer the Fire Kingdom. He wants to join them. They sat in silence, the weight of their collective knowledge forming a barrier thicker than iron bars. Zuby leaned forward. But you, Reagan, you still carry weight. Maybe not in the Senate, but in the hearts of the people, the soldiers. If we could find a way to expose Thorn. Reagan raised a hand. You'll need proof and courage and blood. Zub didn't blink. I have all three. A moment passed before Reagan stepped closer. You're going to see him again, aren't you? Zuba didn't answer. My days are numbered, and I fear I won't get the chance. Tell him. Reagan started, then stopped. The words caught in his throat. Tell Kale, we never forgot what he did for us. Zub smiled faintly. I will. Zub rose, cane in hand, eyes heavy with unease. I passed what I could to Senator Vaughn, he murmured. Proof, names, ledgers smuggled from Thorn's own allies. But I don't know if it was enough, or in time. Stay alive, Reagan Darkwater. I suspect we'll need you again before this war ends. Reagan nodded solemnly. The cell door opened again. Cicero stood ready, eyes shifting between them. Zuby gave the young man a soft smile. Take care of your father. He's a stone wall, but even walls need patching now and then. Zub turned one last time to Reagan. Walk with pride, Reagan, even if they march you to the gallows. Reagan gave the faintest nod. And what could my pride accomplish then? It may not seem like much, but it will show the world that when others knelt to tyranny, you stood. And sometimes that's all it takes. One man rising can become 1,000, and 1,000 a multitude, and a multitude standing together, that shakes empires. Zuby turned and disappeared into the torch-lit corridor. Reagan remained standing long after the footsteps faded. Only then did he exhale, like a man remembering how to breathe. The final words between Reagan and Zuby still hung in the air when the heavy iron latch snapped open. A pair of guards entered, their armor polished and emblazoned with the crest of the high seat. The larger of the two stepped forward. "It's time!" Reagan stood. His wrists were bound in front of him with ceremonial chains, silvered and etched with the Senate's seal, as if branding him more a spectacle than a prisoner. The chains clinked as Reagan stepped from the cell. The corridor outside was lined with more guards than usual, some Stone Kingdom regulars, others in the navy blue garb of the Water Kingdom. He recognized one or two from older campaigns. None would meet his eyes. Outside, the streets of the capital buzzed like a hive, tense, humming, on edge. Word had spread as it always did, and the path between the dungeon hold and the Grand Hall was flanked with citizens, packed shoulder to shoulder behind wooden barriers. They shouted as he passed, "Reagan the Brave! Free the hero! Traitor's chains don't suit a man who saved our sons!" And from others, less friendly, "Obey the crown or die! Justice, not legends! Hang him!" But the cheers dwarfed the hate, and Reagan knew why. It was the same look in their eyes he'd seen at Farish, at Theros Pass, on battlefields where the Stone Kingdom bled. They didn't just see a man in chains. They saw someone who had bled for them, who stood when no one else would. He didn't return their shouts. He didn't smile. He simply walked, knowing there was no escape this time. When they reached the stone platform in front of the Hall of Pillars, Reagan paused. There, to the right, stood the gallows. Freshly built, polished. A black cloth hung across its beam, and beneath it a noose already swayed in the breeze like a serpent waiting to strike. The guards led him inside before he could look longer. The throne chamber was colder than Reagan imagined. Flanked by high marble columns, the room's symmetry had once evoked awe. Now it reeked of calculation. At the far end, upon a raised dais, sat acting King Rurik Thorn. The man looked every bit the monarch now. Velvet cloak trimmed in white fox fur, rings glittering, crown not yet formalized but unmistakably his. Beside him, lounging like a fattened jackal, sat High General Malkin. The hatred in his eyes was fresh as ever, and the malevolent smile of victory crept across his lips. Reagan was led to the right of the dais, where a single stone bench awaited him. On the left side of the chamber stood the delegation from the Water Kingdom, officers in dark blue, stiff-backed and expressionless. Among them, a captain clutched a scroll in one hand and wore a tight grimace. Senators lined either side of the chamber, 32 in all, each seated in curved tiers like a wave of judgment. At the center, a scribe in bronze ceremonial robes stepped forward and unrolled a long parchment. On this day, under the banners of law and order, the High Council convenes to address 3 matters of state, the scribe intoned. The pending promotions within the Senate and armed forces, the petition of the Water Kingdom, and the trial of Commander Reagan Darkwater, accused of insubordination, treasonous rebellion, and unlawful incitement of civil unrest. A murmur rippled through the room. Reagan felt the heat of Malkin's gaze and didn't flinch. The scribe continued. "By decision of the king, the trial shall proceed first." A voice cut in from the tiers. "Objection," Senator Vaughn said calmly, rising to his feet. Every head turned. "The matter of succession must be addressed before any other. The titles of King and High General are not yet official, and if this assembly is to render judgment under lawful authority, then we must first finalize those appointments." Thorne's brow twitched. "The votes are secured. The final tally's a formality. Are you suggesting we revisit settled decisions, Senator Vaughn?" "Not revisit, conclude." This morning, a quorum of 17 senators convened privately to review new information that could affect this assembly's future. As such, it was agreed, unanimously, that the proceedings must begin with affirmation of leadership. Malkin rose, barely containing his disgust. "This is stalling political theater." Vaughn smiled faintly. "And yet we still insist. Shall we continue?" Thorne exhaled through his nose, clearly annoyed but confident. "Very well. Let us finalize what we all already know. Proceed." The scribe blinked, then dipped his head and unrolled a new scroll. The great hall of the Stone Kingdom capital pulsed with tension. Rows of senators lined the marble tiers, murmuring among themselves like storm winds behind stone. Acting King Thorn sat poised on the central dais, his expression unreadable but smug beneath the surface, fingers drumming idly against the armrest. Beside him, Acting High General Malkin stood straight-backed, armor gleaming, the ghost of a smirk already forming on his lips. At the base of the dais, the Senate scribe stepped forward, a scroll in his trembling hands. "By counsel of the quorum," the scribe began, voice echoing through the chamber, and majority review of constituent letters. Malkin shifted, bowing subtly, already accepting the position he hadn't yet received. "The seat of High General shall be placed to vote." Thorn's eyes flicked toward Malkin, a knowing look exchanged. This was all a formality. But then, from the gallery's shadowed rim, an aide descended the stairs in haste, parchment clutched tight. He whispered urgently to the scribe, who blinked, then unrolled the fresh scroll with shaking fingers. "The updated tally, delivered just moments ago," the scribe murmured, barely audible, then louder. "The candidate presented by the review board with final quorum approval is—" Malkin leaned forward slightly, a hand already drifting toward the hilt of his blade in ceremonial anticipation. "Commander Torrin Elderstone." The hall dropped into a stunned, deafening silence. Reagan's eyes widened. He hadn't dared hose, expression cracking like glass under pressure. "What?" he bellowed, stepping forward. "This is a farce." Vaughn remained seated. "He commands the respect of soldiers across 4 divisions, has no suspected ties to the Fire Kingdom, and unlike some, has never used military tests to maim future recruits." Malkin turned to Thorn, betrayed. "You promised me." "Silence," Thorn snapped, face darkening. The scribe stepped forward again, parchment in hand, eyes scanning the room with a formality that belied the storm brewing just beneath the surface. "Second matter. By majority nomination, the candidate reviewed for kingship and succession to the Stone Crown." Reagan stood still, his jaw set, heart drumming like a war cadence in his chest. He already knew the 2 likeliest outcomes. It would be Vaughn, the safe choice, a steady voice from the eastern districts. The senators would see in him a bridge, calm, rational, unaligned enough to preserve the appearance of neutrality. He was a man who could placate both nobles and commoners, keep the merchant guilds from panicking, and delay open conflict. Or it would be Thorn, cold, calculated, a move from the entrenched powers of the capital, who valued control above all else. Thorn would tighten the reins, silence dissent, likely submit to the Fire Kingdom under the guile of making peace if it meant keeping his grasp on power. And Reagan would vanish beneath the very laws he swore to protect. So when the scribe cleared his throat and read the name aloud, "Is Reagan Darkwater?" The chamber didn't stir. It exploded. A cacophony of gasps, shouts, and scattered applause erupted from the gallery. A noble woman dropped her scroll. One of the Western delegates stood so fast his chair toppled over behind him. Reagan's breath caught. For a split second he wondered if he'd misheard. His name? He blinked as if trying to wake from a fever dream. That wasn't compromise. That wasn't control. Across the hall, Vaughn had gone perfectly still, his lips parted just slightly, but his eyes were thoughtful, calculating, perhaps even relieved. Malkin growled under his breath, his gaze already scanning the exits like a soldier who knows the tide has turned and doesn't like where it's flowing. Reagan stood alone at the center of it all, neither ally nor pawn. Not Vaughn's friend, not Thorn's puppet, just a man who thought he'd come here to be judged, and was instead handed a throne. The chamber erupted in noise. Senators stood, arguing. Malkin lunged forward before being restrained by 2 guards. The Water Kingdom delegation stared in confused silence. And Thorn sat frozen, mouth open, hands twitching over his armrests like a man who had lost his weapon in battle. "No," Thorn whispered. "This is not what was agreed. This is madness." "On the contrary," Vaughn said, standing once more, "it is justice. You used his name to climb, Thorn, and when he no longer danced to your tune, you set the rope for his neck." The air in the chamber was suffocating as the scribe finished reading the final declaration. By unanimous vote of quorum, under the guidance of Stone Kingdom law, the crown and mantle of rule now passed to the hands of Reagan Darkwater, formerly commander of the Southern Defenses, savior of Farish, and protector of the realm. Reagan's wrists ached where the ceremonial shackles had left their mark, but the chains now lay coiled on the dais floor like a shed serpent's skin. His steps were slow but deliberate as he moved toward the throne. Behind him, the guards shifted. Several had already drawn weapons, not at Reagan, but toward the two men standing above the throne with stunned expressions frozen in time. Rurik Thorn's face had paled to the hue of uncut marble. His fingers twitched at his sides as if still unsure whether to reach for the throne's arms or flee from it. General Malkin stood taller, jaw clenched, muscles coiled, every bit the soldier he had been raised to be. But in his eyes was the raw gleam of a man watching his house burn from the inside. "Stop this," Thorn whispered hoarsely. "I am the crown. I am the King of Stone." "No," came Senator Vaughn's voice, calm and resolute. "You were merely its shadow." He motioned to the guards. "Remove him." Two soldiers stepped forward and seized Thorn by the arms. He struggled, flailing. "This is treason. I am the chosen regent. This man was to be hanged." The soldiers dragged him back down the dais stairs, his royal cloak catching on the marble edge and ripping. The sound echoed like fabric tearing from the heavens. The golden circlet atop his head fell sideways and clanged to the floor. Vaughn descended after him, speaking loudly enough for all the senators to hear. "The senators of the Stone Kingdom serve at the behest of its people. And there is not a province, not a valley or coastal hold in this entire realm that does not owe Reagan Darkwater their lives, or at the very least, their freedom." Thorn spat, face twisted. "He's a commoner, a soldier. You cannot." "We just did," Vaughn said. The guards dragged Thorn to the same bench where Reagan had sat moments before, and with deliberate irony bound him with the very same shackles that had adorned Reagan's wrists. The chain clinked shut. Reagan stepped before the throne but did not yet sit. His eyes swept the room, the senators, the soldiers, the shocked Water Kingdom envoys. Cicero stood quietly just within the side entrance, eyes locked on his father. Then Vaughn raised a hand. "I have one more gift for the king," he said. From beneath his robes, he withdrew a scroll, sealed with 3 different colors of wax. Signed affidavits, shipment logs, secret correspondence from southern spies, proof that Rurik Thorn and General Malkin conspired with emissaries of the Fire Kingdom to undermine the Stone Kingdom's defenses at Farish and Theros Pass. They intended to let the fire armies break through, to cause panic, fracture loyalty, and assume uncontested control by force. Gasps erupted among the senators. Malkin laughed once, a dry, venomous sound. "Lies." Vaughn handed the scroll to Reagan, who examined it only briefly before passing it to the scribe to be recorded into the official ledger. Reagan stepped forward, facing both men. His voice was steady, iron hard. "You were willing to sell your people into slavery, to let thousands upon thousands die for your ambition." Malkin's eyes narrowed. "You think this ends with you? You think some makeshift crown and a stolen seat will protect you when the Fire Kingdom comes for what's theirs?" Reagan's face didn't change. "Let them come. We'll bury them beside the two of you." He looked to the guards. "Take them to the gallows." Thorn screamed. You can't do this. I am royalty. I was chosen by." Reagan turned. "You were chosen by no one. You carved your seat from corpses." Malkin tried to step back, but the guards grabbed his arms. And then he roared. A pulse of stone energy surged through the room, rippling the marble floor and cracking the nearest pillar. One of the guards was thrown backwards by an invisible wave of pressure. Malkin's eyes glowed faintly, the mark of stone Gahaga strength drawn from the earth beneath his boots. "You'll have to kill me, Darkwater," he bellowed, "because I won't hang like a dog." The guards staggered. Then, from the side, Cicero moved. The young man sprinted into the room, ducked a falling piece of masonry, and before anyone could stop him, leapt up and grabbed Malkin by the throat. His hand tightened. Malkin gasped, eyes widening as the stone-pulling force was siphoned from him. His arms sagged, knees buckled. Cicero gritted his teeth, his young frame trembling under the strain. "You don't get to hurt my father again," he growled. Malkin collapsed with a thud, like a puppet with its strings cut. Cicero stumbled back, panting, and Vaughn caught him by the shoulder. "Easy, lad," the senator said. "You did well." Reagan crossed the floor and placed a steadying hand on his son's shoulder. "Go back with Vaughn." The boy looked up, pale and proud. Then the guards grabbed Malkin again. No resistance this time, and hauled both traitors out of the chamber. The streets outside were chaos. The word had spread far faster than the wind. Reagan Darkwater had been named king. Thorn and Malkin were to be executed. By the time the traitors were brought out, the gallows, built by Thorn's order, loomed high above the crowd. Its noose had been freshly oiled, prepared for Reagan's final breath. But now it stood as something else, a monument to reversal. A man in the front row shouted, "That rope was meant for a hero. Now we'll use it on a traitorous king." Another voice called, "We'll need a second noose, or they'll have to share it." Laughter rose, bitter and triumphant. One of the executioners stepped forward, holding an extra length of rope. "Already fashioned another," he said cheerfully. "Didn't think they'd fit side by side, shoulder to shoulder." Thorn was dragged first. He screamed, cursed, begged. Malkin followed, resigned, his power gone. The nooses were set, swaying gently in the morning breeze like vipers waiting to strike. 2 stools stood beneath them, simple, unremarkable things that had become the final stage for traitors. The crowd pressed in around the square, 1,000 breaths held as one. Not a word was spoken. Even the birds above seemed to fall silent, as if the world itself paused to witness the moment. Reagan stood before them, motionless, his face unreadable, carved from the same stone as the walls that surrounded them. He looked not at the condemned, but past them, toward something heavier, older, buried deep behind his eyes. Then, without a word, he gave the smallest of nods. The stools were kicked. The rope snapped tight with a brutal crack, sharp and brooding. Thorn's neck broke instantly, the force twisting his body into a sickening angle. He dangled limp, eyes already glassed over, the life gone before gravity finished its pull. The end for him was swift, clean, undeserved. Malkin wasn't granted such mercy. He thrashed. His boots kicked wildly, scraping against empty air. Fingers clawed at the noose, desperate, trembling, failing. His face turned a deep mottled shade of red, then purple, veins bulging along his temples. A rasping gargle escaped his throat, a sound no man should ever make, as his eyes locked on the crowd wide with a final silent plea. It lasted only moments, but those moments stretched like an eternity. And then, stillness. His legs fell slack, his chest stopped heaving, and whatever soul had once lived behind his eyes vanished. For a breath, the square was frozen. No movement, no sound but the groan of the rope swaying gently above the platform. Then the silence shattered. They had witnessed the reckoning. The square erupted, not with horror, but with thunderous, cathartic fury. The crowd roared, voices rising in a storm of vindication and grief. They shouted not just for punishment, but for something deeper, for the justice denied to them for too long, for the loved ones lost to betrayal, for the peace cracked by treachery. They roared for justice, they roared for the fallen, and above all, they roared for the man they had nearly lost, and now stood behind once more. And Reagan stood there, beneath the weight of a crown and the burden of a kingdom, not as a warlord or a rebel, but as something older, a ruler forged not in ambition, but in sacrifice. The great doors of the throne room creaked open as Admiral Riggs stepped forward, coat flaring with the swagger of a man shaped by tempests. Sea salt dusted the edges of his cloak, and a weather-worn blade hung at his hip. He knelt, then rose with stiff dignity. "King Reagan," he said, his voice steady despite the tension in the room, "I bring ships and a debt long overdue." Reagan's posture straightened atop the throne. "You've got my attention, Admiral." Riggs looked across the room, locking eyes briefly with Cicero, then Zuby near the far wall. "My fleet is harbored in the northern fjords. 17 warships, even more captured vessels, and 3 fully loaded supply barges. We come not to observe, but to stand with the Stone Kingdom in your war against the Fire Kingdom." The court murmured. Even some of the assembled senators leaned in. Reagan narrowed his eyes. "You offer ships freely, but why?" Riggs took a breath. "Because I was aboard the vessel that carried Cale's mother, Elian." A hush fell. Zuby stepped forward from the shadows, face pale as snowmelt. Riggs continued. "I hid her as long as I could from the Fire Kingdom, but then we were forced to move her again. We were taking her somewhere last month. We made it 3 days past the volcanic isle before a Fire Kingdom cutter found us. They weren't patrolling. They were waiting. They knew who we carried." Reagan stood. "She's alive?" Riggs nodded grimly. "They took her, fought like Hades to avoid damaging the body. She's alive. I can't be sure, but I believe they brought her to Durian Keep." Zuba's breath hitched, his jaw clenched, eyes dark as smoldering ash. They intend to use her, Riggs added, to bait Kale or shackle her to their prince. Reagan turned to Zub. You said Kale is the key to Kane's immortality. Zub nodded once. Elian holds that same power. She's weak herself, so I'm not sure she is viable for what they need. So they still need him, Riggs finished. Reagan turned to Cicero. Ready every man who can stand and hold a blade. Pack the ships to their beams. We sail for Japata. Cicero saluted crisply. Yes, my king. Reagan then looked to Torlum, who was leaning uncomfortably against a doorframe designed for people half his size. Torlum, gather the giants. We'll need your strength when we land. The giant snorted. Giants on ships? Like goats in treehouse. We don't fit. We crush boat. Reagan gave a faint smirk. You'll manage. Just avoid the hammocks. Torlum groaned and stomped off, muttering about tiny men, splintered floors, and how giants don't float. The room thinned as orders were issued, but Zuby remained still. His mind was elsewhere. Reagan turned to him. What is it? Zub hesitated, then finally spoke. He's being hunted. Reagan frowned. Who? Kale, Zub said softly. By Wolfkin. Scouting beasts, trained assassins. They were sent by the Fire Kingdom. I have seen them through the eyes of my spy. Reagan blinked. You what? Zuby reached into his cloak, fingers brushing against an empty inner pocket. Not to retrieve something, but as a reflex. He said quietly, Alcaz the mouse, he's not here. He's with Kale, many leagues from this place. He looked up, eyes sharp with something otherworldly. We're bound, not by leash or cage, but by blood and will. Through him, I see what happens near Kale. I hear what happens around him. That's how I know he's alive, how I know he's in danger. Alcaz is my eyes in the dark. His eyes darkened. He's running now, north by northeast, nearly frozen to death but still alive, for now. Reagan stepped closer. Then why are you here? Zuby turned toward the far column where Gruen had just entered, flask in hand, looking as if he'd stumbled into the hall by mistake, until one saw the glint of calculation behind his half-lidded gaze. Because I need a favor from him, Zuby said, approaching. Gruen took a sip from his flask. Oh good, I was worried this might be social call. I need you to fly to Kale, Zuby said without preamble. Gruen blinked slowly. Fly? Do I look like I have wings? Use Mako. Zub paused. You're still bound by honor to me, Gruen, and you know it. I serve you, sure, but you want me to get on a giant griffin and soar across half a kingdom? Zub crossed his arms. Yes. Gruen's brow furrowed. You sure you don't want me to take on the entire Durian Keep army instead? Because honestly, that sounds far less suicidal than climbing on that flying death trap you call a mount. Zub's eyes narrowed. I don't need help getting my daughter. The Fire Kingdom will see my full force if they try to stop me. He paused. But Kale, he'll die without aid. Gruen swirled the flask lazily, then corked it and slid it into a side pouch. Of course he will. He's a prince. They're useless. Zub raised a brow. Is that a yes? Gruen sighed. Let's just say it's time I started showing that winged menace a little more respect. He glanced down at the bottle in his hand, gave it a slow swirl, then muttered, and I'm going to need a much bigger flask for the ride. He turned, already walking toward the outer hall. Zuby called after him. He's heading toward the broken ridge in the mountains north of the Ashfall. Gruen didn't turn back. Then let's hope he stays alive long enough for us to crash near him. Reagan watched the two vanish down the corridor before turning back to Riggs. Tell your men we sail as soon as possible. Chapter 11, Into the Deep. Reagan stood at the prow of the Daggerwind, his hand braced on the polished railing, eyes sweeping across the endless navy of sails arrayed across the Royal Harbor. 35 captured Fire Kingdom warships flanked the Stone Kingdom fleet, now bearing the black and gold banner of the new king. Behind him, the deck groaned under the weight of armored soldiers, bristling with tension and the energy of an army heading to war. Still, the wind moved slow, the sails barely full. Reagan exhaled. I hate how long it takes to ready an army for sea. You and me both, said a voice behind him. Riggs stepped forward, his gait surprisingly steady for a man with so many ghosts in his past. The long naval coat he wore fluttered lightly at the hem, a remnant from his days after prison, before politics, before losing her. You sailed with Kale? Reagan asked, still watching the surf. Riggs shook his head slowly. Prison, technically. I was already there when they threw Kale in. And to answer your next question, yes, I owe him more than I can say. Reagan turned, his expression tightening. Tell me. Riggs leaned on the railing, staring at nothing, the weight of old guilt in his voice. It wasn't insubordination that got me locked away. I was there when it happened, when Kane fell. We were riding through the cliffs. He lost control, came off the horse hard, hit his head on the stone. Riggs swallowed. Didn't wake up. Reagan's brow furrowed. The coma, Riggs nodded. And I was the one with him, his best friend. His father didn't care that it was an accident, or maybe he couldn't afford to. He needed someone to blame, so he sent me to Durian Keep, said I'd wait there until Kane recovered, or didn't. Reagan's face darkened with understanding. So they buried you in a cell, not for guilt, but to hold their grief somewhere. Exactly, Riggs said. I figured that was it for me, forgotten and rotting. But then they threw Kale into the same cell. His gaze shifted, voice softer now. At first, he was nothing but skin and bruises, had no idea how to defend himself. They made us fight in the arena for supplies, food, medicine, a place to sleep that wasn't soaked in muck. He gave a faint, humorless chuckle. He was awful, couldn't throw a punch to save his life. But he wouldn't stay down. No matter how hard he got hit, he always stood back up. Always. Reagan's voice dropped, heavy with memory. That was him. Always smaller than me, always getting tossed around when we sparred as kids. But he'd laugh, get up, and demand we go again. I think we spent every hour we weren't working causing all manner of mischief. Riggs nodded, distant. That same fire kept him alive in there, and after a while, it started keeping me alive too. He laughed softly. He was always like that, never stopped fighting, even when his body gave out. You could beat him into the dirt, and he'd crawl right back up to throw a punch with a broken hand. Reagan smiled faintly. That sounds like Kale. Riggs looked over, hesitating for a moment. He often told me the story of when he found that mangy bird, back before he was tossed in prison. Reagan chuckled under his breath. Mako, I remember the day well. Scrawniest thing I'd ever seen. Thought it was half dead. Riggs nodded, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. I didn't know what Mako really was back then, but he talked about that bird in prison. Somehow Mako found us, through the vents, past the guards, across the desert expanse, just showed up one day like he'd flown through every locked gate in the kingdom. Reagan leaned on the railing, the memory washing over him. He said Mako reminded him of the Mako Hawks from Yukon. That's why he gave him the name. That beast saved our lives more than once, Riggs said quietly. Dropped scraps when we were starving, which was almost every other day. Reagan's voice turned distant. He's always been like that. Still disappears for days, even weeks, then shows up with blood on his beak and no explanation, like he's fighting his own war somewhere. The ship rolled gently beneath them, sails snapping against the breeze as the last gold light of evening clung to the horizon. Reagan watched the sky, eyes narrowed against the sun's glare. Far above, Mako was just a dark speck, already vanishing into the clouds with his usual silent defiance. This time, Reagan could swear he had some large animal in his claws flailing to escape. He's off again, Reagan muttered. Gone before we can ask where or why. Comes back days or even weeks later, wings torn up, stomach empty, glaring at everyone like we're the ones who disappeared. Riggs stepped up beside Reagan, shielding his eyes as he watched the griffin rise higher, wings slicing through the morning air. Please, gods, don't let that be a small child in his grasp, Riggs muttered. Though knowing Mako's indiscriminate tastes, I wouldn't put it past him. Thalon, who had been squinting at the sky longer than the rest, tilted his head. Nope. That's definitely Gruen. Poor bugger. And judging by the flailing arms, I'd say he's not thrilled about the travel accommodations. Reagan exhaled through his nose, somewhere between a laugh and a sigh. Mako always did have a flair for drama. One of these days, I worry he won't come back from whatever madness he's chasing. Riggs stepped up beside him, watching the shrinking speck of wings vanish into the horizon. He always comes back, usually when someone needs him most. Reagan glanced over, one brow raised. You say that like you've seen it happen before. Riggs nodded. I have, more times than I can count. He leaned forward on the railing, the wind tugging at his collar. After Kale collapsed that tunnel to get us out of Durian Keep, Stonegrave and I were on the run for weeks, No food, no map, no sense of direction, just the Fire Kingdom at our backs and the sea somewhere ahead. He paused. We were days from dying, starving, cold, hiding in holes we dug with our hands. Then one morning he came, Mako, just landed right in front of us like he'd been tracking us the whole time. Reagan's eyes widened slightly. You're serious? Deadly, Riggs said. He dropped a rabbit at our feet, then flew off. Came back the next night with more, like clockwork. He drew a slow breath, the wind brushing across his face. But that wasn't the last time. Sometime later we got lost in the northern marshlands, swallowed by fog and rot. Couldn't tell east from west. Thought we'd walk in circles until something ate us. Then I hear this screech. High, sharp, and there he was, Mako, flying ahead, perching, guiding. Reagan listened in silence. Then there was the sea, Riggs continued. Storms hit, wrecked the raft I was using, drifted for 3 days with no sails, no food, no clue where land even was. He shook his head slowly. And I wake up to Mako dropping a fish right on my chest, just staring at me like, you gonna eat or not? Kept coming back until I hit the shore. Reagan raised a brow. That's 3 times, Riggs nodded. 4? Reagan turned to him. There was an island, far west. I don't even know if it's on any map. I was wounded, half-conscious, laying in a crater of sand and black rock. Thought it was the end. Couldn't even move. His voice dropped. And then I hear wings, feel talons on my shoulder. Look up and it's Mako, just sitting there. Didn't bring food that time. Just stayed with me. Watched the horizon like he was guarding it. A long silence passed between them. Reagan finally spoke, his voice low. And you still think he's just a bird? Riggs gave a tired smile. I think he's more than any of us understand. Loyal to Kale, somehow tied to him. Maybe to us, too. Reagan looked back toward the clouds. That explains a lot. The long disappearances, why he comes back half-starved and bleeding like he's been flying through Hades. He has, Riggs said. And every time it's for someone, somewhere. Reagan folded his arms. Then I hope he finds Kale again. I've got a feeling he needs him more than ever. Riggs nodded slowly. He will. He seems to just know when he is needed. Riggs stood at the edge of the deck, the salt wind tugging at his cloak. For a long time, he said nothing, just watched the sky where Mako had disappeared, eyes distant, jaw tight. Then he spoke, low and steady. There's something I need to tell you. Not because I expect anything, just because it's time someone else knew. Reagan didn't look at him, but his posture shifted, alert. Go on. Riggs gripped the railing, his knuckles white. Back when I took Ellie into Alchemet, I thought I was doing the right thing. It was the only place I knew that might help her, might hide her. Reagan's voice was quiet. You did what you could. No, Riggs said. I made a choice, a hard one. I kept her alive. He turned toward Reagan now, eyes harder than stone. Even when I started to understand what she really was, when I felt it, saw it, in the way the wind died around her, the way fire shied away from her tent, the island itself bent around her presence, how she affected the Gehage who came near her. Even how she affected me. She wasn't just some broken Gehage in a coma. She was something else, something powerful, something dangerous. I can hardly explain the things I saw on that island. Reagan's expression darkened. And now the Fire Kingdom has her. Riggs nodded. They took her off my ship. I failed her. I failed Kale. His voice dipped lower. They didn't kill her. They wanted her, needed her, and that's what haunts me. Reagan turned now, gaze sharp. You think you should have ended it? Riggs looked away. Every instinct in me said so. I had the blade in my hand more than once, but I couldn't do it. Because of Kale. Because I owed him. Because I wanted to believe she could be saved. A long silence stretched between them, broken only by the lapping of waves against the hull. She's not just Kale's mother, Riggs said finally. She's something else entirely, and if they find a way to wake her, to control her. Reagan finished the thought, voice low. The world won't survive it. Riggs nodded. So now I lie awake most nights wondering if I made the biggest mistake of my life, letting her live. Reagan didn't answer right away. Then he placed a hand on Riggs's shoulder, firm and unflinching. If that's true, then we make sure to atone for it. We find her, and we stop whatever comes next. Riggs stared at him, the storm behind his eyes momentarily calm. Aye, he said, before it's too late. Riggs had been ferried to his ship shortly after dawn, On the starboard side, he could see him commanding men to trim sails and adjust course. But on his ship, his men were ready. These were the Misfit Company's last, veterans of 100 close calls, legends. And now they followed a king who never wanted the throne. Behind him, the rhythmic clang of orders and footsteps filled the decks. Ven jogged up the stairs, breathless but eager, hair tossed by the sea breeze. Horan and Doran Fowran stood by the forward ballista, checking the tension. The infamous twins, sons of Gruen, were clad in matching dark leathers, moving like mirrored wolves. Near them, Grath Stonevale stood like a statue, arms folded, silent and immovable. Thalon Cromark paced the upper deck with a calm, watchful eye, his bow already strung. Every arrow in his quiver was fletched with black feathers. Reagan's thoughts were interrupted by a shadow sweeping overhead. All eyes turned skyward. But it wasn't Mako. The sky was empty. "He's gone again," Reagan said softly, "off on one of his adventures." The deck heaved like a drunkard as the sea clawed at the ship from beneath. Morning light broke in shattered silver across the endless swell, but its beauty was lost on most of the men aboard. Groans echoed across the narrow vessel, and the stench of vomit had long since conquered the salt air. "I swear to every god with a name," Doran muttered between retches, "if you don't throw me overboard, I'm going to crawl to the rail and do it myself." "And cheat me of the satisfaction?" Horan stood at the mast, one foot planted on a barrel, drinking from a flask and grinning wide. "You always were the weaker twin. I was born first, remember?" "By 7 minutes!" Doran gasped, holding his stomach as another wave crashed against the hull. "Some divine joke, I tell you. Gnome and giant blood, and I can't even keep down hardtack." "You should try drinking," Horan offered cheerily. "Settles the stomach, or at least it makes you too numb to care." From the stern, Thalon Cromark loosed another arrow into the sky. The hawk, a Fire Kingdom messenger bird, jerked mid-flight, feathers bursting into the wind as it tumbled to the sea. "That's 3 today?" he muttered, retrieving another black-fletched arrow from his quiver. "I wonder if they know we're coming." Grath Stonevale stood at the railing, his broad back hunched slightly as he stared into the churning waves. His fists were clenched, stone-like and unmoving, but his eyes were wide with something Reagan had never seen in over 2 decades of battle. Fear. It was subtle, buried under the granite mask of his face, but there. Grath, the unshakable, the silent pillar in every fight, was afraid. Reagan stepped up beside him. "Grath?" The stone Gehaga didn't move, but his throat worked once. Beside them, Ven, leaning over the rail in a desperate attempt to breathe through his nausea, glanced back. "Stones sink," he muttered weakly. "He knows it." Reagan didn't laugh. He placed a hand on Grath's shoulder, steadying him as much as offering comfort. "We won't be long on the water. Once we make landfall, you'll forget this rocking." Grath gave the smallest of nods. Later that day, the ship creaked underfoot, the deck gently swaying as waves slapped against the hull. He stood near the center mast, half-sheltered from the salt-stung wind, but Reagan barely noticed. His thoughts were still anchored in the past. Lottis spoke quickly, his voice thick with disbelief, hands moving in quick gestures as though the truth refused to stay still. "Reagan, when I saw him in that town, after fighting the Wolfkin, I swear to you, I thought I was staring at a ghost." Reagan didn't answer at first. He just stared out over the water, his jaw tight. When he finally spoke, his voice was low, hoarse. "I buried him. I remember the heat, the stink of charred leather. His cloak, it was Kale's, burned into the shape of a corpse I couldn't bear to look at. I thought I had to believe it was him." Lottis shook his head, his voice gentler now. "You told me yourself. The Sandrunner was wearing Kale's colors, his armor, same boots, same build, but the face, it was gone, Reagan. Burned beyond any truth. You had no way to know." Reagan turned, meeting Lattis's eyes for the first time. "But he hasn't aged. Not a day?" "Not a day," Lattis said, the words almost a whisper. "That's what stopped me cold. 21 years, and he looked exactly the same. Not older, not worn, like the world skipped him somehow." Reagan looked down at his hands, scarred, calloused, weathered by time and burden. He had aged. They all had. "But then," he said slowly, "if that wasn't Kale in the dirt—" "Kale said it was another Sandrunner taken from Yukon. You remember, they all wore the same outfit. It seems fate wanted you to believe he was gone," Lattis finished. The wind caught the sails overhead, snapping the silence between them like a whip. If fate had orchestrated that lie, it had stolen 21 years of hope. Reagan didn't speak right away. The wind tugged at his cloak, and for a moment, the memory of that day burned hotter than the sun above them. "I gave up," he said at last. "I saw that charred ruin and let the grief speak for me. I should have looked longer." "You would have died in the attempt," Latus countered. "You didn't abandon him. You mourned him. And now he's back. Hold on to that." Reagan gave a silent nod, then stepped forward, wrapping an arm under Latus's to steady him. With quiet care, he guided him down to the edge of the ladder and into the waiting boat, where the ferryman stood ready to take him across to one of the other ships. Afterwards, his eyes drifted across the deck to where the men endured their misery. Ven had slid down to sit against a coil of rope, his greenish pallor not improved by the rolling sea. Doran lay flat, arms splayed like a dying man, while Horan stood over him, eating dried meat with theatrical gusto. "Oh gods, stop chewing so loudly," Doran moaned. "I can't help it, brother. The meat tastes better with your groaning as music." Reagan managed to smile despite himself, but it faded as he looked out toward the hazy horizon. Soon they would land. Soon they would find out if Cale still lived, and if he did, what kind of man he had become. Fog rolled in before noon, thick and unrelenting. It poured over the water like spilled milk, swallowing the horizon and muffling sound. Visibility dropped to barely 100 feet. The crew moved like ghosts through the mist, voices low and wary. It was Cicero who first noticed the sails, dozens of them, faint silhouettes moving in quiet formation, barely visible through the fog. Reagan joined him at the bow, peering into the gray wall ahead. "What are we looking at?" "Fire Kingdom fleet," Cicero said grimly. "Nearly 100 ships. Must be moving toward Japata." Reagan's jaw tightened. "If they see us—" "Then we die," Cicero finished. "But I have an idea." He turned, walking quickly toward the center mast. "We fly false colors. We've a set of Fire Kingdom sails stowed below along with some captured flags. Crew says it's from a wreck salvaged a month back. Paint over our banner. Let them guide us in." Reagan stared at him. "You're serious?" "Deadly, but it might just work." An hour later, their sails bore the crimson serpent of the Fire Kingdom. A few soldiers repainted the prow with tar to match common warship markings. The crew stripped off identifying gear, and those above deck were told to cram into the hold below unless they were needed to actually sail the ship. They drifted forward, matching pace with the outermost ships of the fleet. The fog, while suffocating, worked in their favor. Shapes passed nearby, hulking silhouettes of enemy vessels, close enough to hear orders being barked in the guttural cadence of Fire Kingdom officers. For hours they sailed undetected, until the first scare. A patrol boat broke off from the main fleet, angling toward them. Reagan and Cicero stood rigid at the helm, pretending to issue orders in harsh barks. The patrol boat came within 30 feet. A Fire Kingdom officer raised a speaking horn. "What ship?" Cicero answered in a perfect growl, mimicking the rasp of a Fire Kingdom captain. "Stormspike, delayed by fog, seeking flank position." There was a long pause. "You lost your flags." Cicero glanced upward. One of the new banners had come loose, fluttering weakly. "Bloody sailmaster lost his grip," Cicero called. "We're rigging a replacement." The other ship hovered nearby. Time crawled. Then, "Carry on, Stormspike." They veered away. Everyone exhaled at once. Later that night, as the fog grew thicker, a second ship nearly collided with them. Lights flared, and for a terrifying moment, shouts rang out. Reagan gripped the hilt of his sword. Grath braced the rail, eyes wild. Doran vomited on Horan's boots, earning a punch to the shoulder. But the ship passed them by, its crew assuming they were simply part of the column. Morning brought sunlight and thinning mist. The Fire Kingdom fleet began to fan out, spreading into battle groups as they neared a distant shoreline. Cicero warned they would not be able to stay hidden much longer. Reagan nodded. "Then we make for the rocks. The southern shoals are jagged and sharp, but if we get far enough, we can break away without being seen." He sent Cicero to the neighboring ship in a skiff to pass the word along. They couldn't risk hailing them directly. They turned east, slipping slowly from the rear of the formation. A lone lookout spotted them and shouted, but the fog swallowed the call. One final scare came when a Fire Kingdom cruiser changed course and began shadowing them. It followed for 20 minutes, its prow visible through the gray veil. The crew held their breath. Then, a bell rang aboard the cruiser. Orders barked. The vessel turned. They were free. By the time they reached open water, the fleet was gone behind them, a shadow swallowed by fog and fate. Reagan exhaled, rubbing his eyes. "That was close," Ven murmured. "Too close," Reagan agreed. Ahead, land shimmered on the horizon, and somewhere beyond it, the truth about Kale waited to be found. Another bank of fog crept in like a living thing, thick, gray, and pulsing with menace. It swallowed sound, smothered visibility, and turned the world into a shifting labyrinth of shadow and sail. Reagan stood at the bow of the ship, his knuckles white against the rail, eyes scanning the mist. All around them, the ocean was ghost quiet. Only the distant creak of timbers and the low hush of water against hulls betrayed the fleet's silent procession. "Still nothing?" Thalen Cromark asked from his perch in the rigging. His voice was low, like the fog might carry it to the wrong ears. Reagan didn't answer immediately. His eyes were fixed on a faint silhouette, a ship larger than most, too broad in the beam, bearing the faint crimson shimmer of lacquered wood. They were too close. "Far too Kingdom?" Reagan growled. "Blast it!" The rest of the fleet, nearly 50 vessels disguised under false banners, was scattered across the fog bank ahead. His hope had been to slip through unseen, but his ship, heavier and slower, had lagged slightly behind the vanguard. Now they were alone. Thalen slid down the mast and landed beside him. His bow was already strung, 2 black-fletched arrows in hand. "Signal the fleet? They haven't seen the others yet. No flames raised? We hold." But even as he spoke, the Fire Kingdom vessel began to shift, slowly at first, then with purpose. A single crimson flare burst from its mast, an ancient signal meaning investigate. "They suspect," Thalen murmured. "No," Reagan said tightly. "They know." A second flare shot skyward. This one meant engage. From the fog, another crimson ship emerged, then another. Soon they were surrounded by a loose circle of enemy vessels, each one bearing the dragon-emblazoned flag of the Fire Kingdom. The first barrage struck hard. A bolt of flame cut through the mist, smashing into the mainmast and showering the deck with splinters. The ship rocked violently as another struck near the stern, scorching the quarterdeck and throwing 2 crewmen overboard. Flames licked up the sails, turning canvas into a curtain of fire. Reagan swore and yanked the emergency axe from its post, hacking at the flaming ropes. Thalen loosed arrows as fast as he could string them, aiming for officers standing at enemy rails. One fell, then 2. But it wasn't enough. "They're boxing us in," someone shouted. "We'll be ash in minutes." "Not yet," Reagan snarled. "Where's Cicero?" 3 ships to port," Thalen called. "Under false banners, the enemy ships haven't figured it out yet. I think they believe we are the only imposter." Reagan's stomach dropped. One of the fire ships had veered, adjusting course subtly toward the disguised vessel that carried Cicero. "They'll see the illusion," Thalen warned. "One good look at the rigging, the cut of the sails. They'll know it's not theirs," Reagan finished grimly. A brutal choice rose before him. "We can't let them reach that ship. It will start a chain reaction of recognition for all the ships ahead of it," he said. "You want me to fire a signal?" "No, I want you to ram them." Thalen blinked. "What?" Reagan turned to the helmsman. "Hard to starboard. Ram the lead fire ship." "Sir, now." Thalen's face went pale. "That'll destroy us. You know that." Reagan nodded once. "But it will give the rest of the ships a chance to escape." The helmsman obeyed. The wheel groaned as the ship angled sharply. The sea foamed beneath them, the prow cutting across the waves toward the oncoming enemy. On the deck of the third ship, Cicero's vessel, Reagan could make out movement. Someone pointing. Cicero himself appeared on deck, dressed like a mid-tier naval officer. His hand moved to the hilt of his sword, reading the incoming danger. Then his eyes locked with Reagan's. Reagan raised his hand, held it aloft. Cicero hesitated. Reagan gave a single, sharp downward gesture, hold. Cicero froze. His grip loosened. The sword remained sheathed. Reagan gave a nod, then turned back toward the bow. The fire ship loomed ahead, too close now to avoid, too proud to believe the oncoming ship would actually ram. They were wrong. The impact was a scream of splintering wood and wrenching steel. Reagan was thrown forward, slammed into the railing as the prow of his ship tore through the enemy's hull. Flames burst from ruptured barrels. The two ships ground together, locked in a death embrace. Water poured into the lower decks. Men screamed. Fires roared. And Reagan, bleeding from the temple, turned to Thalen one last time. Then he leapt, straight into the sea. The cold stole his breath. Fire roared above, but down here it was all silence and darkness. He sank beneath the surface, arms wide, vision narrowing. Above, Cicero watched from the railing, fists clenched around nothing. The ship he stood on rocked gently with the tide, still flying its borrowed flags, but his eyes were on the wreckage, on the flame-touched water. No sign of Reagan, only the broken mast of the ship, and the fire it left behind. The tide was a hammer. Each wave crashed down with unforgiving force, shoving Reagan deeper into the churning dark, pulling at his limbs with the eager fingers of the undertow. His lungs burned, his armor dragged at him like a leaden shroud, and every motion forward was a fight against the ocean's will. He broke the surface with a gasp, spitting seawater and blood into the gray haze. The wreckage of the ship smoldered behind him, flames hissing as they met the tide. Men, his and theirs, bobbed like broken driftwood in the surf. Some screamed, others didn't. Reagan kicked hard, forcing his way toward the jagged shore. Each stroke sent pain lancing through his side, bruised ribs maybe cracked. He'd taken a blow during the ram that left his vision strobing and one ear ringing like a struck bell. His boot found sand. He staggered up the beach, collapsing onto his hands and knees. The wind whipped across his soaked form, salty and cold. He coughed, retched, and tried to remember how to breathe. Then came the weight. A blur of motion slammed into him, and suddenly he was on his back, the grit of the shore digging into his spine. A knee drove into his chest. A fist cracked against his jaw. He tasted copper. The Fire Kingdom officer straddling him wore no insignia Reagan recognized. Black lacquered armor with crimson trim, trimmed with ash-gray cloth fluttering in tatters. His face was half-scorched, but his eyes gleamed with the manic fury of survival. "You?" the man snarled, drawing a long, curved blade from his back. The blade gleamed red, pulsing reflections of the burning wreckage dancing faintly over the red steel. Agonite. Reagan's heart kicked harder. He tried to twist, to buck the man off, but the officer moved with relentless precision. The agonite blade slashed downward. Reagan barely brought his sword up to parry. Sparks flew as steel kissed cursed metal, and the shock rang up Reagan's arms. He rolled, breaking the grapple, and staggered to his feet. The officer was up in a flash, blade raised, stance wide, trained, ready. Reagan didn't have the luxury of breath. His sword, a well-balanced piece forged by Varkos himself, was solid steel, elegant and deadly. But it was not agonite. The duel began with a flurry. The fire officer struck with sweeping arcs and jabbing thrusts, each one forcing Reagan to give ground. Reagan blocked and sidestepped, countered with calculated blows of his own. But every time his blade connected with the agonite, it groaned, chipped, shaved away by a metal it was never meant to match. Reagan grunted, ducking a spinning strike that would have taken his head clean off. He rolled to the side, kicked up sand, and slashed low at the man's legs. The officer leapt over the attack and retaliated with a downward cleave that clipped Reagan's shoulder, slicing the outer ring of his armor. He hissed and retreated 2 paces. "Struggle all you want. In the end, you'll die just like the rest." Reagan didn't answer. His breathing was shallow now. The tide had taken half his strength. He adjusted his grip, shifting into a more aggressive stance. He couldn't outlast this man. Couldn't outcut him, but maybe he could outthink him. He launched into a series of sweeping strikes, testing, baiting. The officer dodged each one, parried another, and finally countered with a high slash that drove Reagan's blade upward. Then the officer twisted, swung low, and struck true. Reagan's blade shattered. Steel exploded in his hand, fragments glinting in the air. The impact numbed his arm to the elbow. His broken hilt clattered uselessly to the ground. The fire officer smiled, then lunged. Reagan dropped to one knee and caught the man's gauntlet-covered wrist, but not fast enough. The agonite blade pushed downward, inches from his chest. He wrapped both hands around the officer's forearm, forcing it back with every ounce of strength he had left. Sand shifted behind them. A second figure staggered from the surf. A Fire Kingdom soldier, soaked to the bone, his armor battered and leaking seawater. Blood streaked his leg from a deep gash in his calf, but his grip on the dagger he now drew was steady. His sword was gone, lost to the waves or the chaos, but desperation gave him speed. He lunged at Reagan, aiming to join the officer already locked in combat. Reagan twisted, releasing one hand from the blade he was blocking, and caught the second attacker by the wrist. His fingers clamped down like iron, halting the dagger's descent mid-strike. Now caught between two foes, one blade pressing in from the front, the other hand restrained by sheer force, Reagan's strength began to waver. His arms trembled. Gritting his teeth, he turned back toward the first attacker, just in time to feel the blade's edge kiss his chest. The agonite pierced the torn leather of his armor, the tip breaking skin. Pain flared, then the blade shattered. A crack like splintering glass echoed through the air as the agonite, unable to endure contact with his flesh, erupted into 1,000 glittering shards. The officer gasped, eyes wide with shock as his weapon disintegrated in his hands. Off balance and robbed of his momentum, he stumbled forward uncontrollably, straight into Reagan's waiting fury. Reagan surged upward. His hand snapped to the officer's throat, gripping, locking in place with iron force. Power rippled through the contact like a current. The officer's eyes went wide. His limbs shook. His strength bled away as if drained through the skin itself. His mouth opened, but no sound emerged. He collapsed. Reagan released him, the man falling limp to the sand beside him. The second soldier shouted and pressed harder with his blade, leaning forward, eyes ablaze with fury and vengeance. Reagan turned, breath ragged, his hands coated in sand and blood. The Fire Kingdom soldier's blade gleamed with wet crimson and the promise of death, its arc a clean line through the smoke-laced morning. Reagan lay beneath it, half submerged in the sand, lungs heaving, arms trembling with the weight of exhaustion. His fingers curled around the man's wrists, the shattered remnants of his sword still warm on the shore beside him. He had no time, no options. Only death waited now. But death did not come. A snarl split the air, raw, feral, otherworldly. Then a blur of silver-gray fur exploded from the tree line, slamming into the soldier like a boulder shot from a siege catapult. The man screamed, blade flailing, then vanished beneath snapping jaws and raking claws. Blood sprayed in a wide arc, and the soldier's cry was lost in a wet, gurgling choke. Reagan blinked, stunned, as the wolf-like creature pinned the dying man and tore out his throat. Another snarl followed, closer this time. A second beast lunged past Reagan's prone form and bowled into a nearby Fire Kingdom soldier scrambling from the surf. The man barely had time to lift his weapon before he was ripped off his feet, his screams cut short by the snapping of his spine. Reagan forced himself to sit up. The woods were alive. Hundreds of shapes poured from the tree line, emerging from the mist like a ghost army of fur and fangs. They were massive, some nearly man-sized at the shoulder, gray and silver fur streaked with mud, eyes glowing amber or ice blue. Their forms were large, intelligent, moving with martial coordination. The Greypaw Wolfkin. They surged down the shore in a flood of howls and growls, weaving through smoke and mist like the hand of an angry god. Fire Kingdom soldiers screamed, many still trying to drag themselves from the water. Some fought back, others fled, but it made no difference. The Greypaw were swift, efficient, unstoppable. Within moments, the beach was an altar of death. And then, stillness. Reagan remained seated in the sand, his arm clutched tight across his stomach, body trembling from the crash of adrenaline and mounting fatigue. Around him, the battlefield lay quiet, eerily so. The Wolfkin moved through the scattered wreckage, stalking with purpose, but not menace. They circled his men, his survivors, herding them together like shepherds with fangs. Not one bared a tooth. Wounded soldiers, too stunned to resist, were nudged gently into a loose formation. The growls that rumbled through the wolves were low, almost conversational. Intelligent. "Anyone else feel like a particularly nervous goat?" Ven muttered, half limping, half pushed by a wolf twice his size. "Just me? No? Good." "Bah," Horan huffed, clutching his side. "If I'm going down like a goat, I'll do it like Clatterhoof, biting and head-butting my way to the grave." "Speak for yourself, but I've got bigger worries," Doran snapped. "I think this one just winked at me. Should I perish under the gaze of a seductive canine, mark my words, I will return. Someone's getting haunted, and I'm not picky." Reagan didn't respond. He couldn't. His breath came shallow, the pain gnawing at him, but his eyes never left the pack. Something was coming. One of the beasts stepped forward, larger than the rest. Its massive frame moved with the calm weight of dominance, the black around its snout giving way to streaks of white like old lightning scars across a storm cloud. It halted just a few paces from Reagan and lifted its head high, gaze locked with his. "That one's in charge," Ven said, voice low now. "How do I know?" "Because every story my grandmother told me about dying in the wild started with a beast that looked exactly like that." The wolfkin emerged before Reagan's eyes, standing upright like a man, tall, broad-shouldered, and wrapped in leathers and bone ornaments. His face was partially marked with ceremonial ash, and his golden eyes carried no warmth. "I am Korvek of the Greypaw," the man said. His voice was low and guttural, like gravel sliding over stone. "And you fight the fire people as we do." Reagan blinked. What?" Korvek's nostrils flared. "Your scent carries the stink of the fireborn and the steelborn." Reagan gained control of his senses. "We sail to Japata to fight along my friend Kale. I'm told the Greypaw are his allies. I assume that is who you all are?" Another wolfkin stepped forward, this one leaner, silver-haired, with braided cords hanging from his belt. "He speaks of Kale, kin to Bashert," he said, "the hooded heir to Japata." Reagan's breath caught. "You know Kale?" Korvek nodded. "He walked among us for a short time, before he left with our chief to prepare the battlefield." Another ripple went through the pack. The name Kale had weight, reverence, even fear. Reagan rose to his feet, swaying slightly. "Then you know what we face. Japata is under siege. The Fire Kingdom moves against it." Korvek's gaze drifted toward the burning wreckage. "Not just Japata, they seek the blood of its king." He turned and lifted a hand. At once, the rest of the Greypaw relaxed. A signal passed between them, silent and certain. "We were already moving west," Korvek said, "to join Kale's call. The packs have aligned. Your presence only confirms our path." Reagan looked over at his scattered crew. Some wounded, all weary, but none dead. At least not yet. Thanks to the Greypaw, what could have been a massacre had become a miracle. "Then we go together," Reagan said. Korvek tilted his head, considering him. "Kale's allies will walk with us. For now." They left the shore before noon, scaling the foothills that led toward the mountain paths. Reagan walked near the front, flanked by Thalen, his bow slung across his back, expression unreadable, and Korvek, whose silence was broken only by the occasional growl to passing scouts. They marched through thinning forests and across ridgelines dusted with frost. The pace was relentless but not cruel, and soon the terrain became steep. Each step upward brought colder winds and wider views. As the sun began to dip, casting long orange fingers across the crags, Korvek stopped at the crest of a high ridge. "Here," he said, "you must see." Reagan stepped forward. Below them the valley spread wide, a bowl of forest and stone, tapering down toward the towers of Japata in the distance. From this height, they could see the walls clearly, massive, carved from stone, ringed with sigils that pulsed faintly with watchfires. The makeshift walls stood like jagged teeth across the Japata Pass, massive stone bulwarks, raised in haste by Gahage hands to hold back the tide of war. Cracked, battle-worn but resolute, they sealed the only true land route into the heart of Japata, a kingdom already walled on all sides by towering obsidian defenses built generations ago. Looking down into the valley, Reagan's heart sank. The makeshift stone walls guarding the pass were crumbling, no longer a barrier, just debris delaying the inevitable. Darkpaw wolfkins swarmed the breach like ants devouring a dying insect, claws scrabbling over stone and blood. Then it hit him, the shift. It wasn't wind, it wasn't storm, it was something worse, something of pure power. The air pulsed with a presence that didn't belong to sky or earth, unnatural, ancient, and cold enough to claw at the soul. From behind those walls, light had begun to rise. It bled up through the cracks in the stone like a star from the heavens, veins of electric blue threading across the valley. The air turned electric, pulsing with a strange rhythm. Winds screamed down from the mountains, sucked into a growing vortex spiraling above the Japata Pass's center. Clouds twisted, forming a black funnel above the rocky peaks. Trees bent outward as if recoiling. Birds vanished into the sky, fleeing something unseen. Even the earth seemed to flinch. And then, from the broken line in the stone wall ahead, a figure stepped through the dust and ruin. Kale. He moved with purpose, his cloak torn, whipping wildly by the wind, his boots crunching over shattered stone. Behind him, the barricades flickered like embers clinging to life. The ground he left behind was scorched, cracked in jagged spiderwebs of heat and force. At the heart of the pass, the pulse quickened, blue lightning arcing from stone ridges, spiraling upward in violent, uncontrolled bursts. It was not a ritual, it was not a weapon, it was him. Cale raised his arms, his silhouette a dark line against the roiling light, and the world answered. Stone groaning, wind shrieking, energy building in a low, throbbing hum that echoed in the bones. Darkpaw charged him, but seemed to fall almost instantly as his sword slashed at inhuman speed. Reagan stared, a chill tightening across his spine. "No," he whispered. "What are you doing, Cale?" Beside him, Korvek's face had gone pale. His voice was grim. "He warned us, said it would come to this, that the past could repeat itself." And then it came. The pulse snapped. A blinding surge erupted from the core, a shockwave of fire and lightning detonating outward from the wall like the scream of a dying star. Trees disintegrated into ash. Everything, earth, sky, silence, was torn apart in an instant. And at the center of it all, unmoved, stood Cale, eyes burning, power unbound. Down in the valley, the Darkpaw Wolfkin, enemies of the Greypaw, had been charging the pass, numbers stretching to the tens of thousands. Now they burned. The explosion hit like a tidal shockwave, ripping through the valley with a roar that shattered stone and sky alike. Bodies were hurled skyward, then disintegrated mid-flight into drifting ash. Screams never finished. Fire and force scoured the earth clean, flash burning everything in its path. When the smoke cleared, only silence remained. Where Wolfkin soldiers once stood, only shadows lingered, ghostly silhouettes scorched into the blackened rock, frozen in their final moments. The valley floor had become a wasteland of glass and soot, and the dead had been reduced to echoes carved in stone. Then silence. Not the peaceful kind, the awful kind. The kind that follows atrocity. Reagan fell to his knees, mouth dry, his skin prickled from the sheer force of the memory etched into the land. Cale still stood, barely visible, amid the broken heart of the blast. But he wavered, then collapsed to his knees. Korvek placed a clawed hand on Reagan's shoulder. "He has saved his people and given us a chance," he said. "But at what cost?" Reagan's voice came as a whisper. "I should have been there." "No," Korvek said. "You are here now. The war begins anew, and with it, so must the pack." Reagan looked out on the devastation as smoke rose like a second sky. Chapter 12, Final Justice. The earth still shuddered with the aftershock of the explosion. Smoke curled high into the sky in ghostly fingers, mingling with the haze of dusk, casting an orange and violet glow over the ruined valley. Where once thousands of Darkpaw Wolfkin had stood, charging toward Japata, now only scorched earth and drifting ash remained. Cale had vanished in the wake of the blast, the crater around him still glowing faintly with residual energy. The fires were dying, but the war was not. From the western ridge, Reagan stood beside Korvek and Thalin, the stench of burned flesh thick in the air. The Greypaw Wolfkin behind them muttered in their guttural tongue, uneasy, their feral eyes fixed on the distant shapes that moved beyond the blast radius. The Fire Kingdom's main force. Reinforcements had arrived. Thousands more, their red banners fluttering above the tree line like bloodied claws. Commanders in gold-trimmed armor barked orders. They had not expected the explosion. They had not prepared for such devastation. But they were adapting. Reagan could see the front lines reforming, now shifting toward the narrow Japata Pass, a corridor of stone walls hastily raised by Stone Gehage days before the siege. Primitive, perhaps, but strong. And now the only thing between Japata's broken outer defense and complete collapse. Reagan turned to Korvek, voice sharp. "You have pups among you?" "Yes," Korvek growled. "Many younglings and twice that in mothers." "Hide them," Reagan said. "Get them into the high caves. The pass will fall unless we hit them from the flank, and we need every warrior you've got." Korvek gave a low bark, and 3 of the older Wolfkin bounded off into the hills, herding the younger Greypaw to safety. The rest began to form ranks, their silver-gray pelts catching the firelight as they prepared for war. Thalin stepped beside Reagan, adjusting the strap of his longbow. "We're outnumbered." "We always are," Reagan replied. Behind them, the survivors of the shipwreck, the remnants of the sunken ship, readied weapons. Soot-streaked, bleeding, limping, but alive. Ven was among them, usually one to use his knives, now held a sword too big for his grip, but he was no less determined. Doran marched up from the rear, dragging a pair of stolen shields. "I found these among the fire dead. Not pretty, but they'll stop an arrow." Reagan nodded. "You'll take the left flank. Hold position until you see the Greypaw break through, then drive toward the siege engines. We can't let them set those up." Doran grunted. "Got it. What about you?" Reagan turned to the far hill, eyes locked on the lone figure kneeling in the churned earth. He pointed. "I'm going after him." He watched as Cale rose, unsteady but determined, and broke into a run straight toward the oncoming army. Across the shattered field, Reagan watched through smoke and chaos as two figures converged in a clearing beyond the fractured line of battle. One cloaked in shadow and gray, the other wreathed in crimson, fire curling from his fingertips like hungry serpents. Fike and Cale. Reagan's breath caught in his throat. Fike was charging, flames swirling around both fists, his snarling mouth twisted in a grin. A massive bear, flanked with gold-tipped fur and chained armor, thundered at his side, jaws snapping. Mako, sleek, shadowed, furious, met the beast mid-charge. The clash of fang and claw sent a shockwave across the field as Mako slammed into the bear's ribs. The two beasts rolled, snarling and biting, their battle a blur of muscle and rage. And then Cale and Fike collided. Sparks flew from each strike. Fike's first swing was a blaze of fire and steel. Cale spun beneath it, his hands moving with unnatural precision like water and lightning fused. His hood slipped slightly, revealing a face strained with focus and pain. Energy crackled along his forearms. He countered with a pulse of blue light that drove Fike back, scattering flames in every direction. "Cale!" Reagan shouted, even as he fought forward. Fire Kingdom troops surged toward the Japata Pass like a red wave, clashing with Stone Gehagi, Kalian troops, mountain giants, and gnome defenders who held the walls. Boulders flew, screams echoed, and fire licked at the edges of the defenses. From the forested ridges to the east, Reagan led his strike force, the Greypaw Wolfkin howling as they came down the slope like an avalanche of fur and steel. They crashed into the fire ranks like a raging storm. Reagan's war cry split the air as he slammed into the first soldier, snapping the man's spear and driving a knee into his ribs. Steel flashed. Blood flew. The Greypaw tore through the flanks with claw and fang, leaping over wagons and dragging archers from their roosts. The Fire Kingdom's rear lines turned in confusion, only to be overwhelmed in seconds. Reagan fought through the press, eyes scanning the battlefield for one figure, one presence. He cut through a spear-wielding soldier, then blocked a flaming axe with his bracer. A Greypaw wolf leapt over him, dragging the axeman down in a spiral of screams. But the distance was still too great. Cale didn't look his way. Fike charged again, now drawing a flame whip from the air and lashing at Cale's feet. Cale backflipped like an acrobat, barely dodging the lash, sprung off of another soldier's shield, and retaliated with a blast of kinetic force that shattered the ground. They circled. Fike grinned through blood-slicked teeth, a dark streak trailing from one ear. "I've dreamed about crushing you for years, Sandflea," he sneered. "Thought I already did once, which makes doing it again all the sweeter." "You don't know what I've become," Cale replied, his voice cold. "I know enough," Fike snapped, launching forward. Reagan tore through two more soldiers, shoulder-checking one into a spiked barricade. He caught a glimpse of Ven and Thalon nearby, both fighting like madmen. Doran's unit had reached the siege line, and smoke was already curling from a broken catapult. But Reagan had eyes only for one thing: the battle ahead. Cale ducked a fireball and swept a leg under Fike, who jumped too high. Cale struck upward with a pulse of wind, lifting Fike off his feet. As Fike flipped midair, he launched twin bursts of fire downward. Cale rolled and retaliated with a crack of light that seared across Fike's shoulder. Mako and the bear were still locked in combat. Blood sprayed from both animals, but Mako, smaller, faster, was wearing the larger beast down with vicious strikes to its throat and belly. Reagan pushed forward through the melee, sword flashing as he cut a path toward the only thing that mattered: Cale. He was close. So close. Cale's hooded figure danced like a flame in the heart of the storm, exchanging blows with Fike in a vicious ballet of fire and momentum. But Reagan wasn't the only one converging. Across the carnage, a figure clad in Water Kingdom armor and wielding twin blades surged through the Fire Kingdom ranks, flinging enemies aside in fluid strikes. He was soaked in sweat and blood, and his eyes locked on the same target as Reagan. Riggs roared as he brought one blade down into the skull of a fire knight, then shoved the body aside with a brutal kick. Reagan saw him, recognized him instantly, and the unspoken urgency between them was clear. Cale was in danger. "Riggs!" Reagan shouted, slashing through a spearman in his path. Riggs caught the voice through the cacophony and lifted his chin. "I see him," he bellowed. "Keep those dogs off me, Darkwater." Reagan grinned despite himself and charged forward, the two men fighting like twin spears toward the eye of the storm. In the clearing, Cale dodged a sweep of flame from Fike's outstretched palm. His boots skidded across blackened stone, and he dropped to one knee, gasping for breath. He had given too much in the explosion, too much of his strength, his power, his self. Now Fike pressed the advantage. The flame wielder's smile was twisted with glee, his armor blackened from earlier strikes, but his energy seemingly endless. He summoned another wave of fire and hurled it with a shout. Cale raised both arms, a dome of wind forming around him just in time to deflect the blow. It shattered against the shield, sending tongues of fire roaring outward. "Cale, move!" Reagan shouted. To the right of the clearing, the mountain bear, armored and soaked with blood, snarled and lunged. Mako was already limping, his once pristine feathers smeared with red. The bear slammed a paw into Mako's side, flinging him into a pile of corpses. The griffin let out a low, pained screech and didn't rise. The bear reared up, jaws wide. Then came the arrows. Thunk, thunk, thunk. 3 arrows in rapid succession struck the bear, one in the neck, one in the side, and one directly into its eye. The beast staggered back, bellowing in fury and confusion. From a far distant ridge, Theron stood like a statue, bow already drawn for a 4th shot, his gray cloak billowing behind him. He didn't call out, didn't speak, he didn't hesitate, just moved. Each arrow loosed with flawless rhythm, each shot a heartbeat of precision. Every strike carried a message louder than any war cry. Mako was no mere beast. He was misfit company, and he would never stand alone. The bear turned toward the new threat. That was its mistake. Mako launched from the pile like a ghost reborn, wings flaring, claws extended. He struck the bear's exposed throat with a scream that split the sky. Flesh tore, blood sprayed. The bear gurgled, then collapsed in a heap. Mako landed atop it, chest heaving, one wing dragging slightly behind him. He let out a final screech and bounded back toward Cale. Reagan saw it, felt the change in the air. The hairs on his arms rose. The temperature spiked. Fike raised both hands above his head, a tornado of fire spiraling between them. The flames twisted, pulled from the surrounding battlefield, consuming torches and even embers from nearby wreckage. The inferno grew until it was nearly as tall as the walls themselves. Then he brought it down. The fire raced toward Cale in a tidal wave, burning brighter than the sun. Cale stood, weak and unsteady, and summoned the last of his strength. His fingers curled, his voice rising in a hoarse shout as he countered, not with wind, not with lightning, but with fire of his own. Blue fire. It burst from his chest, roared from his hands, and met Fike's inferno in the space between them. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves across the field. Soldiers were knocked flat, banners ripped from poles, the dirt scoured clean beneath their feet. The flames didn't mix. They warred, red against blue, each side pushing, resisting, threatening to consume the other. Reagan dropped behind a barricade just in time to avoid being incinerated. Riggs was knocked off his feet, blades spinning from his hands. Even the Greypaw staggered under the pressure, their howls drowned in the screaming wind. Cale screamed again, pouring everything he had into the counterfire. His hood blew back. His eyes glowed white with the raw force of it. But it wasn't enough. Slowly, steadily, Fike's red inferno pushed the blue flame back, inch by inch. Cale gritted his teeth, blood streaming from his nose, his ears. His body trembled with the effort. Then he dropped to one knee. The blue fire faltered. Fike laughed and began to walk forward, his flames creeping ever closer to Cale's chest. Reagan rose from the ash, gripping his sword. "No!" He charged, pushing through the chaos, shoving aside fire soldiers, dodging bolts of flame. Thallon was somewhere behind him. Korvek and the Greypaw tore into the flanks, but none of it mattered. Only Cale on his knees, only the man striding toward him with murder in his smile. Reagan ran faster. Riggs saw it too. "Go!" he roared. Ash and dust swirled in chaotic spirals as the red fire surged closer and closer to Kale's chest. He gritted his teeth, one knee in the dirt, arms trembling as he tried to muster a final defense. The fire pressed in like the hand of a vengeful god, unyielding, oppressive, and merciless. Across from him, Fike walked forward with a sneer stretched wide across his face, his crimson cloak tattered but still billowing behind him with unnatural energy. "You always were a sand flea," Fike said, voice thick with scorn and satisfaction, running from shadow to shadow, bleeding for scraps, pretending you had power you didn't understand. He lifted the fire above his head, a roaring crown of destruction. "But it ends today. You die here, burnt and broken like your mother." Kale's eyes burned, but not with tears, with rage. His muscles refused to obey. His power flickered like a dying flame. The raw exertion of the explosion he'd unleashed earlier had left him nearly empty. Fike stepped closer, lifting the fire for a killing blow. Then a tidal wave of water surged from behind Kale like the fury of a bursting dam. It crashed over Kale's shoulders with staggering force and struck Fike like a wall, extinguishing his flames in an instant and hurling him backwards like a rag doll. The ground grated as he skidded, steam rising from his soaked armor. He tried to rise, gasping and soaked, but he had no time. Reagan was already there. With a roar of effort, Reagan tackled Fike from behind, wrapping thick arms around his chest in a crushing bear hug. He drove him into the scorched ground, one arm pinned beneath Reagan's bulk. Fike thrashed and shouted, trying to ignite a new flame, but Reagan's grip was iron. "You want fire?" Reagan growled. "Then burn from the inside out." He squeezed harder, ribs groaning under the pressure. Fike writhed and screamed, trying to twist his arm free. Reagan knew the trick. If he touched bare skin, he could drain him, take the fire, take the very life from him. But Fike was clever. He kept his armor tight, his skin covered. Reagan could feel the heat radiating off him like holding onto a furnace. Sweat poured down his back as he tried to find the leverage he needed. Fike jerked his free arm upward and reached for the hilt of his blade, gritting his teeth as he prepared to drive it backward into Reagan's ribs. And then Mako struck. The griffin came from the smoke like an arrow loosed from the gods themselves. One wing dragged from an earlier blow, but the rest of his massive form was pure muscle and vengeance. His beak clamped down on Fike's wrist, hard, pinning the arm and sending the sword clattering to the earth. Fike howled in rage and agony. The scent of blood flooded the air. Reagan was preparing to take his chance and ease his grip to get a better hold, but before he could act, a blur moved past him. Kale, risen, steady. His hood was down now, hair matted to his forehead with sweat and soot. His eyes were glowing faintly, one hand clenched around the handle of a blade etched with silver veins of runes long lost to time. The king's high blade. Fike's eyes widened. "No!" Kale swung. The blade came in a brutal horizontal arc, powered by more than strength. Grief, fury, memory. The edge sang through the air, a single note of judgment so quick Reagan couldn't even track the swing until Kale's hand stopped moving. It took Fike's head clean from his shoulders. The body spasmed once, then went limp in Reagan's arms. Blood sprayed in a fine arc, steaming as it touched the scorched earth. Reagan let the corpse fall. Mako released the wrist and stepped back, wings flaring wide as if daring another enemy to come forward. Kale stood above the body, chest heaving, the high blade still humming with residual power. For a moment, the battlefield froze. Then came the first scream from a Fire Kingdom soldier who had seen it all, their commander, their champion. Their fire-wrought leader, dead. It spread like wildfire. Shouts of panic, horns of retreat. Drummers faltered. Ranks began to waver. Then, collapse. The Fire Kingdom army broke. What remained of their soldiers scattered in every direction. Some trying to hold formation, others simply fleeing into the surrounding forest. A few shouted orders that went unheard. The rest trampled one another in their desperation to escape. The siege of Japata was over. Not with a treaty, not with surrender, but with the end of Fike. Reagan rose, wiping sweat and blood from his brow. He looked to Kale, whose sword finally lowered, the adrenaline fading from his face to reveal the weight of what had just happened. Reagan stepped forward cautiously. "You okay?" Kale just stared at him, like he was seeing a ghost, like the world had tilted and refused to right itself. His mouth opened, but no words came. "I was told you were dead," he finally said, voice low, raw. "Your son told me that." Reagan gave a faint, tired smile. I can see how he thought so. Another long silence, then Kale looked away, blinking hard. No, he said quietly. I'm not okay. He met Reagan's eyes again. But I'm still standing. Mako let out a low trill and leaned against Kale's side, his body shaking with exhaustion. Reagan gave the creature a small nod. You saved us both. Mako blinked slowly in response, then turned his gaze toward the fleeing enemy. Behind them, Riggs arrived, soaked to the bone from the earlier surge of water. He looked down at Fike's body, then up at Kale. Well, he said gruffly, that's one reunion for the history books. Reagan smirked, though it didn't reach his eyes. You sure have dramatic timing. Had to make sure you didn't hog all the glory. Across the field, the Greypaw Wolfkin raised their voices in a triumphant howl, chasing the last remnants of the Fire Kingdom rear guard out of the valley. Thalon joined them on a hilltop, lifting a fist in silent celebration. The sky, darkened by smoke, began to clear. Japata still stood. But Reagan knew this wasn't the end. Fike was only one head of the Hydra, and the war was far from finished. The battlefield quieted, but the silence was not peace, it was reverence. Then Kale collapsed, his energy seeming to finally give way. Ash clung to the wind like funeral cloth, drifting in lazy spirals over the blackened hills and trampled earth. The siege was broken, the Fire Kingdom routed, and in the hollow aftermath of victory, there remained only the wounded, the mourning, and the living legends who had not died when they were supposed to. Kale lay limp between Reagan and Riggs, his arms slung over their shoulders, his legs dragging behind, his head lolled forward, hood tangled in blood-matted hair. His body was scorched, exhausted, and eerily light, as if what remained was more spirit than man. Easy now, Riggs grunted, shifting Kale's weight. He's half wounds, half broken bones. Reagan's jaw was clenched tight, one arm firmly locked under Kale's shoulder. He's still breathing, that's enough. Mako walked beside them, each step slow, deliberate, and strangely regal. The griffin's torn wing dragged slightly, but the way he carried himself, chest lifted, head high, radiated pride. His master still lived, and the creature would not leave his side. As they passed through the shattered front lines, soldiers parted like a tide. Greypaw Wolfkin, Stone Kingdom soldiers, scattered Kalian fighters, all fell silent at their approach. Bloodied warriors bowed their heads. The wounded, propped on makeshift stretchers, lifted hands in salute. Even the children from the Greypaw's cave watched from behind rocks and brush, awestruck. They all knew what Kale had done. They had seen the power that broke the enemy, and now they watched the man who had wielded it. Reagan felt the weight of every stare. Kale deserved it, but he didn't yet know. Not really. He didn't know what he had become to these people. They carried him toward the medic tents erected near the rear of the pass, simple canvas structures filled with the groans of the dying and the barked orders of healers. But one tent had been cleared, its flaps fluttering gently. Inside, a cot waited, blankets, water, clean bandages, and silence. They laid Kale down gently. He stirred then, eyes fluttering open as the light inside the tent softened around him. For a moment he looked confused, searching the air like a man waking from a dream. Then his eyes focused, first on the ceiling, then on the faces above him. He blinked. "Reagan?" he croaked, his voice hoarse, threadbare. "Riggs?" Reagan was the first to answer. "Yeah," he said softly, "we've got you." Kale's eyes welled and he tried to sit up. "You're here, both of you. I thought it was a dream." Reagan moved to stop him. "Don't strain." But Kale flung his arms out and reached for Reagan, half sobbing. "No, just let me." Reagan caught him mid-motion, hands instinctively catching the man's arms. But he paused, his skin, his curse. He recoiled slightly. "Kale, no, you don't want to. If my skin touches yours, I could hurt you." "I don't care," Kale said, clinging to him. "I don't care." Reagan swallowed hard, arms wrapping around him. Kale's skin was warm, fragile, but there was no surge of pain, no collapse, no scream, only a faint, involuntary shiver. Kale pulled back slightly, smiling through his tears. "It tickles." Reagan stared. "It tickles?" Kale nodded, the faintest laugh escaping his cracked lips. "Like when I used to climb the sun-touched trees near the salt rivers. The bark would sting your palms a little, just enough to remind you to be careful." Reagan frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching. "You're not a regular Gehagi." "No," Kale agreed. "I'm not." Reagan released him, sitting back on the edge of the cot, eyes narrowed thoughtfully. Even the strongest crumble when they touch me. Skin to skin, they fall almost instantly. Kale's eyes sparkled faintly. I guess I'm different, or maybe stronger. From behind them, Riggs snorted. Or maybe you two are just the dumbest pair of walking disasters this side of the range. They turned to him as he leaned against one of the tent poles, arms folded, blade still strapped to his belt. Seriously, Kale, you've got to stop doing this. Dying. Making us think you're dead. Exploding. Dying again. It's getting hard to keep up. Kale wiped at his eyes, laughing softly. I only do it when it counts. You always think it counts, Riggs replied. You left me with a hole in my world. Left him, he jerked a thumb toward Reagan, thinking you dead for years. Then you go and nearly kill yourself in some wild, explosive last stand. I was sure you were dead, again. What is it with you and explosions anyway? I guess I didn't think at all. It just happened, Kale whispered. Riggs stepped forward and placed a calloused hand on Kale's knee. Well, next time you have a great idea like that, maybe talk it over with someone before setting off a bomb that vaporizes an army. Message received, Kale said, grinning weakly. No more explosions without prior consent. Mako nuzzled closer then, pressing his beak gently to Kale's side. The boy ran his fingers over the creature's brow, murmuring something soft. The griffin closed its eyes in contentment. The moment was still, whole. Then came the sound of a cane striking stone. 3 sharp taps, followed by the swish of heavy robes. The tent flap opened, and in stepped a figure no taller than Reagan's thigh, yet somehow possessing more presence than half the men on the field. Magistrate Balak. The gnome, likely no taller than 4 feet if standing straight, appeared closer to 3 feet due to his hunched frame. His long, silver-white hair was crudely cut short in the back, contrasting with the well-maintained longer hair draping down the front. Despite his age-spotted skin, his eyes gleamed with a sharp, almost unnatural gray. At his side hung a dagger. In one hand he held an ornately carved cane. He stopped just inside the entrance, eyes scanning the scene with surgical precision. Reagan and Riggs stood. Kale struggled to rise, but Balak held up a hand. No, remain where you are, he said, voice raspy but sharp, like a knife honed by decades of use. You've done enough standing for a kingdom's worth of men. Kale sank back, grateful. Balak limped forward, his cane tapping in rhythm. I saw it from the northern tower, the light, the destruction, and then... you. He stopped beside Kale's cot, looking up at him. You truly are Bashart's grandson, he said. Kale swallowed. Yes, sir. Balak looked to Reagan, then to Riggs. And you, both of you, stood beside him. Even now. Reagan nodded. The magistrate's gnarled hand hovered for a moment over Kale's chest, as if feeling for something deeper than breath. His eyes narrowed, not with suspicion, but with quiet calculation. I have many questions, Balak said at last, his voice low and deliberate. Not accusations, not yet, but questions, ones I fear only the past can answer. Reagan straightened at the edge of the tent. Riggs, seated nearby, glanced up from where he'd been wringing out a blood-stained cloth. Balak didn't turn. He carries more than wounds, more than flame. I've seen that kind of weight before, in men who survived things they never should have, and those answers rarely come from the wounded themselves. Finally, the magistrate turned, his sharp gaze falling on Reagan. I'd like you and Riggs to accompany me, while Kale rests. I want to speak with those who knew him best, friends, mentors, anyone who can help me understand who he was before all this. Reagan hesitated. To what end? To clarity, Balak said simply. If I'm to speak on Kale's behalf to the council or to the people, I must know the truth, not the legend, the man. He stepped toward the flap of the tent, pausing only to look back once. Let him sleep. He's earned it. And for the first time in a long, long while, Kale did. The fire outside had long been doused. Only the low, flickering glow of lanterns remained, casting soft golden light inside the medic tent. The battlefields had fallen quiet. Only the occasional howl of a distant graypaw or the muted bark of orders from watchmen pierced the silence. Inside, Kale slept. Not with the restlessness of the wounded or the fitful jerking of trauma, but the deep, unguarded sleep of someone who had finally found a safe place to collapse. Reagan sat nearby, legs crossed, eyes half-lidded. Riggs leaned against one of the tent posts, his arms folded, chewing a strip of dried meat without enthusiasm. Mako lay curled at Kale's side, head resting near his ribs, rising and falling in gentle rhythm. The flap stirred. Magistrate Balak entered once more, his carved cane echoing through the chamber, with its familiar tap-tap-tap against the stone. His silver-white hair caught the dim light like threads of starlight, and his gray eyes, sharp and unreadable, swept across the room with quiet purpose. "I've spoken to them all," he said without preamble. "Cicero, Reagan, Riggs, even that sharp-tongued thief with the broken nose." He stepped forward, voice calm but carrying weight. "I have what I need, for now." Balak's voice was quiet, yet it filled the space. "And I have heard the stories, what little there is from Kale's youth. What fragments I could piece together. Enough to know he was always different, wild, adventurous, strong in ways that had no name yet." He walked to the edge of Kale's cot, his short frame somehow emanating gravity greater than any general. "But nothing," he continued, "could have prepared me for what I saw today." His eyes landed squarely on Reagan. That explosion, that controlled destruction, a force that vaporized tens of thousands of Darkpaw in a single pulse and left its wielder standing, not dead, but merely drained. He looked down at Kale's sleeping form. Far greater than Zuby's explosion at Drakholm, the difference in power is astounding. Kale is less than 50 years old, while Zuby is more than 2,400 years old. Reagan's brow furrowed. "Then how?" Balak nodded slowly, as if he had expected the question. "It puzzled me too, until Cicero mentioned something peculiar. Something about you, Reagan, and your bloodline." Reagan stiffened. "What about me?" Balak circled the cot slowly, his cane clicking with each step. "Zuby wears 3 bands on each arm, iron-laced cuffs fused to his arms and chest, etched with glyphs no one alive remembers how to replicate. On his back he carries a disc, ancient and tempered, but still active. A dampener, a siphon." Riggs frowned. "A what?" "A device," Balak said, "to drain excess power from Gehege, to stabilize them, to prevent them from imploding under their own power. For most, it's a chain. For Zub, it's a training tool. Like doing exercise all day, every second for decades, and each day growing more powerful." Reagan frowned. "What does that have to do with me?" Balak halted in front of Reagan, his cane resting lightly against the ground. "I've wondered how Kale became so powerful, so young," he said, his voice low and even. "No bands, no disc, nothing to contain him, nothing to channel or temper the power inside him." He turned slightly, laying a hand on Cicero's shoulder. "Then your son told me how inseparable you two were in youth, never far from each other's side. He spoke of your family's legacy, your bloodline's strange gift, the ability to drain Gehage with a touch, to crack Agonite with a brush of your hand. That was the first piece of the riddle." Balak's eyes gleamed. "You see, we haven't seen your kind in many millennia. You may not know it, but the power Gehage wield comes from a parasite. Ancient, gifted long ago by the great dragon to King Haakon, but still a parasite. It burrows deep, lives within the body, and your essence, your bloodline, is its natural countermeasure. You're not a weapon, you're the antidote." He smiled faintly, not unkindly. "Every second you spent near him drained Kale. Not like it would a normal Gehege. Kale is different. Gehege carry a thread of the parasite. But Kale isn't carrying it. He generates it. He's a source." Reagan stared. "What are you saying?" Balak lifted his cane and tapped Reagan's chest, just over the heart. "I'm saying you were his disc, his damper, his siphon." The tent fell into stunned silence. Balak stepped back, his tone softening, slower now. "You grew beside him, and all that time your presence pulled at his power. Not enough to harm, just enough to challenge, like a river carving a canyon, slow, relentless, transformative." He turned to Riggs. "Like resistance training, a muscle only grows when it's pushed." Riggs's brow furrowed. "So, just being near Reagan made Kale stronger?" Balak nodded. "Every Gehage feels it, his touch weakens them, sometimes subtly, through armor, through distance. Most never notice, but Kale endured it, day after day, year after year, and in doing so he grew stronger, without even realizing it." Reagan rubbed the back of his neck, his expression taut. "But I didn't know, I didn't mean to." "Of course not," Balak replied gently. "That's what makes it natural. You're like a magnet to iron dust. You don't try to pull, you just do. And Kale? He resisted, constantly. That resistance became his training." Riggs let out a short, mirthless laugh. "So Reagan's been a living workout regimen this whole time?" Not just that, Balak said, arching a brow. You grew too. Reagan blinked. What? You were strong naturally, Balak continued, but you were not meant to be this strong, not like now. Your body, your will, your essence, it adapted to Kale's struggle. His energy echoed in you. Each time you pulled from him, a thread of that power came back with you. You shaped each other. They all fell silent again. Balak turned to Riggs, eyes narrowing with pointed weight. And don't think you were merely a bystander in all this, young man. Those years in Durian prison, the beatings, the hunger, the endless drills for those brutal arena fights, you weren't just surviving, you were forging something. He stepped closer, his voice firm but not unkind. You pushed Kale to endure, to fight when there was nothing left. Every trial you both faced together was like a spark thrown onto dry kindling. You didn't realize it, but you weren't just keeping him alive, you were helping him become. Even the lanterns seemed to flicker slower. Reagan thought of what he had learned of Zuby. He finally exhaled, long and low. Then Zub, how strong is he now? Balak looked toward the cot, eyes heavy. Zuby wore those bands for many decades, carried that disc on his back like a badge of shame and strength. I hear he added more bands as his body grew resistant. That kind of pressure, that kind of resistance? He isn't just strong. He paused. He's something else entirely. A hush fell. Riggs muttered, You'd think with all that power, he'd fight the Fire Kingdom alongside us. Balak chuckled under his breath. Perhaps, but the cost of that kind of restraint is something none of you want to witness. You both and Kale were lucky. You trained one another, became brothers not just in blood and bond, but in balance. He turned back toward Kale. When he recovers fully, he will be changed. He may not even remember what it felt like to unleash such power, but his body will, his soul will. Reagan looked at Kale, quiet and pale but breathing evenly. He'll still be Kale. Balak smiled. Let us hope he never forgets how to be. That kind of power can change the best of men. The tent flap rustled, and a new presence stepped inside. Broad-shouldered, iron-haired, eyes like storms. Gruen, Reagan muttered, turning toward the voice. The gnome stood at the edge of the rubble, cloak scorched at the hem, sword still hanging loosely at his side. Its blade nicked, but far from broken. His voice was gravel and smoke, rough from shouting and drink, or the sudden absence of it. Thought I'd find you all here, Gruen rasped, eyes drifting over the group. He gave Kale a long, appraising look, then glanced to Reagan and Riggs. Word is you lot pulled off another miracle. Again. Riggs arched a brow. I haven't seen you since the fight began. I thought you were dead. Gruen smirked, running a calloused hand through his silver-streaked mop of hair. I was dead, briefly, but death, like most things, found my company intolerable. Reagan huffed a laugh. You're sober? For the first time in far too many regrettable years, Gruen said, stretching his neck until it cracked. Figured if today was the day I got split open like an overripe squash, I ought to face it with clear eyes and a steady hand. Terribly overrated, by the way. Kale opened his eyes, waking to the conversation around him. He blinked and smiled. I still can't believe you're Balak's son? Gruen offered a crooked, theatrical bow. I, the disappointment of House Balak. That's why I go by Falrin. Black sheep, burnt bridge, and scandal rolled into one charming, undersized package. Best sword Japada's ever seen, or so I keep reminding them, loudly and repeatedly. He straightened and tapped the hilt of his blade. Of course, they only started calling me a legend after they thought I drank myself into an early grave. Funny how reputation improves when folks think you're no longer around to ruin it. He straightened and looked to the scorched battlefield beyond. But not today. Today I showed them this old gnome still remembers how to dance. The lantern light shimmered faintly off Gruen's polished breastplate, though soot dulled its once proud gleam. His frame stood at the center of the tent's space like a living testament, and even Mako, fierce and noble as ever, shifted slightly, sensing the presence of a man who had walked through fire and come out harder than steel. Reagan leaned against one of the support beams, arms crossed. Riggs hovered near Kale's cot, chewing on what looked to be the same strip of jerky he'd started half an hour ago. Balak stood to the side, arms folded behind his back, his sharp gray eyes flicking between them all. Kale, now sitting up in the cot with Mako resting nearby, looked to Gruen and said softly, You don't seem surprised I'm alive. Gruen's lip tugged upward into something not quite a smile. "You and Death have had an uneasy relationship. I figured you'd wriggle out of it one more time." The tent held silence for a moment before Gruen stepped forward, gaze heavy. "But while we're celebrating miracles," he said, voice low and commanding, "we'd best not forget what we're walking into." He turned to the others, then back to Kale. "You've seen what Kale can do. Raw, untamed, untrained power," he said, gesturing to the cot. "And that was with the better part of his strength drained. No discipline, no boundaries, just instinct and fury." He paused, the weight of his next words thickening the air. "But if Zuba ever takes those bands off..." Everyone in the tent tensed. "I don't think he'll be able to control what comes out," Gruen continued. "Not even him." Kale frowned. "He's always been in control, even during the Battle of Durian Keep." Gruen nodded. "Exactly. Because of those bands. Because of that disc on his back. Decades of tempering that power, forcing it inward, sharpening it like a blade. But take those restraints away?" He shook his head. "I don't know what happens. But I know what doesn't. Any army that stands against him." Balak's voice came like the rasp of dry leaves. "And he plans to take them off?" Gruen nodded. "He's not the same since Elian was taken. I've seen it in his eyes. He's not fighting for a kingdom anymore. He's fighting for his daughter." Kale looked up at that, his voice barely above a whisper. "She's still alive?" "She's a captive of the Fire Kingdom," Balak answered. "Held in chains and surrounded by an army, but not forgotten." "She's the Princess of Japata," Gruen added, "beloved by her people, raised in the halls of stone and sun. She is the hope of the next age, and to Zube." He paused, letting the silence answer. "She will always be his little girl." The weight of it pressed against Kale's chest. He hadn't seen his mother in so many years, not since he was but a boy. And now... "I'm gonna get her back," Kale said, steel entering his voice. "That's good to hear because," Gruen said, crossing his arms, "you won't be the only one." A tremor hummed beneath their feet, faint at first, then stronger. The ground itself began to throb with rhythm, perfectly spaced, like a drum line struck by 1,000 hammers. The walls of the tent shivered, and the warriors standing outside parted as one, falling into tight ranks as if they knew what was coming. Reagan stepped out first and saw them. The gates of Japata, massive fortress-sized constructs of obsidian and stone-carved gears, groaned as they opened. Towers flanked either side, each lit by violet torches and etched with glowing runes that shimmered in the dusk. Beyond the gate, under the towering banners of Japata, marched the gnomes. Thousands upon thousands of them. Helms glinting in perfect formation, black and silver plate armor gleaming beneath tabards stitched with the double-hammered crest of the Japata kingdom. Not a single step fell out of line. Their boots struck the ground in rhythmic unity. Thud, 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 so precise it sounded like the heartbeat of the world. They marched 5 columns wide, 10 men deep in each unit. War drummers in front, shield bearers behind, axe divisions, hammer squads, crossbow ranks, each ordered with mathematical elegance. In the center of the lead phalanx stood a line of captains, their cloaks shorter than the infantry's but marked by twin bands of crimson. And above them flew the gold and black banner of the royal house, the crest of Japata. Reagan stared in awe. Riggs let out a low whistle. "I've seen fire dancers more disorganized than that." Balak stepped beside Kale and motioned to the opening. "Look, boy, look well." Kale stood, legs still shaking, but he stepped forward and saw. The gnomes did not cheer, they did not break formation, they did not salute or call his name. But as Kale appeared, every soldier turned, each one pivoting with machine-like precision and dropped to one knee. The mountain echoed with the sound. Mako lifted his head and let out a shrill cry that rang through the canyon. Reagan stepped forward to support Kale, but the young man didn't falter. He raised his chin, stared out over the army arrayed before him, and felt, for the first time, what it meant to be a royalty. To be followed. To be Prince Kale of Japata. Gruen moved beside him and dropped to one knee. "Prince Kale," he said, his voice loud and clear, "the Japata army is at your command." The silence afterward was immense. Riggs sobered and stepped closer, his voice low now. "Kale, there's something you need to know, about Elian." Kale turned, frowning. "What is it?" "I'll tell you, but not here, not yet." Reagan narrowed his eyes. "Riggs?" "No," Riggs said firmly. "You both need to hear it, but it's not something I can just say." He looked toward the army, toward the gnomes, toward the kingdom. Because if I'm right, if it's true, then everything we've done up to this point, all of it, is the calm before the storm. Cale's brow furrowed. What are you saying? Riggs met his eyes. I'm saying we have to stop Zuby. Reagan blinked. Stop? You're insane. Riggs didn't flinch. Good-intentioned or not, he's about to awaken something he has no idea how to control. Something even he, unchained, can't overcome. Cale looked back at the kneeling army and felt the weight of what came next settle on his shoulders like a crown of stone. 10 years earlier. Smoke still clung to Riggs's clothes as he stumbled out of the tunnel's mouth, the echo of the explosion still roaring behind his ears like a war drum that refused to fade. The ground had heaved beneath them as they fled, the very earth convulsing in protest. Dust choked the air, a thick, suffocating cloud that clung to his lashes and coated his tongue. Pebbles rained from above, and the fractured slope behind them steamed with the heat of the collapse. He turned back, eyes wide and frantic, scouring the rubble for any sign. A Hyundai reaching, a voice shouting, anything. But there was nothing. No shifting stone, no silhouette, no Cale. Blast it, Riggs breathed, the words catching in a throat gone raw. His voice cracked like dry timber as he stared at the ruin behind them, vision blurring. We should have dragged him with us. Captain Stonegrave stumbled up beside him, hacking into the crook of his arm as he wiped soot and blood from his weathered face. He blew the charges, sealed the exit, bought us time. Riggs didn't answer. His fists trembled, jaw locked. He was my friend, my brother in everything but blood. We should have forced him through. Stonegrave looked at him hard, jaw tightening beneath layers of grit and grief. He made that call, and if he hadn't, that tunnel would have been our tomb. We walk because he stayed. Riggs gave a slow nod, but it felt like his bones were betraying him, the gesture hollow and weightless. His eyes returned to the ruined hillside, the stones still shifting in faint aftershocks. I should have stayed, he muttered. I should have. You survived, Stonegrave snapped, the sharpness in his voice cutting through the haze. So did I. That means we don't waste it. We move. Riggs drew in a deep, shuddering breath, forcing his limbs to obey. He wiped the dust from his palms, but the heat of the blast still ghosted across his skin like an unwelcome memory. Then came the howl, long and low, too close for comfort. Incoming, Stonegrave muttered, eyes narrowing toward the sound. Pursuers, dogs, by the sound of it. We've got a head start, but not for long. Let's not waste it. Without another word, they turned and plunged into the brush, where thick roots tangled underfoot and low-hanging moss draped from the trees like cobwebs spun by giants. The trees pressed in tight, but ahead lay the lowlands, a sprawl of stagnant pools, mist-wrapped trees, and half-sunken earth. The marshes were uncharted, unnamed. Locals whispered of things that lived in the depths, scaled, eyeless beasts that hunted by sound alone. But Riggs welcomed the danger. Better the unknown than a cell. The marshal slow the dogs, Stonegrave said, pushing through the undergrowth with growing urgency. We'll cut north, stay low in the wetlands for a few days, then cross into the eastern border. Riggs glanced over, panting. You've been through there before? Aye, Stonegrave grunted. Years ago. My father had ties that way, traitors and middle-tier nobles, folk who've gone quiet or tried to vanish from court life. If luck's still on our side, a few might still remember the name Stonegrave, might even owe us something. They fell into silence again, save for the occasional splash of water or the crunch of broken branches beneath their boots. A marshbird let out a haunting call somewhere in the murk, and Riggs felt the sound crawl along his spine. Then what? He finally asked, voice low. Then, Stonegrave said, ducking beneath a drooping branch, we scrape together what coin we can, buy passage, and get to the Water Kingdom. Riggs frowned. That's where you're headed? That's where I have to go, Stonegrave replied, his voice carrying a weight Riggs hadn't heard before. I lost my commission, my standing, everything that gave me a name, but my mother's line runs noble water. If I can reach the right court, make the right case, maybe I can earn a place again. Maybe I can stop being the man who ran. Riggs nodded slowly, saying nothing for a long moment. Then, and for me, she's there, Alora. Stonegrave glanced sideways at him, not mocking, just listening. She ran to the Water Kingdom. Her father forbade it, said I wasn't worthy of her, said I'd drag her down with me. Riggs gave a bitter half-smile. But she said she'd wait. She said she'd meet me there, no matter what. He hesitated. That was months ago. Stonegrave's voice softened, just a touch. Then we find out if she kept her word. They pressed on. The shadows grew longer as dusk bled into the fog, wrapping the marsh in an eerie hush. Every breath carried the scent of wet rot and unseen danger. But the two fugitives didn't falter. Behind them, the sky still bore the stain of Durian Keep, smoke curling into the heavens like a warning or a funeral pyre. But ahead was mystery, freedom, maybe even redemption. Riggs walked faster now, boots squelching through the muck, his hands clenched with new purpose. For Cale, buried beneath the stone he'd brought down. For Alora waiting somewhere across the sea. And for whatever lay in between.
We hope you have enjoyed A Traitor's Command, Book 2 in the Outcast series. Written by R.J. Simmons. Please check out our other audiobooks.